Wit and Intrigue, an Assignation to Remember, Book 1. Written by Angela Johnson, narrated by Sarah Kempton. Dedication to all the fictitious men who make Regency romance worth reading. Chapter 1. "You want to kiss me?" Debra asked in mock horror, while holding one hand out as a lady would in a ballroom, with the other in a display of shock resting on her chest. Batting her eyes in an attempt of shyness, she gave a genuine smile to show warmth and affection. "I have no objections, sir, but will you be so kind as to dance with me first? I must admit, a waltz—" Debra stopped speaking as she rushed to her paper, pen and ink. The scene she'd acted out while overlooking the sea was perfect for her novel. Scribbling the words on the sheet, she placed them back in her bag and retook her stance, taking in the cold morning sea air. Her hair blew in the wind, but she didn't mind. Mimicking a male voice, she gave a low chuckle.
"My lady,"
she spoke in the best imitation,
"I would love to waltz with you."
Placing her hand back over her heart, she could see Lord Percival Warrington with his dark brown hair, brown eyes and rakish qualities standing before her. He was the man of Princess Cordelia's dreams. With a curtsy to her imagined partner, Debra danced on the edge of the sea, dress blowing in the wind and music ringing in her ears as she thought of the conversation her characters would have.
"Your lips resemble the roses in my mother's garden," Lord Percival would say, while gazing into the eyes of the blushing Cordelia.
"You make me blush, my lord," Debra imagined Cordelia with a soft, sweet voice, much like her own. "Please, look away from my embarrassment."
"The pink in your beautiful cheeks brings happiness to my heart. It makes me love you all the more."
Debra nearly caused herself to swoon with the passionate words she imagined between her characters. It would be the perfect moment to have them embrace and kiss, and as her heart fluttered with anticipation, she stopped dancing and sat on the cold, damp earth. "Perhaps my characters shouldn't kiss." The words came out in a disappointed huff of frustration as she stared up at the overcast sky. She closed her eyes, lay down on the ground, and cried out to the heavens. "Kissing is so romantic!" Alone and enjoying the beauty of the day, words flowed through her mind, allowing her to create people and circumstances she wanted to experience. She imagined it would be romantic to run away and find a handsome gentleman to woo her, but she did not dare try it. Her father would send her brothers and the entire staff after her. "Life is no fun with an overprotective father like mine," she mumbled, opening her eyes to stare up at the clouds. She could imagine the clouds shaped as a carriage pulled by white horses flying through the morning sky. Cordelia's carriage. With the thought, she made her way back to her bag and writing items to scribble another page in her story. In a moment of fear, Cordelia backed away from Lord Percival to go home. She would suffer the consequences of running away, as her father, the king, would not accept insubordination. Debra reread the words, then scribbled them out. Cordelia was finished with her overbearing and unloving father. He cared more about the kingdom than his own daughter. She laughed out loud. "How do I know anything about not being loved? I am the apple of my father's eyes." If she were honest, she would admit her brothers were very protective of her as well. Not a single person in her family didn't care. Although, when she was left behind during the season, she tried to convince anyone who would listen as to how unloved she was. And if they knew how she spent her time, she would certainly find herself in trouble. Writing wasn't something a lady should do. So, if she truly desired to be published, she'd have to do so under a pseudonym. She already had one chosen, Sir Anthony Briggs. No one would know she was the mastermind behind her novels. The pen name would allow her to forego the forced hobbies her parents would find if they knew her desire for publication. "How do I get them to kiss?" she thought as she looked at the angry grey clouds. The one above her threatened to spill its contents as she lay in the overgrown grass overlooking the Isle of Wight. She'd grown up here and rarely had the opportunity to leave, which caused her imagination to bloom. If she could not see exotic places such as London, she would have to imagine them. Her parents returned from London that morning as she'd run out the door. This would be the last of her adventures for a short time, as they planned to host a house party over the next fortnight. She'd be allowed to enjoy most of the activities, but as she was not out in society, her participation would be limited. She wouldn't be allowed to flirt as her sisters would. It is not like I am still in the nursery. If only they would let me enter society, I could find out how to get a man to kiss a woman. It would be romantic. She entertained the idea of a kiss as the first drop of rain hit her nose. A walk on the veranda under the stars is all one needs. He would simply lean forward and make love to me with his words. Standing up, she imagined the scene and placed herself in Cordelia's spot with Lord Percival next to her. She thought about it for a moment. How does a man speak such things to a woman?
Your eyes shine like the stars at night.
A woman in such circumstance would blush, giggle, and turn away. Excited with her thought, she sat down again and wrote the words on a new piece of parchment. They wouldn't match what she currently had. Each word scribbled on the paper looked perfect until another drop of rain hit the ink and smeared the word stars. Not wanting the pages of her manuscript ruined, Debra scrambled to her feet and ran to her horse, Starlight. Hiding her ink, parchment, and pen in the bottom of her bag, she mounted and made for home. Riding so far from home could be considered a mistake, and she might admit it was at some point, but for now she tied the reins in a knot, dropped them, and threw her hands in the air, holding tight to the horse with her legs. This beautiful spring storm was far too brilliant to pass up the opportunity. The salty sea air and the wind gave birth to ideas, allowing her to write. Never imagining a storm so elaborate, Debra reveled in the excitement it gave her to let go and imagine. As her horse slipped in the rain and mud, she sighed and took hold of the reins for safety. Paying attention to the situation, she noticed the storm she'd imagined would only be a short duration was gaining in strength. Rain splashed in her eyes, causing her vision to blur. Cold and a bit more reserved, she searched for a place to stop and take cover for both herself and Starlight as the thunder rolled and lightning shot through the sky. She'd not seen a storm this bad since early March. The rain poured down much harder than normal. "Why did it have to rain like this today?" Debra said in frustration as she dismounted her horse and started running with Starlight behind her. She feared staying astride the horse would cause lightning to strike. Holding to the ribbons so she wouldn't lose the horse in the storm, she ran through the mud and fields. Relief came as she noticed a barn off to the west. She noticed it many times on previous rides, but didn't know who owned it. By all accounts, it appeared to be abandoned. The barn was one of those places her father would call a blemish on the landscape. The fence surrounding it stood in need of much repair. As she climbed over a broken board, her foot slipped on the wet wood, causing her to fall to the ground. Her stockings ripped on a stray piece sticking up as she pulled herself out of the mud while holding back tears. This was not the glorious adventure she'd imagined for her day. As she stood, Debra let out an involuntary cry. The pressure of standing sent a shock into her ankle. With this added trauma, the tears rolled down her cheeks, joining with the drops of rain. With as much courage as she could muster, Debra placed her foot back to the ground and endured the pinpricks caused by the pressure. Instead of focusing on the pain, she gathered her wits and wiped the mud on her riding habit. "The day started out so pleasant," she grumbled, while leading Starlight over the broken fence so he didn't incur injury. "Come on, boy." Lightning, then thunder shot through the ever-darkening sky, startling Debra. Throwing her hands over her head, she crouched to the ground as pain shot through her ankle. Deciding it was best to get out of the storm, she pulled Starlight forward and ran toward the shelter. Her run was more like a hobble as pain exploded from the pressure placed on her injured ankle. It was as though pins pierced her skin, digging deep to the bone. Finally reaching the barn, she pushed the door open and listened to the creak in the hinges from non-use. The sound echoed through the empty vastness before her. It was dirty, and the roof leaked in random spots, but she was happy to be out of the rain. Debra limped with Starlight over to one of the stalls and closed the door. After seeing to the horse, she looked around for a dry spot to rest and wait out the storm. Her clothing hung heavy and clung to her cold body. As she took notice of the state she found herself in, the wish for a fire, hot bath, dry clothes, and a blanket tortured her cold mind. Limping around the barn to assess her surroundings, Debra let out tiny moans, but found continuous pressure seemed to ease the injury. Noticing a loft, she chose to investigate. She needed to keep her mind busy, as sitting would be cold and boring. Each step up the ladder left a twinge of pain in her ankle. Poking around, she found there wasn't anything worth the climb, until she noticed a wood trunk sitting by a window. Closing her eyes to utter a quick prayer before lifting the lid, she asked, "Let there be a blanket or dry clothes, please." The trunk opened with ease, and a frown crossed her face as she saw it was empty. The disappointment brought a sob to her throat. Not wanting to cry, yet certain the emotions would eventually find their way to the surface, she shivered and with careful effort focused on her ankle, found her way back down the ladder, took her cloak off, and groaned as every inch of her riding habit was soaked with water and covered in mud. What a miserable afternoon! Why did I have to ride so carelessly to soak through my clothing? It was a valid reprimand to give herself, as she could have pulled her cloak tight and prevented some of the rain from saturating her habit. Continued pain in her ankle was an annoyance she'd have to deal with. There weren't many options. But Debra found a few pieces of wood in hopes of using them to elevate her leg. She'd seen the doctor do it with her brother a few years previously. Lee had fallen from the carriage, or had been pushed out by one of the occupants. The family had yet to find out the truth of the situation, as the sister who they assumed pushed him refused to admit her part. Rilla claimed, though anxious to be out of the confines of the carriage, it hadn't been her. The resulting injury was a twisted ankle, and the doctor had him rest and elevate until it healed. She put her hands in her hair and took the pins out so it would dry. With everything taken care of, as much as she could manage without any help, she sat on the ground and thought about Cordelia and Percival. It would be romantic for them to get caught in a rainstorm. Was it fate she was now stuck in a barn? With this thought, she suddenly decided it wasn't a miserable day. This was fate. This very day could be used as a scene in her story. Her mind raced with possible situations to spur a kiss from Percival, or a thank you token from the maiden to the handsome hero and protector. After she squeezed as much water from her hair as she could, she allowed the long, deep red curls to fall down her back while swaying back and forth so her hair would naturally fall instead of clump. As she finished with her hair, the barn door creaked open. Startled as a man walked in leading his horse, she stifled her gasp of surprise, scrambled to her feet with a twinge of pain, and stood nearly on one foot, silently waiting for him to notice her as she admired his wet, tousled dark brown hair and handsome facial features. Chapter 2. Alexander let out a breath of relief when he saw the abandoned barn. Everything he wore, from his hat to his boots, was drenched with rain. Certain rain pooled in the bottom of his boots as he heard a sloshing and experienced cool water with each step. He yearned to take them off and dry them in front of a fire. It was debatable if he'd ever be warm again. Thunder clattered in the sky, causing his horse, Blaze, to startle. The horse whinnied and did a bit of a dance in the cold weather. Alex dismounted long before the barn came into view, as Blaze feared the storm and refused to move in the correct direction without more supervision.
"Come on, boy. There is shelter ahead," he said, patting the horse's neck to try and comfort him.
Alex pulled Blaze forward, forcing the horse to follow as he approached the barn door. He opened it quickly, with a loud creak greeting his entrance as he led Blaze into the cold but dry barn. He shivered as he walked in, thankful to be out of the inclement weather. Turning to view his temporary housing, he drew a long breath as he realised he wasn't alone.
"Good day,"
Alex said as he led his horse to an empty stall. His words echoed through the deadly silent barn. What he wouldn't give for another clap of thunder to lighten the tense atmosphere. She didn't respond, and he noticed the look on her face was one of fear. He didn't blame her. He was a stranger, and if they were caught alone, there would be a scandal. But no one would blame him for taking shelter in this storm. The roads were a disaster, and no one in their right mind would travel in this weather. Sneaking a side peek at the woman, he uttered a short prayer of homeliness. If she were, he wouldn't be tempted in any way. Unfortunately, one look sent a shiver down his back, having nothing to do with the cold. He would not be a man if he didn't take notice of the red hair, loose and flowing over her shoulders, framing her delicate face. It was unusual to see a woman in society with her hair out of clips and hats. She looks lovely with her hair down, damn it, he thought as he tried to focus on his horse. He didn't speak again until he closed the stall door and took another look at her in the ever-increasing, uncomfortable silence. Pulling his bag off his horse, Alex searched for flint and steel. The heavier his clothing felt, the colder his body became. He turned to the woman and tilted his head as he considered if she'd moved further away. He wouldn't blame her, as they hadn't had a proper introduction, and he was a stranger. But he wouldn't harm her, and he somehow needed to convey the sentiment.
"Would you be willing to help gather wood for a fire?"
Holding up the instruments so she could see his intent, he waited for her reply. Instead of speaking, she gave a nod of agreement. Leaving her to find wood, Alex examined the barn for the best place to start a fire. To say the area was totally dry was an exaggeration. There were holes in the roof, allowing for drops of rain to sneak in, which would be detrimental to his fire if setting it in the wrong place. As he searched the area, he held in a frustrated moan as the woman continued to stand in the exact same spot she'd been in only moments before. Annoyed with the prospect of having to gather all the wood himself, he remembered a gentleman wouldn't have asked a woman to help with the task. A woman would be allowed to rest. With this new focus, he pointed to a corner of the barn devoid of mud and dripping rain.
"I will put the fire over there, if you would like to rest."
Again, she didn't speak. He wondered if there was something terribly wrong with the woman. Could she be deaf or simple-minded? It would explain the lack of support in collecting items to burn. Noticing a loft, he climbed to the top and found a wood trunk.
"There is a trunk up here. It will be perfect for kindling. Stay where you are, as I plan to break it apart by throwing it down."
He made certain she wasn't standing below the ladder before releasing the trunk. It made a loud thud as it hit the ground and partially broke. Certain there was nothing left to use for kindling in the loft, Alex made his way down to find the woman still standing in the same spot. This was far more concerning to him now than it was moments before.
"She must not understand me."
Pointing to the corner he planned to make their place of security from the storm, Alex could only think to speak as he didn't know how to speak with his hands.
"Can you walk over there? I will not harm you."
When she rolled her eyes, he was worried she was offended by his motions or presence.
"If you would prefer I find shelter elsewhere, I will not take offence or blame you. But it is a terrible storm, and I care not to catch my death in it."
She shook her head, and he let out a sigh of relief. He'd never been to the Isle of Wight, and knew the storm would mean his death. Where to go from here, he didn't know. Samuel had given him instructions on how to find Woodland Manor, but that is all he had. His heart fell out of his chest and into his stomach when he saw her limp. The look on her face was one of severe pain. Without thought, he moved toward her and swept her into his arms.
"You should have told me you were injured."
Chapter 3. I spend too much time in my imagination, she thought, as she watched the man search for wood. When he lifted her into his arms, she was certain death would come in the form of a swoon. Yet she somehow survived the adventure to recognise the smell of peppermint in his hair and arrive at the area he'd pointed out as the destination of the fire. She couldn't stay silent for long, and she needed to thank him for his assistance. "You are too kind to trifle with me." She saw his eyebrows raise as her voice sounded strange even to herself.
"I feared you were deaf or simple-minded with your behaviour. What has released your voice?"
"Your kindness, although I must say I am displeased by your assumption of my allowing you to stay in my barn."
"This is your barn? Do you have family nearby? If so, I can help you home, and we will not have to fight the storm in this rickety old place."
Blushing at her lie, Debra shook her head. "My home is yet a bit far off, although I do live on the Isle. You do not."
"No, I am here for a visit with a friend."
It was Debra's turn for surprise. It was possible this man was here for her parents' house party. Avoiding the natural questions of who are you and who are you visiting, she chose to stay to herself until he inquired after her ankle.
"May I look at your injury?"
"No, it is well enough." To keep him from asking again, she pulled out the questions she'd avoided. "I do not even know who you are and your connections." It was the proper way to do things, although the more proper way was not introducing oneself but to have a chaperone.
"I do apologise, we will not have a formal introduction. When we are out of here, I plan to ask Mr. Samuel Richardson to give us a proper start. My name is Alexander Evans, Earl of Trenton."
She held in her laugh as he stood and gave a courtly bow. "Lady Debra Richardson, it seems as though you know my family already." This was a bit of a disappointment to her. In the back of her fanciful mind, she'd imagined a short separation after they left the barn, and then they would meet again in London, as this was to be her first season now she was turning 18, and they would remember the connection from in the barn and fall desperately in love.
"Lady Debra, are you listening to me?"
Her thoughts took her out of the moment, and she couldn't remember what he'd originally asked and why he was looking at her with amusement. "I am sorry, did you say something?"
"Now you know my name, and that my dearest friend in the world is your brother, may I look at your injury?"
"I fell while crossing the broken fence. I should be fine."
"Please, I will be respectful."
She looked around and saw the broken trunk. "Perhaps you should focus on building the fire."
"After I look at your ankle, I am concerned."
"If you wish." She tried to sound as though she didn't care, but the romantic notions running through her mind with the implications of a man touching her ankle set her to the blush. Her dress seemed wetter as he lifted the bottom to reveal her mud-ridden stockings and ruined slippers. She'd have to throw them in the bin as they were no longer useful. As he gently pressed the sides of her ankle, she flinched from the pain, but simultaneously heated over his fingers as they moved around, massaging the injury. She was acting the fool, as his intentions were only her well-being.
"I believe it is sprained, love. It should have a wrap on it, but with our current situation, we will leave it as it is, and if you need to leave this spot, I will help you."
"What qualifies you to determine the extent of my injury?"
In truth, he'd be a gentleman in full, but she had to be her obstinate self. "I'm not a physician, but any fool can see how bruised and swollen your ankle is."
"Do you consider yourself a fool, my lord?" she asked with so much innocence it nearly made her laugh to see the confusion on his face, for he must not know she was mocking him. With a repentant look toward her ankle, she added, "I apologise for my rudeness."
"Not at all."
He stood and moved away from her, leaving her ankle a bit colder than it had been from his touch.
"I will attend to the fire."
She tried not to be obvious in watching him as he gathered the wood. It was interesting to see how he piled the wood in an orderly fashion, as though he'd done such work before. "Why are you not travelling with servants?"
My valet stayed behind to pack my bags. He will follow me here. And my parents accompanied our hosts in a carriage. They would have arrived this morning.
She'd been so concerned about experiencing the radiant morning, she hadn't noticed if there'd been guests with her parents. The adventurous part of her wasn't sad about her current predicament, but the sensible side chided her and reminded her that ladies don't get themselves into such troubles.
May I ask what a lady is doing out of doors on a day such as this one without an escort?
Debra considered his question. She was a bit out of the ordinary, according to her sisters. She had no need for the conventions of society since her parents had kept her out until now. As they'd promised, she'd have her introduction to society in the fall. Why does an escort have to accompany me on every ride I take?
You are an unmarried woman, I presume?
Yes, my lord.
Then you should have an escort, even for a simple ride.
If you must know, I left the house early so I could be on my own.
Why would a proper young lady have need of solitude?
You are not expecting me to respond to your question, are you?
I am curious.
Debra laughed. Curiosity is a demanding mistress, my lord.
You must be involved in something scandalous to have need to hide it.
Debra turned from him to hide her blush. She feared she'd be caught in this man's presence, but couldn't see a way out of her current predicament. Silence came between them as she now openly watched him with his task of starting a fire. A chill from the wet clothing spread through her and forced a visible shiver to shake her body. When he had a small fire in the centre of the wood, she inched forward to enjoy the warmth. There wasn't much, and she remained cold. Rubbing her arms as though it would help, he surprised her by collecting a blanket from his travel pack.
I plan to keep you warm, my lady, although this fire would do better if I had kindling.
Her heart fell at his words. The blanket was a beautiful gesture and brought immediate joy and temporary warmth, but she had something to help with the fire, and guilt warmed her face with the withheld information. She couldn't remember how many blank pages sat in her bag, but she wasn't about to hand over her manuscript to feed the fire. Deciding to stay silent, she pulled the blanket tighter and hoped warmth would come. The fire stayed small and didn't give off as much heat as they needed. Shivering, Debra moved closer to the fire in an attempt to find warmth. Has the storm lessened? Lord Trenton walked away from the corner and opened the barn door to peer out. While doing so, Debra scooted closer to the fire. Lifting her skirt, she held it over the flames, hoping to trap heat between the skirt and her legs. Pulling up to her knees, she hoped to be finished by the time he returned.
What are you doing?
Dropping her skirt fabric, Debra turned her head toward the Earl. Trying to get warm. The storm?
It looks like ice rain.
As it was early in the spring still, it was possible, but she couldn't remember previous years of ice rain past March.
We will be here a while.
Puzzled by the sudden heat near her legs, Debra looked back to the fire, fully expecting to see the flames taking hold of the wood. Instead, she screamed as her skirt had fallen into the flames and was now burning. Lord Trenton pulled her away and doused the flames by stomping on her dress, but it was fully ruined. Trying not to cry, Debra pulled the blanket back around her shoulders. The predicament couldn't get any worse, until she noticed her legs were fully visible to a man she didn't know. Clearing his throat as though nervous, Trenton tried to help cover her legs with the blanket. He even took his jacket off to cover her impropriety, making himself the spectacle in his shirt sleeves. Each time his hands brushed against her legs, heat rose in her cheeks, bringing out a deep blush. Debra watched Lord Trenton as he busied himself by moving around the barn collecting wood. She'd learned from her governess it was inappropriate to be in the company of a man you were not married to without a chaperone. He was obviously uncomfortable with only her company, but she found the situation useful for her book, imagining Cordelia and Percival in this situation. She wondered what they would speak about. Her imagination soared with possibilities of how to bring about a kiss when she was rudely interrupted by Lord Trenton's voice.
Lady Debra, this is highly inappropriate. and I cannot imagine ever speaking such words to a lady. Yet I find we are in a bit of a predicament, and society be hanged. I fear you will catch your death in those wet clothes."
Looking to the door of the barn, Debra motioned with her head. "You wish to go back out in this storm?"
He cleared his throat with a visible tension. "No, my lady, but I do have a change of clothing, and I wondered if you would like to make use of them."
If ever there was a moment to blush, it would be now. Debra's eyes went wide as she considered his offer. She was dreadfully cold to where the shivers wouldn't stop, yet he was correct to say it was inappropriate. Looking down at her legs, covered by his jacket, she knew they'd already crossed the line of impropriety. Without thinking further, she nodded her head and accepted the clothing.
"How would you like me to help?"
"Help?" Her words came out in a loud squeak.
Lord Trenton looked frightened. "I did not mean what you think. I mean, I could hold the blanket as a shield, or I could even go outside."
Making a decision right there, he nodded.
"I will go outside. Please let me know when you are proper."
"No, you cannot go back out there. You are still very cold and wet. You will certainly catch your death. If you stand facing that corner, I will stay over here." Surely no one would blame them for this action. Her riding habit was worse than having to wear his breeches. She smiled as his body language told her he was unsure of this decision, but he was the one to offer the clothing. Chapter 4. Ignoring her perfectly shaped eyes and pink cheeks, Alex held the clothing out to her before turning to go to the corner of the barn. He'd much rather be at his destination, sitting by a warm fire, eating an excellent meal, than in this current conundrum. It was a near laughable situation. He'd never known anyone to experience such, and knew he'd never tell another living soul of this day, if given the choice. He wouldn't be in this situation if Lady Margaret hadn't stomped on his heart and refused his offer of marriage. Perhaps, he thought, this assignation could help heal his heart and pride. He shouldn't have let his mind wander to Margaret. The purpose of this trip and house party was to help him move forward and forget about the woman he thought he loved. Margaret made him believe she was the only woman who would ever love him, and for years he'd believed her. He shook his head, torturing himself over the London seasons, wasted, chasing after a woman who was feigning interest in him during the summer. He'd excused every flirtation with other men, as Margaret told him it was her rite of passage as the daughter of a duke to have London seasons. "How can I settle with marriage if I haven't had the opportunity to flirt and find new friends?" Her excuses made him uncomfortable, but he'd brushed them off as youth. "Marriage is important for connections. If I do not have different connections than you, how am I to help our union?" He even stupidly thought they had an understanding from when she was 16, and perhaps it started out that way, but when she entered society, everything changed. He'd turned into the friend she spent time with, and other men became her focus for marriage. He'd been starry-eyed and stupid, unable to realise what was happening. Shaking his head over the memory of the previous week, when Margaret's duplicity had been revealed, his anger took him to White's, where he'd stupidly agreed to travel to the Isle of Wight to meet Kate Richardson, the younger sister of his friend Samuel. He didn't expect much to come of the connection, as she was similar to Margaret, and he'd sworn off all women of the same calibre. Yet he'd come. Standing with his face in the corner, as though he'd been a naughty child sent to the spot for punishment, he listened and waited. He knew women took time to dress, but was shocked it was taking her as long as it did, and a part of him wondered if she'd possibly swooned. He leaned against the wood of the barn and waited, shivering from the cold. This was a predicament. He'd promised not to turn around and look, so if she had swooned, he would not know. He was about to inquire when he heard her call out. Chapter 5. "Will you help me?" She didn't want to ask, but the buttons on her dress were impossible to undo alone when they were dry. Wet was quite possibly worse. It was one reason her parents had given her a lady's maid. She considered the implications of asking for Lord Trenton's help and the uncomfortable situation it would cause between them, but it was the only option to get out of the wet clothing. She vowed if he tried to take advantage of her, she would gouge his eyes out with her fingernails, although, inwardly, she wondered if it would be possible to do. He looked rather strong and seemed such a nice man he wouldn't dare take such liberties.
"What do you need?"
His voice was hesitant. A part of her thought of telling him to forget she asked, but the dry clothing in her hands were too tempting as the shivering of her body was increased. "I cannot undo my dress and stays. Will you please help me?" She spoke quickly, hoping he hadn't heard, for if he asked her to repeat it, she wouldn't dare. The heat in her cheeks was surprisingly welcome, as she'd been far too cold. If her mother and father knew what she was asking, they'd have her married by special licence before the following morning. Although ice rain pounded on the barn, the sound was nothing to Lord Trenton's footsteps as he closed the distance between them. Clearing his throat as he stood behind her, he said,
"I would close my eyes to give you privacy, but this would take longer."
Nervous and praying for the moment to end, she angrily replied, "Just keep your eyes open and only look to the buttons."
"I can promise you that is all I will do."
She held her breath as he unbuttoned her dress, closed her eyes as tight as she could, and thought about the novel she was writing. Could the experiences in this barn truly be used to round out her storyline? She wondered how Lord Percival would have responded to the request of helping a lady with her dress and stays, and giggled inside because he was supposed to be a rake. He would make an inappropriate comment to make Cordelia blush. Her mind went back to the current situation as the very real and very handsome Lord Alexander Evans, Earl of Trenton, stood behind her. His fingers brushed her neck. The chill of his touch spread through her body, joining with a new desire for more of his touch. As he finished with her dress, his hands moved down to her waist, working to figure out her stays. Every movement of his hands either tightened or loosened the wet stays, sending her nerves on end for fear of discovery. If only he could hear the thoughts of her mind, he'd know she hoped he would kiss her. This way she could know how to write about such things. When the release in pressure came, she let out her breath and waited for the words telling her he was finished. Clearing his throat, he asked with a husky voice,
"Do you need anything else?"
"No," her voice squeaked. She cringed at the high pitch as he would ascertain her level of embarrassment.
"I will go back to my corner so you can finish."
With his departure, she experienced another wave of heat in her cheeks. "Thank you," she croaked, not daring to look behind to see if he was in his spot. She stood in numb shock at what she'd done. Taking deep breaths to calm her pounding heart, she finally moved to finish changing her clothes. Taking her time, she pulled the belt from her habit and used it to make the breeches stay up. If there was a looking-glass, she would burst into laughter at the sight. With an effort at modesty, she checked over her body to ensure coverage before speaking again. "You may turn around now." With an effort to lighten the nervousness she felt, she gave a curtsy her governess would be proud of, pretending to hold out material as though she wore a beautiful gown. His discomfort was far too obvious for Debra to ignore. The youngest of 8 children, Debra learned long ago she would only be heard if she voiced her opinion. "Is there a reason for your discomfort?" She nearly broke into giggles watching the Earl fumble for words. When he spoke, his reasoning was not a surprise.
"I have never seen a woman in breeches before. You cut a fine figure."
Debra blushed. Heat ran through her body as the implication of what he said registered in her mind. Although fully clothed, she suddenly felt more exposed than she had while he unbuttoned her dress. "Please, do not look at me."
"May I help you to a place without mud?"
Debra looked down and took notice of where she'd sat. It was wet and dirty. "Yes, thank you." She gasped as he again picked her up and carried her to the other side of the fire. Holding tight to the blanket, she wrapped it around her body so he wouldn't continue to stare at her. Wearing his breeches was deeply uncomfortable, especially since it unnerved him so deeply.
You said you are a Richardson. Are you one of Lord Samuel's sisters?
I am his youngest sister. How do you know my brother?
We were at Cambridge together.
Are you the friend Samuel plans to introduce to my older sister?
Yes. I believe her name is Lady Kate.
Debra laughed, as this poor man had no idea what he was in for. Samuel threatened Kate if she did anything to embarrass him, he'd never introduce her to another man.
Why do you laugh?
Oh, I love a good intrigue, my lord. Reticent, his eyes sharpened in her direction before he asked,
What secret are you concealing?
Nothing, my lord. She tried to put as much innocence into her words as she could and dispel the laughter, but it was too much to bear. Kate planned to marry Lord Trenton, and she promised everyone to have a proposal before he left the manor.
What is your age?
A gentleman should never ask such a question, she said in mock horror. But, if you must know, I am 17. I will be introduced to society this next season. My parents wanted me to wait because my older sisters are still unattached. But if I wait for Diana to marry, I might never get an introduction. She'd said too much. She could see it on his face as he looked at her as though she confused him. He hadn't expected her to give a history. He'd asked a simple question and expected a simple answer.
17 seems the right age to have an introduction. Why are you in such a rush?
I'll be 18 by the start of the next season, my lord. My friends have already made their debut in society. I am the last. I am the only one with too many unmarried sisters. She watched as his lips turned up in a smile. He was very handsome. She now understood why Kate was determined to have him. A handsome man with a fortune and a title was all her sisters would speak about when it came to a match. But this one had a friendly personality, which was rare, according to Diana. Needing to say something else, she chose, "Thank you for the dry clothes."
I would not want you to die on me,
he said, as he continued to look at her.
I also do not know how I would explain to your parents if I took you home with hypothermia.
Who said you are accompanying me home, my lord? She blushed again as he raised his perfect eyebrows, his beautiful hazel eyes shining through the dreary day.
You would deny me the pleasure of your company on the ride to your home?
When you put it that way, I suppose I do not have a choice, she quipped, as though his decision to accompany her was a minor annoyance. As she studied his face, she decided to change the characteristics of Lord Percival in her book to match Lord Trenton. He was dashing enough.
Where are you going?
Lord Trenton said, coming to his feet.
I told you to stay off that ankle.
In the rush to put her thoughts to paper, she'd stood without thinking about her injury. I need to get something out of my bag.
I will fetch it for you. Sit down before you cause further injury.
She glared at him. He was treating her like a baby. She might not be out in society yet, but she wasn't under the watchful eye of a governess. I can get it myself.
I am already over here,
he said as he rushed to her horse.
What do you need from your bag?
Please, bring the bag. I do not want you going through my personal items. In truth, she didn't want him seeing her manuscript. She wasn't ready for anyone to read it.
As you wish, my lady.
She held back a giggle as he gave her another courtly bow. It was hard not to let her romantic notions take over. He was charming. If she continued to pay him heed, she might lose her heart to this fool. This is why I need to be aloof and rude. He will stop this charming behaviour if I am a shrew. She rifled through her bag and found pen, ink, and parchment. She would use the time in this barn to finish the chapter she was on. As she looked back at the last words she'd written, she remembered the characters were stuck on the issue of kissing. How was she supposed to write about a kiss without any experience? Chapter 6. Now they were no longer avoiding conversation, he was able to find a measure of comfort in the barn. She was a spitfire, especially for her age. Alex found he was raising his eyebrows in surprise far too often with this woman. He'd known many women her age. He met them every season in London, but usually they were docile and agreeable. They never argued or put him in his place. But Lady Debra found joy in teasing him, and he found himself flummoxed more than once.
"What are you working on?"
he asked, as she wrote and crossed words out with vigour. It was as though her hand and the pen were participating in a dance. Debra looked up from her parchment and gave him a long look, then laughed and shook her head before going back to her writing. "Nothing you need concern yourself over?"
She is laughing at me.
The thought made him even more confused.
What have I done to deserve such a sentiment? Is it a love letter to your beau?
He asked in the most suspicious tone he could muster, trying to make it sound like he didn't care, yet finding he cared very much.
What an interesting thought. I hardly know the chit.
"Are you questioning me again, my lord?"
"I cannot help my curiosity."
He'd never been so intrigued by a woman in his life, and he wasn't sure he liked the way she affected him. Her blue eyes were full of an innocence he'd never seen in one over 15. Usually by the time a woman reached the age to enter society, she spent time thinking of marriage and fashion. Yet this young woman had a secret, and he vowed to unlock it. "Perhaps in your curiosity you would deign to answer questions for me?" Due to the intrigue on her face, he knew he should say no. In his mind, he said,
"No way would I answer any questions for this woman."
But when he spoke, curiosity won over.
"It would be my pleasure, love."
Debra rolled her eyes and sighed. He hid the smile threatening to break through on his lips as he realised she was annoyed with him. "I am a novelist." Alex raised his eyebrows.
"A novelist? I was not expecting such a shocking confession."
"There are women writers who are published."
"I suppose there are. None of them titled. Will you publish under your name?"
"No. My parents would never allow me to do so." He could see writing was a passion for her. He'd never had such a passion in his life, and this short conversation left him wanting. It was as though she'd burrowed into a part of his soul he'd never discovered, leaving a hole where she'd chiselled. "I have a few simple questions about men." Although her voice was strong, she looked sheepish and blushed as she said the words.
"I suppose I could take some time to help you out today. After all, I am stuck here with you."
He tried to put as much annoyance in his voice as possible. He wasn't happy about being stuck in a cold, dingy barn. He'd prefer to be at his destination sitting next to the fire, yet he wanted to answer whatever questions came from her inquisitive mind. Situating herself with the pen and parchment, as though every word he said would be written with haste, she asked, "When a man is in love with a woman, what inducements does he need to kiss her?" Taken by surprise, he struggled to answer, his mouth falling open. This was not the type of question he expected her to ask. In an effort to sound unaffected, he stopped gawking.
"Did you have an easier question to start out with?"
"What kind of a question would that be?"
"Pop it. I was expecting something along the lines of, how does a man decide what type of horse to purchase?"
He allowed himself to smile as she giggled at his question. His face went red when she asked, "Did I embarrass you?"
"No, I just do not think it is an appropriate first question."
If he were honest, he was embarrassed. He'd never spoken about kissing with his own sister. Why would he speak about it with a perfect stranger?
"I guess I did help her out of her stays and dress. We are familiar in a way to each other now."
As he thought the words, heat flooded his cheeks.
What the deuce is this woman doing to me?
"I did embarrass you. Fine," she said, putting the end of the pen in her mouth as she made a show of coming up with a new question. "Tell me about the process of choosing a woman to dance with at a ball or party." This wasn't a hard question. Alex sat back against the wall and answered.
I look for women who catch my eye. I ask women I am interested in speaking with. I do not like to dance with know-it-all blue stockings or women who talk too much."
"Thank you." He watched as she scribbled something on the paper. Surprised, she did not call him on his statement about blue stockings. A woman who considered herself a novelist must be bookish. He waited for another question to come, but she looked at him and raised her eyebrows as though expecting him to say more.
"Did you not like my response?"
"I'm fine with your answer, but I do need to know what inducements a man needs to kiss a woman." As she said the word kiss, a tiny hint of a smile shined in her eyes, tempting him to answer her question with an actual kiss. It would be ungentlemanly to do so, and he was not a rake.
"We are already back there."
He did not hide the disappointment. "You did ask for a preliminary question, so now you've answered it. I would appreciate this answer." Alex thought about the first woman he'd kissed, the only woman he'd kissed. He'd known Margaret his entire life. He'd spent every summer at her home for the last 18 years. He thought she would be the woman he'd marry. But when he offered for her hand, she turned him down without thought. Tortured with these thoughts, he pushed them aside. At the age of 22, he wasn't certain he was ready for marriage, now it no longer included Margaret. Lost in his thoughts, he remembered the moment he'd asked for her hand. He'd thought there was a basic understanding as they'd discussed the possibility of marriage many summers previously, but her revelation of a secret assignation with the Duke of Midhurst brought all his hopes crashing down around him. She'd said she would always love him, but Midhurst was wealthier, already held his title, and had more land. She would be content with the Duke as her husband. He looked up as Debra cleared her throat, reminding him of her question. It was hard not to notice the deep red of her cheeks, even as his entire body shivered from the cold. The wind continued to howl around them, and if he could look outside, he'd find the ice rain, as he could still hear it on the roof, reminding him of her question. He considered what caused him to kiss Margaret. He thought he was in love with her.
"I think love is one reason to kiss a woman."
"What causes feelings of love? Oh, and what does a kiss feel like?" Coughing at the shocking questions she asked, Alex wanted to run from the barn. Travelling in the rain might be preferable to answering these questions. Although they were honest and simple, the answers were difficult.
"What is happening in this story of yours to cause the author to ask these questions?"
Not hesitating to answer him, she smiled and excitedly told him of her story. He listened until she said, "Percival and Cordelia are in love, but even with a romantic waltz, I cannot seem to get them to their first kiss." She looked at the paper, her nose scrunched in frustration. She was exhausting to watch and speak with, yet he'd never seen a woman so intoxicating.
"Have you ever been kissed?"
He regretted the question as soon as it escaped his mouth. "No." She raised her head in a slow but curious manner. The answer lingered in the air as they looked at each other. He didn't know how to start the conversation again. Panicking at his stupidity, he waited for her to speak. As the silence between them lingered, he wondered if he should come up with something to say. He let out a breath of relief as she spoke again. "Is it important to be kissed in order to write about one?"
"How can you write about something you have never experienced?"
"How many women have you kissed?"
"Pardon me?"
As he said the words, he again thought about the last kiss he and Margaret had shared. It had been 2 days since he'd kissed her. He took Margaret for a ride through the hillside and a picnic. His plan was to propose. "I will accept your silence as the answer. You are experienced. Tell me about it. How does it feel to kiss a woman?" Her words interrupted his thoughts. She readied her pen as though she would write every word he said. He tried to think of a way to describe the elation and blissful feeling one had in the moment of finding a soulmate. And then his thoughts fell flat. How did it feel to kiss Margaret? At first it was wonderful. But then he remembered the kiss from 2 days ago and his heart sank. ice. Margaret had been her playful, flirtatious self up until she realised he was asking for her hand in marriage. He kissed her, and when he realised she wasn't returning the kiss, he pulled back to see anger in her eyes. Painful. If he were to describe the moment, it would be an expression of pain.
Kissing does not always feel the same. It depends on the people involved and the situation.
Not helpful.
Unfortunately, I have nothing else to tell you on the subject.
He didn't want to speak about kissing. He wanted to wallow in self-pity as he thought about Margaret and their last moments together. If there were a way to destroy a man, it was to laugh in his face and tell him he wasn't good enough. Margaret hadn't said those exact words, but she certainly didn't return his affections.
How could I have been so blind?
I suppose I will have to find a way to experience a kiss for myself.
She put the papers aside and looked at him as though she knew the question had brought up an old hurt. May I read your manuscript?
No, you may not. You have not answered my question.
I do not think it is an appropriate conversation. You should be in the nursery until you understand what is acceptable to speak about in company.
I graduated from the nursery long ago, my lord. I have asked what would cause a man to kiss a woman and how does a kiss feel. I think both are valid queries, but if you are distressed by my question, I will find someone who is capable of answering it.
What the devil do you mean by that?
I will have to find a way to experience a kiss, since you won't give me an honest answer. Do you think the devil will be available for such a query?
He glared at her flippant remark. I did answer you. Everything I said was sincere.
No, I do not believe you did. I have men in my life I can ask. I have a brother-in-law who is not faithful to my sister. I could ask him. But I do not think I would enjoy a kiss from him.
The last was said as an afterthought. Alex raised his eyebrows at her to indicate he wasn't to be manipulated into describing a kiss. Kiss as many men as you like. Your reputation will suffer in London for such scandalous behaviour.
We have some handsome footmen. I am certain one of them would oblige me for the research of my book.
She looked over at him as though an idea just struck her.
Have you heard of a hand fasting?
Yes.
He let his words trail off as though waiting to hear what she had to say. Will you oblige me with a kiss if we do a hand fasting?
My lady,
Alex said, as though he was speaking to a woman without wit and common sense.
A hand fasting is not valid unless performed in front of a third party.
I know, but I need to know how it is done for my novel.
Alex's jaw fell open as he considered the implication. If he were honestly considering the entire situation they were in, he'd admit a marriage would have to occur with this lovely woman. Performing a hand fasting with her, while there were no witnesses, would mean absolutely nothing. If he were a rake, he'd take advantage of her innocence, perform the hand fasting, do a thorough job of kissing and bedding her, then leave her while she slept. But he was not that man. Alex stood and walked away from her. Her romantic sensibilities were misguided, and he might have to inform her brothers of these questions, although he didn't think he could actually say the words without causing himself to blush. What a mess. I want my book to be as accurate as possible. If two people are running away together, do you not think something like that would happen? She put the end of her pen in her mouth again, as though she were deep in thought as she reviewed her manuscript. The steward has a son. Her words trailed off, and Alex panicked. What is wrong with me? He thought, as he stared at this woman in front of him. She's a lunatic who's going to try and experience everything she can for a novel. The words sickened him as he thought of this beautiful woman going to the steward's son to ask him for a kiss, and who knew what else. It was unfathomable. Alex walked further away from her. The temptation to give her what she wanted, an actual kiss, caused a flutter in his stomach. He feared the consequences of what would happen if he did kiss her. Moreover, she was taunting him with her gaze. She had to know the power beauty had over men.
The thought caused him to move even further away and had him considering the loft or the cold rain. A woman shouldn't affect him so much after only a few hours.
"You will not convince me to kiss you."
The words sounded juvenile and ridiculous. It was very obvious by the statement he was considering the kiss. "Is the thought of kissing me disgusting? I asked you to describe a kiss and the reasons a man would kiss a woman, and you refused to answer." In a very innocent voice, she again looked at him with her head tilted. "Why will you not kiss a willing participant?" More than anything in that moment, he wanted to pull her into his arms as he looked at her very kissable lips. What would they look like after he showed her the affection and feelings that went into such an action? He knew he couldn't do as she asked, because a kiss was so much more than a transaction of novel writing. His first kiss with Margaret had been frightening, yet full of meaning. As they grew closer, the kissing became more intimate. The last kiss, he didn't want to think about it ever again. It had been the worst experience of his life.
"What will you do if I describe a kiss?"
"I will be content and write about it in my novel."
"If I continue to refuse?"
"I will have to experience a kiss." Taking a moment to formulate his words, he watched as she sat wide-eyed, pen poised for note-taking as though she were in a schoolroom.
"I prefer not to kiss you, even though you are very willing, because a kiss should be unexpected in a way. The sensation should make you shiver with excitement and fearful of loneliness if it ever ends. When you kiss someone who does not care for you as you do for them, it is hollow and lonely."
The emotion he found in his explanation made him relive every moment he'd thought was wonderful with Margaret, and in the end, he was an empty man. "Do you have a mistress?" She asked the question with such a casual air, it was as if she were asking him if he owned a pet. It was obvious to him she was so wrapped up in her writing, she hadn't noticed his emotions. Alex's jaw dropped. When he recovered, he said,
"Such things are inappropriate to discuss, and are not a topic for a lady."
"Why?" she asked in defiance. "Why is it men can do whatever they please, and women have to sit home in the parlour working on embroidery or some such nonsense?"
"Do your parents know you ask impertinent questions?"
"I have reserved all of my questions for you, my lord."
The innocence shining on her face nearly set him to laughing.
She couldn't be so innocent, not with the questions she asked and the statements she made about infidelity. "My governess would not let me read Peterson's magazine, so I had to sneak it into my bedchamber at night. I have read all sorts of novelettes about rakes and gentlemen stepping out on their wives with the maids and mistresses."
"And you think these stories portray reality?"
"Why would they not?"
"They are works of fiction, love."
He pointed to the parchment in her hand.
"Similar to what you are writing."
"Well, of course they are fiction," she said in the most condescending tone she could have mustered. It was very evident now there was no question in his mind as he noticed the sparkle in her eyes, the laughter in her face, and the joy she exuberated in the dingy barn. She was mocking him.
"Then what part of these novels do you think are reality?"
"The people and places are fiction, but they glean their ideas from real-life circumstances. I read an article on it once." Completely taken aback, he asked,
"This novel you're writing is based on someone's life experiences?"
"They cannot be yours, love, as you were only just out of the nursery." "Make fun of me all you want, but when I am wealthy and famous, you'll be able to say you once spent an afternoon teasing me."
Alex forced the laugh ready to burst from him back down as he accepted her dream.
She was not only entertaining to speak with, but she was good company.
"Keep dreaming, love. I have no doubt he will be famous."
"Infamous," he added to himself.
"One day."
Chapter 7. The rain and wind continued throughout the day. Alex walked to the door many times to see if it was letting up, but frowned when he realised it was intensifying. To make matters worse, he was frozen and hungry. If warmth were ever to come back to his body, he'd be shocked. In a gentlemanly manner, his only blanket was given to Debra, and he wouldn't ask for it back, and it would be inappropriate for him to crawl under the blanket with her. Alex walked around the barn, picking up small pieces of wood for kindling. He thought about asking Debra for some of her parchment to feed the fire, but not only was he certain she'd say no, but he also didn't want to destroy the picture he had of her. She was a wonder. Remembering the deck of cards in his bag, he decided to amuse himself with a game. Debra hadn't spoken to him for what seemed like ages, as she continued to scribble on the parchment. His desire to read her novel increased as the storm worsened. Perhaps the cards would curb his curiosity.
"I do not believe we will make it to our destinations for the evening meal, love. I am worried we will have to stay the night."
She looked up from her writing as if she'd forgotten he was there, shrugged her shoulders, and went back to writing. Alex placed a few more bits of kindling on the fire and sat close to it with his cards to play a game of patience. He'd only played a few times, as when in company, other games were more agreeable. But this game his cousin showed him on his last trip from the continent was entertaining enough.
"What are you playing?"
Debra's innocent voice rang out over the drops of rain splashing against the roof.
"It's called Patience, my dear little vixen."
Placing her parchment to the side, Debra watched in curiosity. A pang of guilt crossed his mind as he wondered what it would be like to hold the little minx.
"Will you show me how it is played?"
Alex looked at her for a long, searching moment. Her earlier questions threw him off balance, due to the shocking and scandalous nature. When she'd asked them, he'd had to use self-control not to give her what she seemed to be asking for. But now, with the innocent, beautiful smile on her face, he wanted to take her into his arms and never resurface. Clearing his throat to gather control, he asked,
"You have never seen the game?"
She smiled and shook her head.
"Is it something I could use for my book?"
The tension left his body as he groaned. Everything has to do with that blasted manuscript.
"I would imagine so, love."
"How is it played?"
Alex explained the reason he'd placed the cards in several piles and the purpose of each pile, then demonstrated the game. As he played on, a lull in the instructions prompted Debra to speak.
"You have a patient way of explaining card games. Not answering questions, mind you. But you are good at cards."
Ignoring the jab at his earlier reluctance to play into her hand, he decided to explain the reason.
"I have a younger sister, close to your age, who is very curious as well. Fortunately," he said the word with emphasis as he looked into her eyes, "I do not have to worry over her asking the same impertinent questions you did. Janie is far too sensible."
"How do you know this?"
"I know my sister well."
"Lord Trenton, if you asked my brothers to explain me, they would tell you I would never behave in such a manner as you are claiming. In truth, I only need the answers to finish my novelette."
Glaring her into silence, as he did not want her to ask the questions again, he continued to speak of his family.
"I also have a younger brother, Frederick. He is only 15 and is taken ill."
"What is he sick with?"
Looking into her face, he noticed the sincerity and decided it was worth speaking over.
"Unfortunately for Frederick, the doctors are not certain. One day they will tell my parents it is highly contagious and he should be locked away from the family, and the next it is only a small cough. Neither answers seem to satisfy the issue."
"Does he live in your ancestral home?"
"Usually, yes, but a new doctor recently convinced my parents the sea air of Bath would do his body some good, so they have sent him away."
"Does no one go with him? They send him alone?"
Her concern melted his heart. She did not even know his brother, and the sincerity within her words showed such compassion he'd rarely seen when speaking of Freddie. Most people wanted nothing to do with the sickly child.
"I have an aunt who dotes on Freddie. She stays with him so my parents can care for Janie."
"And you?"
Alex smiled down at his cards. How could this woman's sweetness be so intoxicating to him? A simple statement sent him spiralling back to the hormones of a teenage boy, as though he had no idea how to speak with a girl.
"Well, yes, but I am now able to care for myself."
Debra smiled as though she could see he was uncomfortable. Picking her papers off the ground, she went back to writing. Perplexed by the conversation, he stared at the cards in the dirt for a while before picking them up and putting them away. Unable to focus on a game, Alex lay his head against the barn wall and closed his eyes. He thought about the situation he was in, and the mess he made of it by unbuttoning her dress. His hands shook the entire time. He was surprised he successfully made it through the process of unbuttoning her gown. Then the stays. He cringed as he knew what his mother would say. Did Debra realise they would have to wed after this? As he drifted off to sleep, he thought, she's quite the vexing woman for one so beautiful. Perhaps, if we escape the barn without any witnesses, her reputation will not suffer, and there will not be a forced marriage. Alex woke with a start. Debra's voice pulled him out of his cold, restless dreams. He jumped up, ready to defend her if necessary, only to find the barn door open and wind billowing with rain into the barn. "Stay where you are!" Alex yelled as he ran to the door. The island was in the middle of a terrible storm. Alex used all his body weight to press against the door as cold hit his still wet clothing and seeped into his body. Closing his eyes as he fought against the inclement weather, Alex pushed until the door finally closed. Weakened by his fight against the wind, hunger and the continued chill, Alex slowly walked back to his place near the fire, hoping for a small amount of warmth, only to find the fire had gone out. With dread, Alex didn't even hear the words Debra spoke as he took hold of the flint and steel to start the fire again. With effort, he saw a flame flicker and take hold of the wood. As he sat back down, he ignored everything she said as he closed his eyes and slept. Chapter 8. Debra scrambled to her feet as Alex fell to the ground. At first, he looked as though he'd laid down, but when his eyes closed halfway to the ground, she knew there was something wrong. "My lord, are you all right?" When he didn't answer, she realised the situation was serious as he was fully unconscious. "My lord?" She limped to where he lay and rolled him over with effort. "Alexander." She hadn't received permission to use his Christian name, but hoped the shock of hearing it would pull him into consciousness. Debra shook his shoulder, trying to get him to wake. She lightly slapped his face. "Alexander, Lord Trenton. Wow, you are cold." She noticed the icy feeling coming from his pale skin. "You are really cold. Why did you not say something?" Debra shook his arm again. When he didn't wake up, she grabbed his arms and tried to pull him closer to the fire. He was far too heavy. Crouching down, she picked his head up and laid it against her shoulder. Grabbing him under his arms, she dragged him to the fire to warm him up, fighting the pain in her ankle as she went. With the blanket over and wrapped around him, she shivered in the cold. "You stupid man! Why did you pretend to be so tough?" When she ignored him to write, she hadn't taken notice of him. Now he was unconscious and in need of care. She took a long look. He was very handsome, much more than she'd originally realised. After a short time of the complete silence, Debra shivered from the eeriness of being alone. The sound of rain hitting the roof frightened her. With an overwhelming desire to speak with Lord Trenton and have him speak back to her, tears fell from her eyes. In a moment of total solitude, she said a short prayer, hoping he'd wake and take her home. She vowed to be kinder and allow his escort. As part of the effort to be kind, Debra sat next to Alex and showed him her manuscript. "I will read it to you. But if I find out you are lying and you are not unconscious, I will never forgive you. I will make your life miserable. My sister plans to marry you, so I can keep this promise." Cordelia grew up in a palace. A life full of lavish indulgences was not her idea of happiness. When she received an introduction to her future husband, Antonio, the Prince of Spain, she realised it was time to leave the life she knew and discover the beauty of the world. Debra continued to read until her eyes drooped from exhaustion. She placed her hand on his face and noticed he was still cold. This was worrisome. If Alex stayed cold for too long, he would get sick, or worse yet, die. Not looking at the silent, still man next to her, she snuggled under the blanket and laid close to him.
Cordelia would do this for Percival. For this reason I will try to keep you warm. But if you wake and take advantage of me, my brothers and father will have you hung.
Even as the words were said, she knew he was truly unconscious. Before laying her head on his shoulder, she whispered,
This is only so you do not freeze to death. I will move away once you are warm.
As she closed her eyes, she reminded herself,
This is so he does not die. I am doing this to keep him warm.
Debra did not want to move. She was warm and comfortable.
Do you think they are alive?
It was a loud whisper from above. She knew the voice, one of her brothers. Her father's voice pulled her out of the fog of sleep.
Get your sister off that man.
Before anyone could pull her up, Debra realised she hadn't moved away from Alex as she'd planned to do the night before. Debra took a second to go through her options. She could pretend to stay asleep and let them carry her home, or she could get up and tell her father the truth.
What will Lord Trenton say to my father?
With the fear of Lord Trenton saying something to get them into further trouble, Debra opened her eyes to see her brother, Samuel, leaning over her.
Debra, are you injured?
She pulled herself up.
Yes, only my ankle.
She shivered in the cold.
It is cold.
You may have my coat.
Thankful for the warmth, Debra huddled while she watched Samuel try to wake Lord Trenton. She noticed Lee's scandalised face and turned to her other brother.
What is wrong with you? You look at me as though I have grown a second head.
She didn't mean to sound harsh, but she didn't like the look on his face. Lee hesitated before speaking. He looked to their father, who was looking anywhere but at Debra.
Where is your dress?
It was wet, and it burned in the fire. I put it on the door over there.
She pointed so they could see.
It was a terrible night.
She looked down at the breeches and shirt she wore, realising the reason her brother's face was bright red.
What happened to him?
Samuel asked, pulling attention away from Lee's reactions.
His clothes were wet. He gave me the only dry clothing he had.
She looked over to see if colour had come back to Lord Trenton's face, but he was pale and flushed.
Do you think he will be all right?
Who is he?
Her father asked. Debra closed her eyes as she imagined the cosy yet shocking scene they'd walked in on. She'd been curled up next to an unconscious man.
His name is Lord Trenton,
Samuel said, as he helped Debra off the ground. She limped away so Samuel and her father could move closer to Alexander.
The Duke and Duchess of Waverley are his parents. Yes, I remember.
Her father's scowl told her he was not happy.
His parents expected his arrival to be tomorrow.
Samuel knelt next to the unconscious form that was the sassy man she'd met.
Obviously he planned to arrive a little early,
her father continued, with this angry tone she'd rarely heard. Both men turned back to Debra. She limped backward, not sure how to interpret the anger on her father's face. She thought of possible phrases, but did not think any of them would be helpful.
How did this,
her father waved his hands around the area,
come to be?
Debra stuttered.
I was caught in the rain.
Her father leaned down and picked up the papers on the ground. Debra winced as his face went from curiosity to anger yet again. This was not a time to try her father's temper. Suddenly, fear of what Lord Trenton would say didn't plague her, as she wished he would wake so he could take the brunt of the blame. Surely the man who had ruined her would be his source of animosity instead of her writing.
We will discuss this further at home.
Debra nodded. Staying silent was the best option as Samuel and Lee lifted Lord Trenton off the ground. His arms dangled over Samuel's shoulder. Debra tried not to laugh, because the situation was not funny, but he was still very unconscious, and they did look a sight.
"Debra, follow your brothers out to the carriage."
"Yes, Papa." She used the term that always made her father melt. At this moment, her father's face stayed hard, as though he'd ignored the term of endearment, while he continued to stare at the ground where she'd lain next to Lord Trenton. "Papa, I promise you, I am whole."
"We will discuss this at home, Debra."
Understanding he had to process the scene he'd walked in on, she limped after her brothers. She took one last look at her father to see he was still staring down at the ground where the blanket lay. It wasn't wise to speak to him. She'd have to be a fool to think her father wouldn't force a marriage now. It was not wise of her to lay next to Lord Trenton, no matter how cold they'd both been. Trenton's death would have been tragic, but from the expression of disgust and anger on her father's face, it would have been preferable. Even her death would have been a source of comfort over ruin. No one spoke on the ride home. Her father stared out the window of the carriage. Samuel and Lee kept their eyes averted, and Lord Trenton remained unconscious, his head on Samuel's shoulder. Debra chose to look out her window, noticing the crunch of the frozen earth beneath the wheels and the dripping rain on the brush. She needed to get her head on straight and determine answers before they arrived home and her father found his voice. When the carriage stopped, she didn't wait for anyone to help her as she rushed from her father and brothers as fast as she could with her injured ankle. Debra made it to the entryway when her father spoke.
"Debra, make yourself presentable and be in my den in an hour."
"Yes, Papa." Chapter 9. Waking in a strange room was unsettling to Alex, until his valet came into view. He couldn't remember arriving at this place, and although he'd just woken, he was still exhausted, and his body hurt.
"My lord,"
David said, approaching the bed.
"how do you feel?"
Alex closed his eyes before pulling himself into a sitting position.
"I do not think I can express how terrible I feel."
"You've been ill, sir."
"Where am I?"
He wasn't sure why his memory was so foggy. Last he remembered, he was in a barn with a young woman. She'd been a vexing woman at that, but beautiful.
"Woodland Manor, my lord."
Alex shook his head, trying to clear the fog, which managed to cause the pain to sharpen, but this time in his head. It was as though a needle pierced straight through his forehead. As thoughts formed, he tried to organise the memories. Forcing himself up from the bed, he ventured over to the wash basin and looked in the mirror to see dark lines under his eyes as though he hadn't slept. Splashing water on his face to bring the colour back, he asked,
"What happened to me?"
Alex ignored the answer as he remembered the bitter, cold, wet clothing. He rubbed the exhausted lines as though they would smooth and his face would look normal.
"How long have I been asleep?"
2 days, my lord."
"Is Lady Debra here?"
"Yes, my lord."
"I've been out for 2 days."
He rubbed his hand over the stubble of hair on his chin. He needed a shave. When his stomach growled, he found his way to a chair. Weakened from his adventure, food was forefront in his mind. "Your father and the Earl of Norwood have held many discussions on the situation since your arrival."
"My parents are here."
Alex turned to his valet and motioned for him to help him dress.
"Why?"
It was now David's turn to give the questioning eye raise. "Your family was invited to attend the house party, my lord. Your parents arrived before you. Also, there is much to talk about, considering the circumstances." Memories of the discussion at Wight's between him and Samuel, and also the knowledge of his parents' plans, came back to his muddled mind. Thinking over David's words, Alex caught the last statement.
"What circumstances?"
"I will allow the Duke and the Earl to share the details with you." David walked away so he wouldn't have to answer any more questions. Alex was used to his valet deferring to the Duke when a difficult situation was ahead of him.
One would think, as my valet, you would prepare me for the conversation ahead.
It was as much a rebuke as an invitation for the valet to speak, which he didn't. Alex washed his face again and waited for his valet to shave him.
I should be able to depend on you for information.
I do not have anything to share.
Why is it a secret?
My lord, consider the day you arrived in the Isle of Wight. It should not take you long to realise what they are discussing.
Lady Debra's reputation.
Alex let the words linger in the air as he absent-mindedly dressed. He'd known the minute he chose to stay in the barn he'd have to offer for her hand. But now the reality of it was crashing down on him. His father was making arrangements with her father. When he was dressed, he looked to David and asked,
"Where can I find the Duke?"
"I believe he's in the Earl's library." Without another word, Alex decided his exhaustion and hunger would have to wait. He walked to the door. Then, realising he had no idea where the library was located, he turned back to David.
"Will you take me there?"
"Yes, my lord." There wasn't much time to think before they reached their destination. He would have to offer for Debra's hand before he was forced to do so. Fleetingly his mind went to Debra and her condition. He wondered if she had been as sick as he. Alex cleared his throat as he entered the library, not caring to knock. He was self-conscious as he saw not only their fathers but mothers as well. And then he recognised Debra. She sat in a very stiff chair as though being interrogated. This was the moment he'd dreaded. The moment he'd have to give an accounting of his time with the Earl and Countess's daughter.
"Alex,"
his mother said, crossing over to him. She kissed his cheek and took his hand in hers.
"We did not expect to see you this morning."
"I have a feeling I am an unwelcome guest to the Earl and Countess. Thank you for your hospitality and care,"
Alex said with a nod in their direction. He saw a striking resemblance between Debra and her mother. The main difference was their hair. Where Debra's was dark red, her mother was blonde.
"We owe you much for helping our daughter. You kept her warm and safe. We were worried about her, and we are thankful to have her back."
The Earl's words did not match his tone. He sounded defeated. Alex nodded, his voice caught in his throat. He looked to his father to see his reaction. Was the stern look on his face disappointment? Was it anger? He didn't know. As an earl, his father had expectations for his marriage. Would this include the youngest daughter of another earl who hadn't yet entered society? Alex would be the Duke of Waverley one day, and his marriage would be a large event, or so he was told. If he married quietly and without the fanfare of meeting during the season, people would talk. No matter what they did now, Debra would take the brunt of society's gossip. She was too young to be ruined. If he'd been stronger, he wouldn't have been in this conundrum. The Earl and Countess of Norwood were friends of his parents. Neither should be too angry over a union. Their families would be tied and stronger with the marriage. Alex noticed the paper in Lord Norwood's hand. It must be important, or so it seemed. Knowing his duty, Alex took a deep breath. Somehow, the words were difficult to form. He wasn't ready to marry a woman he didn't know, and his heart was still broken over Margaret.
"Alex,"
his father said,
"you have been through a terrible ordeal. Take time to rest. I will make arrangements for Lady Debra."
"What arrangements?" Alex turned to Debra to see if she would give him any indication of the current discussion. But she sat silent, with her head down. He noticed how proper she looked in her dress, with her hair pinned. The innocent chit he'd met in the barn sat before him, yet looked injured, as though a rebuke occurred.
"Debra will stay at Woodland Manor. She will not enter society this year. She will not participate in the house party."
His father sounded bored as he said the words.
"You plan to keep her locked up?"
Alex said, running a hand through his hair. His valet wouldn't be happy with his blatant disregard for the time it took to make him presentable.
"I was certain an offer of marriage would be expected."
He'd finally said the words, and the relief of having them in the open and the possibility of not having to marry made his heart light. But leaving Debra out of society was not appropriate.
"As was I,"
Norwood said, ignoring the Duke. Holding the paper in his hand so Alex could see it, he continued his angry rant.
"My daughter's reputation is at stake."
"The only people who know what happened in full are in this room. There is no reason for either of our children to rush into a marriage."
Waverley spoke with precision and chose each word with care. Alex knew it was a rehearsed speech.
"Perhaps not for your son, but my daughter does not deserve the ruin cast upon her. If you will remember, she saved your son's life."
Alex turned to see if there were anything Debra wanted to say, yet she continued to sit in a very still and quiet manner. He wondered what could have occurred to put her in such a mood. The woman he remembered from the barn would have some sort of opinion about her future.
"Father, I must agree with Lord Norwood. I have a duty to Lady Debra." "I will not have my son and heir married to prevent a scandal."
His father was a strong man, but the current look on his face revealed an older man who looked worn down. Scandal, although worse for the lady, would still be a trial for his family.
"Waverley, I understand you have animosity regarding the situation, but my daughter is ruined."
"But I am not ruined." Debra stood before them, every bit the woman he met in the barn. "I am whole, and discussing me as though I do not sit in front of you is hurtful."
"No one denies you are whole."
Lady Norwood took hold of Debra's arm to pull her back to the chair.
"Emotions will not help determine the right course of action."
If this were true, then Alex would need to leave the room, as he was ready to burst with emotion. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from being ill, but he had a hard time keeping his tone calm. Knowing his duty didn't make it easy to do.
"There is no need for either one of these children to throw away their lives."
His father's words added another sting to the wound. They were now considered children. Just a week before, he had his parents' agreement for an engagement to Margaret, and they'd been proud. Now they were disappointed.
"We are not children."
Alex tried to keep anger out of his voice, but it was difficult with the words his father spoke.
"I agree they aren't. By the standards of society, they are adults and fully capable of correcting this wrong."
Lord Norwood held up the paper again.
"I have a letter of intent to harm my daughter if her reputation is not restored."
"You have a letter of blackmail."
Alex looked to his father to see if the words he spoke were true. It was evident from the disgust focused on the letter in Norwood's hand. It was blackmail.
"What does the letter say?"
This should have been told to Alex immediately.
"The person is aware of our night in the barn."
Debra's words and blush told of her embarrassment.
"How?"
It was the only word he could think to say, as he was horrified by the implications. If a person had come across them, why did they not lend assistance?
"We do not know how, nor do we care. The matter is how to repair the situation, and a marriage is the only option."
Duchess Waverley, his mother, said the words with such intensity it affirmed the conviction of marriage.
"But I do not love him."
Debra's strangled cry hurt his pride. Of course, love was not necessary for marriage, but in Debra's estimation, it was of utmost importance. She had dreams and hopes like no other woman he knew. He was certain his younger sister didn't dream of love like Debra did.
"Love is essential for marriage. Love is a ridiculous emotion and is not necessary between husband and wife."
Lady Norwood pulled Debra back into her chair, and now he understood the proper girl he'd noticed upon entering the room. Her mother kept her proper.
"But it is important for me."
Debra's pleading eyes told him she was dying inside.
"I do not care about your devotion to fanciful imaginations, Debra. You and Lord Trenton must be wed. You were wearing his clothing."
Lord Norwood's face flushed as he said the words.
"You are correct, Norwood."
Surprised by his father's acquiescing, Alex turned away as he cared not to see the disappointment.
"To appease Waverley's worries, we will have the banns read so there will not be gossip."
Lord Norwood's matter-of-fact decision left much to be desired by way of a proposal, but it was what Alex expected. Debra's face fell and he saw tears escape her eyes. He tried to push the sorrow down as he knew this decision crushed her heart, but there was no other way. Chapter 10. Her reflection didn't change. No matter how many times she looked in the mirror and wished for light blonde hair the colour of the sun, hair like her character Cordelia and her sisters. She was the only one in the family with red hair. She got it from her father's mother. She was also the only one in the family with freckles. It didn't matter if she wore a bonnet and carried a parasol, she had freckles all year long. The red hair combined with the freckles would be enough to drive men away from her. Her sisters, Rilla and Kate, told her she would be an old maid and a burden on the family if she didn't do something about the imperfections on her face, and she considered treatment. With a bit of research, she'd found a woman named Madame Rowley who created a paste to create youthful skin and rid the complexion of freckles, but her parents refused to purchase the items. She rubbed the spots, wishing there was a way to remove them, yet knowing they were permanent blemishes. Perhaps if I ever go to London, I can visit an apothecary shop to find Madame Rowley's concoctions. She continued to look at herself, noting the lack of curves in her body. It didn't matter what type of stays her mother found, she simply didn't have the chest to fill out a dress as her sisters did. What must Lord Trenton think of her? He was stuck. When they'd been alone in the barn, she'd done everything she could to be sassy in order to hide her insecurities. She'd needed to be confident, as he'd helped her with her dress and stays, and falling into the worries of what the action meant had been too much to consider. Hurt rang through her mind as she remembered back to her uncle's last visit, where he told her father he would have a hard time marrying off his last daughter due to her lack. "Men want a full woman," he said, as if her lack of curves made her partial. Her mother and sisters told her she would fill out at some point, but that day hadn't come yet. Her aunt and uncle arrived earlier during the day, and she dreaded seeing Uncle Bosworth again. "Miss," Annie said, entering her room with a gown, "it's time to dress for supper." Debra didn't respond. She continued to look at herself in the mirror and wish she looked like her 4 older sisters. Each one had curves, each one had clear complexions free of the blemish of freckles. Each one had many admirers during their London seasons, and even before they went to London. She didn't have any admirers, and the man she was engaged to did not care for her. Their engagement was based on reputation. "If you like, I will start with your hair," Annie said, laying the dress on the bed. "Am I pretty?" Debra asked her maid. The words caught in her throat even as she refused to cry. "Yes, miss." The maid spoke without thinking about her reply. She was paid to say Debra was pretty. If she said no, Debra could have her turned out. The response didn't give any satisfaction. Holding in the tears, Debra watched as the maid pulled the pins out of her hair and loosened the braid it had been in since morning. "Her Grace said I should start putting your hair up as a countess would wear, since you are marrying an earl," Annie said, as she brushed through Debra's hair. As though she felt a need to continue speaking, Annie didn't stop for breath. "The Earl of Trenton is quite the conquest, my lady. He is so handsome and kind. He could have married any woman, but he has chosen you." Debra was anything but happy. She didn't want to marry someone because he was forced to marry her to stave off a scandal. She wanted to marry for love. She wanted to marry a man who thought her beautiful. She certainly didn't want to marry a man who drew the eyes of all the women in the room, including her sisters. Her maid spent more time on her hair than usual. When Annie tightened her stays, she felt the air go out of her. and wondered if she was going to be able to sit with the tightness of the clothes. The light blue dress she wore brought out the blue in her eyes and accented the red in her hair. She stood, looking in the mirror of her dressing table, thinking it was the best they could do to make her presentable. "Just a little rouge?" Annie asked, hoping to gain permission to paint Debra's face. "Lord Trenton would admire you." "What?" "Lord Trenton takes notice of you when you blush or smile. He seems to enjoy your presence." "Whatever gave you such an idea? He has been in his chambers since this morning. I was told he had a headache." "I saw the way he looked at you when you exited the library. He admires you." Debra shook her head. Only her maid would be so insensible. "Please, put some powder on too. Try to cover my freckles." The maid looked excited as she applied the makeup. In the end, Debra didn't feel like the freckles were hidden very well, and even with all the work Annie had done, she still looked as plain and drab as ever. "It is better he knows I will never be pretty," she thought, as she turned from the mirror. Debra slowly walked down to the parlour, dreading the moment she would walk in the room and see the disappointment on Alex's face. Pretending to have self-esteem would not help with Rilla and Kate in the room. Would he compare her to Kate and her other sisters? Kate originally expected to end the house party with a proposal. He came knowing there would be an introduction between them. As she entered, she searched the room and saw Trenton with her brothers. Debra walked to the refreshment tray and picked up a glass of punch. She put the glass to her lips as her mother approached. "You look beautiful, darling." She heard the words but didn't believe them. Whenever her mother spoke of beauty, she always referred to Rilla, Diana, Adele, or Kate. She searched the room to see her older sisters spread throughout and knew she fell flat in comparison. He would now see this, as her entire family was present, and he would wish Kate was the one he was engaged to. "Do not strain yourself with a compliment you do not mean, mother." She did not say the words out loud. It would not be proper. With an effort toward sincerity, "Thank you, Mamma," she responded, taking another sip of the punch. Her mother looked at her, nodding approval, and then pulled Debra toward Lord Trenton. "Be nice to him. He does not have to marry you. His father is situated far better than yours, and he does have the choice to leave you a ruined woman." These words did not surprise her, although they hurt because they were the truth. There was no doubt in her mind of the care her family held for her, but they were realists, which made her desire the pen and paper much more than a party. Trenton looked at her as she approached. She couldn't read the expression on his face. Insecurity convinced her he was hoping to find a way out of the engagement, especially after spending time with her sisters. He held his arm out and took the glass of punch from her hand. "You are beautiful tonight, love." She nodded her thanks. Gaining a bit of sass at seeing him again, she asked, "You have been at Woodland Manor long enough to make a decision. Do you wish you had been caught in the barn with one of my sisters?" "Darling, no. You are more than enough." She gave him a scowl that would have sent a normal man running from her presence. Instead, he laughed. In her anger, she whispered, "Stop laughing at me." "Why, when you entertain me so well?" She looked around the room to see if anyone was watching their exchange, but it seemed as though everyone was caught up in their own conversations. "I'm not trying to be humorous. I am trying to behave like a lady." "Do not change on me, Poppet. I enjoyed your sharp tongue and innocent questions," he whispered with a smile. She pinched his arm in reply. He gave her a "that hurt" look, but she did not respond as she noticed her uncle and aunt walking towards them. "Lord Trenton," Debra said. "My aunt and Uncle Bosworth." "We are very happy to meet you, Lord Trenton," Aunt Bosworth said with a pleasing smile.
"We have heard wonderful things about you,"
Uncle Bosworth said as he lifted his glass for a drink.
"It is a pleasure to meet you,"
Lord Trenton responded.
"I must admit we heard more about you from our niece Kate than we have from Debra,"
Uncle Bosworth said with a questioning look. Lord Trenton didn't miss a second to think about a response. He looked at Debra, then back to the Bosworths.
"It is very kind of her to speak well of me."
Before a response could come from her uncle, dinner was announced. Alex escorted Debra into the dining room and helped her with her chair. He leaned close to her ear while everyone was taking their seats.
"What would Kate have to say about me? We had not met until this morning."
"Why do you want to know? Do you plan to thank her?"
"I intend to stay away from her, but I would like to know what has been said."
The earnest look he gave put a smile on Debra's face. "She most likely spun a tale of disappointment and betrayal on my part. She would have painted you as the unsuspecting, dashing young man who fell into my web of deceit."
"Are you ever serious?"
"What fun would there be in such calm and unassuming behaviour?" She watched as Lord Trenton went back to focusing on his plate. He did not spare a look in Kate's direction. It was a small victory for her, but should it have been? Even though he did not pay attention to her sister, each round of food caused her distress as she noticed the glares Kate sent in her direction.
"Why do you let her intimidate you?"
he asked as she exchanged a scowl with Kate. Debra glared at him. "You have one sister and one brother. You will never be able to understand." He shrugged his shoulders in response. Debra put her fork down and pushed her plate away. They were only on the third course, and she was full. "Did you ever have to compete for your parents' affection?"
"No,"
he said without thought.
"There are 3 of us, and 2 of them along with my aunt, who cares for Freddie. Why must you compete?"
"When my mother speaks of beauty, she refers to my older sisters. I have never heard her say, 'Debra is beautiful.'" Saying the words she'd only ever allowed herself to think caused a tear to escape. Fighting back the emotions, she stopped speaking and stared at the table to gain control. It was amazing the things one noticed when trying not to cry. The material used to cover the table was a beautiful lace. Debra had never paid attention and wondered if it was the work of her mother or a sister. With her mind full of questions on the material, her tears dried up.
"Perhaps your mother has referred to you as such when your sisters were around, but you were not."
Debra gave an indulgent smile. In a very quiet, almost whisper, she said, "Think what you wish. My freckles will always be on my face. I will never be able to rid myself of them."
"Why would you want to do something so drastic?"
"Do you really not see the problem? You must be more idiotic than I originally concluded." She turned away from him as though he wasn't worth her time. "If you keep saying such stupid things, I will end our engagement based on your lack of intelligence."
"Your argument with Kate has nothing to do with beauty. If I'm correct, it has to do with the marriage market."
She shrugged at his attempt to ignore her rudeness. "You are the heir to a fortune. You hold a title and will become a duke one day. You do not have to compete with other men for women."
"Not exactly true."
Debra wondered what he meant by his comment, but she didn't ask. "You would not understand."
"Then explain it to me,"
he said in annoyance. "I have 4 sisters," Debra whispered, trying to formulate the proper words to help him understand her plight. She hesitated. Unfortunately, Uncle Bosworth's voice rose above the conversation in the room.
"You have managed to surprise me, Norwood. I never would have thought Debra to be the second daughter married."
Mr. Bosworth slurred his words, yet not enough to hide his meaning.
"You have too many daughters to marry off as it is. You should have negotiated to get rid of the eldest first. It will not be long before she is a beautiful spinster. Age and beauty do not go well together."
"Bosworth,"
her father responded.
"I could not be happier for Debra and the match she has made."
Debra whispered to Trenton, "My uncle and aunt do not know the circumstances behind our engagement."
"I agree, brother, I agree. I am proud of her as well. She is the plainest of your daughters, and the shock of red hair has made me question if she is even one of yours,"
he said with a conspiratorial laugh toward Debra's mother. Debra didn't dare look at Trenton. She didn't want to see his response. This was where he would realise she was an ugly little girl, The confident, sassy and extreme creature he'd met in the barn was now to be exposed as a fraud.
"Bosworth,"
her father said, his voice rising in anger.
"Deborah is the image of my late mother. She is my daughter."
"I meant no disrespect, Norwood."
Bosworth took another drink and motioned for the footman to refill his glass.
"But if you are being honest, she is the plainest of your daughters. And I never would have thought a girl with all those freckles and no chest would be the second to make a match."
She noticed Trenton adjust in his seat, and Samuel put a hand on his arm. She could not hear the whispered discussion between Samuel and Lord Trenton, but dared a look and saw his face contorted in anger. She wondered what the conversation was in his head. Why was he so angry? Bosworth wasn't talking about him. He was pointing out how hideous she was in comparison to her beautiful sisters.
"Bosworth,"
her father said in obvious anger,
"you have had enough to drink. Eat your dinner." "The shit knows she's an ugly little thing,"
he whispered in a carrying voice.
"If Trenton was not wealthy, I would assume he was after her dowry. £70,000 is a large sum. With her plain features, I imagined her married to a clergyman, not an earl, certainly not an heir to a dukedom. The future Duke of Waverley is marrying my ugly little niece."
£70,000? Rilla cried out from the end of the table. Her dowry cannot be £70,000. Mine was only 20,000. The sum of her dowry was what her sister took from their uncle's words. Would no one defend her and make claim to her worth? Dismayed and hurt by the words, Deborah looked at her father. She expected him to defend her. She did resemble his mother.
"We will discuss this later."
"No," Rilla cried. "We will discuss this now. Why does she get £70,000? She was nearly in tears at the pronouncement. What are the amounts of everyone else's dowries? This was truly the conversation. Her uncle had destroyed all sense of self-confidence, and her sister was crying over the amount of Deborah's dowry. If she was not sitting in the room, she would have considered it impossible. Yet the conversation continued.
"The others will also receive £20,000,
her father said, motioning for the footman to relieve them of their plates and start the next course. The uproar in the room brought shame to Deborah. What would her future family think of them? "Why does Deborah get more than us?" Kate cried to their father. "Is this why Lord Trenton chose Deborah over me?" Diana glared at Deborah. "Do we all have to lose our reputations to get £70,000? Deborah sat back and closed her eyes. Was Diana right? Was the amount of her dowry due to her ruin? She was surprised when she heard Trenton whisper, "Your sisters are vultures."
"What do you mean, lose your reputations?"
Uncle Bosworth called out as he emptied his glass again. Rilla sobbed. "George and I could use another £50,000, Father. I did not marry a wealthy man. Deborah will not have need for money. George and I are poor and trying to live on the interest of my dowry."
"I will have silence,"
her father yelled above everyone in the room. Deborah chanced to glance at the Duke and Duchess, worried they'd be embarrassed by the uproar. As the footman brought the next course to the table, her father glared his daughters into silence.
"Deborah's dowry is different than the rest of yours, because your grandmother left the remaining balance of her allowance to her."
He turned to Mr. Bosworth and scowled at him.
"The information was given to you in confidence. I have 5 daughters, and you know the length of envy filling the halls of this home."
Uncle Bosworth was inebriated, leaving Deborah with the hope he wouldn't remember the conversation by morning. But Aunt Bosworth wasn't.
"Why would Diana think Deborah's reputation has been ruined?"
Aunt Bosworth asked in a soft voice as the room quietened. Both her mother and father glared at Diana, who bowed under the pressure.
I spoke out of turn, Aunt. Debra's reputation is secure.
Kate gave a wicked smile. If only the rest of us could be as lucky as Debra, our parents would have a herd of illegitimate grandchildren. Debra glared at her sisters, hurt by their words, yet knowing they were right. But these were her sisters. They should stand by her and support her. She made to stand, but Lord Trenton took hold of her arm and kept her at the table. He waited until her mother and father were disciplining Kate before whispering in her ear, "If you leave now, it only lends credibility to their comments." Debra was angry with her sisters, but agreed with his statement as she looked into his hazel eyes. They held so much compassion, she had to stay. As dinner ended and the women went to the drawing room while the men stayed behind, she thought of her characters, in hopes of taking her mind away from reality and into a world where a woman could run away and find a handsome, honourable man who would whisk her off to Gretna Green. As she entered the room, she moved to her normal spot in the corner. Normal for when her aunt and uncle visited. It was the easiest place to stay out of sight. She picked up her notebook and pencil and started to write. When she was home, she used a graphite pencil so she could pretend to draw. "Debra," Aunt Bosworth said as she moved to the side of the room. "You look pale, darling." Kate shot a glare in her direction. "Do not worry, Aunt. In 9 months all will be well." Debra closed her eyes and started counting. She hoped to hold her temper while Alex's family was on the premises. It would not be appropriate to join the argument. And what would they think of their future daughter? "Kate, you do not know what you're talking about," their mother said. "I tire of your petty behaviour." "Petty behaviour?" Kate said with a fake smile. "Debra knew I was interested in Lord Trenton, and I wanted an introduction to him." Debra looked over and calmly responded. "I did not take him from you, Kate." "As you've said many times since arriving home with a fiancé." Debra sat with her feet on the couch and pulled her knees to her chest. She buried her head against her knees and closed her eyes as she listened to Kate's complaints. "It is too much of a coincidence. Debra went riding on a morning of an ice rain, the only ice rain to hit these parts in years, and while out there she met Lord Trenton. It is too much of a coincidence." "Stop speaking around the topic and say what you want," Diana said to Kate. "You have practised since the announcement of their engagement." "Fine," Kate said, crossing the room to where Debra sat. "Fine. I will say it. I do not care who hears." Debra put her legs down from the couch. "Please say what you want so we can move past this." "You are our youngest sister. It is not fair for you to get married before us. We thought it was an offence when Rilla married Mr. Baker last year, but it hurts now you are to marry Lord Trenton, when I was supposed to be the one to marry him." "You had not had an introduction to him yet. Anything could have happened." Debra tried to sound reasonable, but it was a challenge given the situation. "Anything did happen, did it not?" Kate yelled. Debra shrugged her shoulders and stood to leave. "I have a headache. I will retire for the evening." Kate pushed her. "You are an ugly little coward." The words hurt, but Debra wouldn't let anyone see the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. "I care not to fight with you, Kate." "What happened to your temper?" Kate taunted. Debra sighed, her emotions barely under control. "What do you want from me?" Kate raised her chin so her nose was partially in the air. "I want an apology." Debra laughed. An apology? It was absurd. "I forgive you for your rudeness, Kate. Holding a grudge takes too much energy." Debra left the room without another word. Chapter 11. As Alex entered the drawing room with the men, there was an obvious tension. A quick exchange with his mother told him the reason Debra was absent. He thought about going after her, but decided against it.
A private assignation at night in the hallway outside her chambers was not the way to clear the air of suspicion around them. With such an action, they'd be married by special licence that evening. It might be best, he thought, as he took a seat at the game table. The whole house party mess on top of the wedding would be the perfect setup for a scandal, especially with Debra. She had a penchant for trouble. Throwing a sixpence on the table, Alex waited for the cards. Debra distracted his mind, and he did not like it. She had a way of making him happy and angry at the same time. When he was near her, she could confuse his emotions to no end, and then infuriate him with the next statement from her mouth. And those were only the experiences from inside the barn. With the bit of time they'd spent together since arriving at Woodland Manor, she'd tied him in a knot, and each conversation with her tightened the ropes.
"Are you staying in, Trenton?"
Alex looked up at Lord Norwood's question. Looking back to his cards, he shook his head and placed them on the table. In truth, he had no idea where the bet lay and who opened the bids. He hadn't watched for any of the features important in a round of cards, indicating if the person was bluffing or serious. It was best in this situation to fold, since he only had 2 pair and they were low numbers at that. Alex watched as Baker won the round. He smiled and pulled the money to his side of the table, gathering it as though it were loot for a pirate. Throwing another sixpence in, he decided it would be best to keep his mind in the game if he planned to continue to play. This time, as he picked his cards from the table, he held back a smile. He only needed 1 card to complete the flush of diamonds. Trading 1 card, he noticed Baker threw 4 on the table for the dealer to switch out. Baker was an interesting character. He did not seem to fit the mould of Lord Norwood's family, as he was beneath them in status and constantly looking for a gamble. Alex wondered how Mr. and Mrs. Baker came to meet, as Rilla was the daughter of an earl. She wasn't the oldest, and therefore it wouldn't have been a marriage of need. He wondered, as he met the man's raised ante, if it had been a love match. Such things were more common in the younger generation, though fully scandalous by his parents' estimation. Playing his hand, as he'd lucked out and received the card he needed to complete the flush, Alex met each ante and even upped it by a sixpence when he desired.
"A sixpence?"
Baker asked, rubbing the back of the cards. The man's tell was far too obvious. When he had a bad hand, his fingers never stopped moving. When he had a good hand, he sat in a satisfied, relaxed pose.
"What would you have me raise it by?"
Alex asked, bored and distracted. He wondered if Debra would use the time to continue her manuscript.
"You have a lovely half-crown in your purse. Why do you not throw it on the pile?"
Knowing he wouldn't lose to the man, Alex shrugged his shoulders. After all, this was a gamble. If Baker wanted to lose his money, why not allow it?
"Do you plan to raise the ante again?"
Baker smiled in satisfaction.
"You are an idiot, Trenton. Do you not know when to stop?"
Alex looked back at his cards. He was not a high-stakes gambler, and therefore never lost much. He didn't plan to lose this round. Looking to his father, he raised his eyebrows and smiled.
"Mr. Baker,"
he said, while tapping his cards on the table.
"My father taught me a rule of limits, one I would like to share with you. Save your breath, Trenton. My father taught me how to win, and win big."
Nodding his head in appreciation of the differences in their upbringing, Alex continued to speak.
"When you are bluffing, if someone continues to up the ante, you should fold before you empty the family coffers."
Alex gave a glare worthy of Debra and silently wished she had been there to see the panicked look on George Baker's face.
"I suppose the question now, Baker, is if you plan to continue to throw money into the middle, or if you plan to lose with the dignity you have left."
Alex heard the groan from Samuel and Lee as though they remembered the last game of cards they'd played with Trenton. It had been at White's in London, with another man who didn't understand limits. When that game ended, Trenton gave the man his money back and offered sage advice on when not to gamble. He'd do the same this night, as he knew Baker was not a wealthy man. Baker lay his cards on the table to show a 2 pair with 4s and 6s.
"Do not tell me you have better than that."
Alex gave the man a baleful glare.
"You expected to win with a 2 pair?"
Disgusted with the man's lack of decorum, Alex threw his flush on the table and heard the release of anger coming from the man across from him.
"You are a cheat!"
Baker jumped out of his seat as though a hot coal from the fire landed on his leg.
"There is no possible way. You have a flush with diamonds. There are too many diamonds in play."
As though he planned to prove his accusation correct, Baker counted the cards on the table. When he realised he was incorrect, instead of an apology, he exited the room without another word.
"Interesting man,"
Waverley said in the stunned silence.
"Where did you find him, Norwood?"
Lord Norwood looked to Waverley with disdain.
"My daughter was caught in a tryst with the fool at Almack's last season. You know the consequences of such situations as well as I do."
"Father, that is unfair," Samuel said in defence of Alex. It said a lot to have his friend defend him after the shocking situation he'd caused. Alex made a mental note to be kind if his own sister ever ended up in such a situation.
"Trenton did not go to the barn looking for a scandal, which is not the case with Baker and Rilla."
Alex stayed with the game for another hour, then made his excuses to turn in.
"Lord Norwood,"
he said, counting the money out he knew Baker had brought to the table.
"Will you see Baker gets this?"
It wasn't much money, but to someone who was struggling, it was more than he could lose.
"Baker lost this of his own choice,"
Lord Norwood said in surprise.
"Yes, but I do not think he intended to lose so much, and I have been told when my mind is focused elsewhere, I forget there are others playing the game with me. I should have noticed the tension and stopped long before the round was out of control."
"Thank you, Trenton."
Norwood looked surprised by his words, and Alex hoped a little more trusting. Chapter 12. Riding through the countryside helped clear his mind after the dinner party the night before. Alex rode next to Samuel, waiting for a rebuke. Samuel hadn't yet voiced his opinion on the scandal Alex caused with his youngest sister, and although he did defend Alex to Lord Norwood, there needed to be a reconciliation between them, at least for Alex. The silence was almost deafening as they rode. Each time he thought Samuel would speak, the man didn't. Finally, nearing his limit of nervousness, Alex could no longer wait.
"I need to apologise for the situation I have found myself in with Lady Debra."
Samuel continued to ride without speaking. Alex thought about staying silent, but it was like a sickness he had to continue.
"I never meant to bring a scandal to your family. If I could leave and not cause further damage, I would."
He paused to give Samuel another chance to speak, but again, silence. Alex looked to the side to formulate another apology and noticed a horse standing alone. Without notice, red hair popped up from the ground. He shook his head, trying not to laugh, as he saw Debra was laying in the tall grass. When she stood and acted as though speaking to another person, he wondered if she was a bit touched in the head.
"She is often out here,"
Samuel said, noticing the direction of Alex's focus.
"And she is acting."
"Acting?"
He knew she was a writer, but to be an actress as well? His mother would be even further scandalised with the implications.
"She thinks no one knows she writes novels, but it is the worst secret she carries. We all know, and I have heard her acting out the scenes. Do not worry, she doesn't have designs on Drury Lane."
If there was one surety of a quick engagement, it was the ability to learn new things about his fiancée on a daily basis. Debra was a sweet, imaginative and vivacious woman. It made him think of his sister, and how he'd feel if Jane were ruined.
"Will there ever be a time when you think you can forgive me?"
If Jane were ever ruined, he'd duel the man. He considered himself fortunate he hadn't been gunned down or run through with a sword by Samuel, Lee, Nathaniel, or Lord Norwood.
"Trenton, if you had left my sister to pick up the pieces of her reputation on her own, I would have a problem with you. You are taking action, and it is honourable. Also, you saved her life. She would have frozen to death without a fire and blanket."
Partially listening to his friend, he kept an eye on his fiancée. He noticed Debra releasing her hair from the pins holding it on her head. The red curls fell down her back. Without thought, he pointed his horse toward her. It wasn't wise, but Samuel was with him. He could be a chaperone. They dismounted and walked toward her. Alex shook his head as he noticed the parchment and ink lying in the grass. He briefly wondered if she'd been successful with her scene where the two characters kissed. What were their names? He tried to remember as they approached. Percy, Percival, Peter, Cora, Cara, Carla, Cordelia. He knew one or two of the names was right. He just couldn't remember which ones. When they reached Debra, she turned as though dancing. Her arms were outstretched in a motion of holding onto her dance partner. In a quick movement, before she acknowledged they were there, Alex took hold of her hand and put his arm on her waist, taking lead in a waltz.
"Debra, what are you doing out here?"
Samuel asked, shaking his head at the dancing pair. I am enjoying the sea breeze, taking in air. Alex raised his eyebrows to let her know she should stop speaking, as she was not hiding the lie well.
"You mean you are acting out a scene for your novel?"
Samuel sounded amused. Debra gave Alex a look of betrayal.
"I did not say a word about your novel."
"Debra, we are not ignorant of your scribblings, nor are we unaware of your imagination." Although she looked confused, she also looked very beautiful, with the deep blush of her cheeks. Alex finished the waltz and kissed her hand.
"Are you ready to go back to Woodland Manor? We could accompany you."
Samuel bent down and picked up her inkwell, pen and paper while she answered. "Yes, but Samuel, I would like to speak with Lord Trenton in private. Will you give us a moment?" Alex responded to Samuel's questioning glare with a shrug of his shoulders. He didn't know what Debra wanted.
"As long as you are in motion,
you may speak with him." Taking the writing instruments from Samuel, Alex gathered the blanket she'd used and walked over to her horse with it. He put the ink and pen in her saddlebag. Taking the reins, he led Starlight back to her. Looking back to ascertain Samuel's distance from them, Debra spoke. "I want to know why you are going through with this wedding."
"I was raised to be a gentleman. I will not leave you with a scandal."
"Do you realise no matter what we do, people will talk about our union? I haven't been introduced to society. How could you have met me before now?"
"We will answer those questions when they come. For now, we need only play the part of an engaged couple. People will not expect love. They will be scandalised by love. People will expect us to be as we are, confused and uncomfortable around each other."
"I wish I could be as reserved as you are on the subject of marriage."
From the look on her face, he thought she would add something about love, but Debra surprised him by leaving the phrase alone.
"Debra, over time we will accustom ourselves to the situation, and we will play our role in society as we should."
She gave him a long, searching look that resembled pity. Without speaking, she motioned to the horse as though she were ready to leave. Changing back to her sassy self, her voice filled with suppressed laughter. He loved the twinkle in her eyes, showing adventure and intrigue. This was more of the woman he'd met in the barn. "You flatter me, my lord." She spoke loud enough for Samuel to overhear. Alex laughed as she batted her eyes at him in a farce of shyness. This Debra was a joy to be around. Conversation came easy, and he was comfortable. Would she ever be so agreeable on a constant basis?
"If you are finished flirting,"
Samuel said as he closed the gap between them, "we could mount and get back to Woodland Manor before tea." Nodding, Alex walked around the horse to help Debra mount. He moved forward, wondering how it would feel to put his hands on her thin waist. A flash of memory came back to him as he remembered helping her in the barn, and he hesitated. He knew exactly how it would feel to touch this woman.
"I have an idea, my lord."
Debra's smile spread across her face, lighting her eyes and her sense of adventure. "We should race back to Woodland Manor." Alex raised his eyebrows, thankful for the distraction. Looking to Samuel, he heard a groan. Alex did not mind a race, usually between men, but he wondered how Debra would handle losing to one of them.
"I have no qualms with the sport,"
he responded, motioning for her to allow him to help her mount.
"Do you have an objection, Samuel?"
"Very much so. I do not care to see my sister flirt with my friend."
I am not flirting,
Debra said, with much defence. I will help you mount, Alex said, pointing to her horse. What is the prize?
Bragging rights,
Samuel said, with a hard glare at his sister. There had to be much communicated in that look, as Debra's behaviour calmed a small amount.
We will go with Samuel's suggestion. Bragging rights will be the prize.
Debra looked disappointed, piquing his curiosity over the choice she would have made. Before assisting her onto the horse, Alex asked, What is the true prize?
A kiss.
Her whispered words put a smile of anticipation on his face. This answered his question from earlier. The characters were not successfully written as they had not yet kissed. So, if Samuel wins the race,
he will have bragging rights.
Alex lifted her to the saddle and held the horse as she situated her leg and riding habit. For a moment his mind drifted back to the habit she'd dropped in the fire, and he wondered which sister she'd borrowed this from. As he walked back to Blaze, Debra called after him,
Are you willing to race with me?
Alex could not allow her to consider him a coward. She was to be his wife, and when he won, he'd do a thorough job with the kiss. Standing tall, he met her enchanting gaze. I will meet your challenge, Poppet.
Trenton,
Samuel said, shaking his head.
Do not encourage my sister.
Alex berated himself as he mounted Blaze. His father would consider this reckless, his mother would claim it to be scandalous, and yet the anticipation of hearing Debra laugh and enjoying a ride through the countryside left him pushing the concerns aside. Before he could situate himself, Debra put Starlight into a canter. Alex turned to Samuel and exchanged an exasperated look before Samuel took off after his sister. Alex followed with an effort to catch the red-headed beauty. Starlight was a great horse, but not as good as Blaze. Debra glowered in his direction as he passed by. He anticipated the greeting she'd give, most likely a sassy comment on his stride, but he didn't mind. Although he was the clear winner, Debra didn't look the least bit unhappy. She looked pleased and triumphant, with a hint of a blush creeping into her cheeks.
Lord Trenton,
Debra said through her giggles.
You are the clear winner.
Alex exchanged an amused smile with Samuel. Is this what marriage to your sister is set to be? You are in for an interesting life, Trenton. Samuel's amusement shone in his eyes and his doting look. Alex walked forward with Blaze and took Starlight's reins from Debra. I will groom the horses.
May I watch as you do?
Nodding, Alex followed her into the barn, musing over her current behaviour. What is she playing at? Is she expecting a kiss at this moment? Sending her back to the house would be wise, but he was also a bit curious. He wanted to spend more time with the courageous, energetic version of Debra. And it was also important they spent time together, as it could only help them become further acquainted. As he combed Blaze down, Debra sat on the stool door. He looked around to make certain they were alone before asking, Do you know how the story you are writing ends?
I have not yet decided. I think it would be exciting to have Cordelia's father send guards to find her and drag her home. She is a princess after all.
Her eyes took on a distant and animated look as she spoke about her characters and the plot of her book. She wasn't a normal debutante. Most of the women during the London seasons worried about lace, dresses, slippers and frills. Since meeting Debra, he had not once heard her speak of fripperies.
Lord Trenton.
Her voice sounded hesitant as she said his name. Yes?
My sister Diana says you have a woman expecting you to offer for her.
Alex raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Oh?
Her name is Lady Margaret.
Alex took a deep breath before responding. Margaret was the last person he wanted to speak about, but he should have known it would be a matter of time before she questioned him about conquests before her. Lady Margaret is not expecting an offer from me.
How can you be certain?
She already refused me. We agreed to stay friends, but I do not know if this is possible. He hoped his voice was as non-emotional and non-committal as possible.
Alex went back to grooming the horse, trying to ignore the sinking in the pit of his stomach. It ached to think of Margaret and the refusal. There was still a part of him that wished she'd said yes, which was ridiculous, as she'd used him abominably. Gripping the brush much tighter than he needed, Alex tried to ignore her piercing stare. Does she know I'm still in love with Margaret? Is it wise to deceive her?
Why are you so nervous?
I do not know what you mean, my lady.
In an effort to take the conversation away from Margaret, Alex asked,
Are your sisters still angry over your dowry?
Rilla is upset, but she has a way of finding things to complain over.
Alex looked up at his intended. Rilla did not hide her discontent well.
Has Rilla always been so depressed?
Debra jumped down from her perch on the stall door.
No, she used to be impulsive, more so than me.
I'm surprised to hear this.
I never thought another woman could be so spontaneous.
This brings me to your winnings, my lord. When do you plan to collect?
He knew she was referring to the kiss.
When you least expect it.
As he said the words, he cringed, as it was not gallant or intriguing, but as it was out in the open, he left her wondering. Debra laughed at his comment. He enjoyed the sound of her voice and the way her face lit up when she smiled. Although she would have to calm down at some point, as there were expectations for a countess and future duchess, he hoped it wouldn't be too soon. He truly did like this version of her. Chapter 13. Mamma, what are you doing? Kate's voice could be heard in the hallway as Debra entered the dining room with Trenton and Samuel to find out what was expected for the day, as the house party was well underway.
Inviting people to the wedding?
Debra and Trenton exchanged a look of surprise, but neither spoke. Mamma, I thought a special licence would be purchased, and they would wed before the week was out. Kate's smugness spread across her face, making her otherwise beautiful features malevolent. Debra understood the look to convey the message if Kate could not have Trenton, she would make the woman who did have him miserable.
I will not have another daughter married by special licence. I absolutely refuse to add another scandal to our family.
Special licences were procured often for couples who did not care about lavish weddings, but it was true Rilla and George had married by such a licence, and it wasn't due to the purest of intentions. Debra thought of leaving the room, but her mother motioned both she and Trenton over.
Duchess Waverley and I have spent the morning going over the list of people we would like to invite. Please add any names we have missed.
Taking the paper from her mother, she reviewed the list. There were family names, which were obvious guests, and then there were people she'd heard mentioned over tea or meals, but hadn't the faintest idea who they were or why they were important to invite. Handing the parchment to Trenton, she smiled before nodding her agreement.
I would prefer the Duke and Duchess of Apsley and their family not be invited.
Trenton placed the paper in front of his mother while pointing at the line with their name. Duchess Waverley sighed.
They have been your father's and my closest friends since we were children. Too long for any excuses not to invite them.
Apsley. Debra hadn't heard of these people. They were obviously not acquaintances or friends of her family. Looking at Trenton's tortured face told her everything she needed to know. This was Lady Margaret's family.
Either you remove them, mother, or Debra and I will be wed by special licence.
You will not hurt me by doing so,
Duchess Waverley said, while giving her son an uncomfortable glare. Debra squirmed under the gaze.
It is my wedding, mother, and I would prefer they not come.
A wedding belongs to the entire family, Alexander, and if you do not understand this, you'll be educated on the process. There are times you have to do things to make your parents happy. This will make me happy.
The message exchanged between mother and son was lost on Debra. If his mother was referring back to the hope of there not having to be a wedding, it was unfortunate the situation could not be stopped, at least according to their fathers. As Trenton left the room, Debra noticed the smile of triumph on his mother's face. Again, whatever was happening did not make sense to her, but she hoped it would at some point.
Debra, you need to change out your riding habit. We have work to do, and you have lessons.
Her mother was adamant on teaching her how to be a countess before the wedding. Agreeing to the day of torture, Debra dawdled while dressing and found her way back to the dining room, where an elaborate mess of women sat writing the invitations. The house party would be one to remember, with everyone helping to put on an impromptu wedding. Walking slowly down to the parlour, Debra put her shawl on her head and looked in the mirror.
Should I wear a veil?
The first week of banns were read the day before, which left her in a state of continued distraction. The whole of the situation did not seem real, as the banns were for her and a very serious, albeit handsome and wealthy, man. Cordelia and Percival would disapprove, but a veil would look lovely on her.
"My lady,"
Annie said, rushing to her.
"The Countess is waiting for you, and is not happy at the delay."
Debra sighed.
"This will be my life. No more fun, no more imagination."
Her words trailed off as she walked toward the lessons on being a countess. Instead of the free time she'd previously expected for writing, she was forced to sit in the parlour with her mother, working on sewing and learning to be a refined woman. She wanted to use her imagination, ride her horse, and spend time in the outdoors. Would Lord Trenton be open to a wife who was out of the ordinary? Would he accept a woman who preferred to live in a fantasy world over reality? He didn't seem to object to her wild ways, but they were not yet married, and he didn't have jurisdiction over her actions. Debra entered the parlour to find her mother waiting. She'd spent her morning deep in thought over Cordelia and Percival, and now had to listen to instructions on how to be a countess. She'd never wanted to be a countess. Her preference would be to marry for love, and if the man were poor, she'd be happy due to the mutual affection they held for each other. "What am I learning today?" Debra asked as she sat very unladylike on the sofa. Her mother gave a disapproving glare, which forced her to correct her posture.
"Today, you will learn how to plan a menu for both daily meals and entertaining guests. This menu is for our supper today. You have a house full of guests, and you will be the one to play hostess."
"I cannot wait." Debra made her displeasure visible by adding a groan. Her mother began an explanation of planning for simple meals. Debra listened for a few moments, and then her eyes glazed over as she thought about Cordelia. She imagined the blonde princess hiding in the countryside with a farmer's family.
Cordelia found the simple clothing uncomfortable. Her arms itched from the harsh material, as she typically wore silks and muslin. The heavy wool caused rashes to appear across her body, but she would take the itching over a forced marriage.
The words flowed through Debra's mind as she imagined a princess changing from an elegant silk blue dress to a simple grey wool. She fought tears at the imagined devastation Cordelia must experience, going from wealth to poverty.
"Debra, are you listening to me?"
Startled from the daydream, Debra sat to attention.
"I apologise, Mamma. I did not hear what you asked." "Debra, have you heard anything I said?"
Disappointment crossed her mother's face. How long had the explanation gone on before she'd noticed Debra's attention was focused elsewhere?
"No. I'm sorry."
"What have you been thinking about?" Knowing her mother would be upset with the truth, Debra hesitated and made up an excuse.
"Mamma, the weight of a countess bears heavy on my shoulders. I fear I will not live up to the title and responsibility." "Duchess Waverley will help guide you in your role." "I'm not ready for this burden."
She hesitated further before revealing,
"I have so many questions, far too many fears. I worry I will not make Lord Trenton happy."
"Your responsibilities will be to provide a comfortable home for your husband and perform your wifely duties, as I have already explained to you. Happiness is not a factor of marriage."
"Mamma, I am too young. I have not had the opportunity for a season. We currently have a house full of guests, and instead of spending time in their society, I am in here, with you, going over menus."
Trying to leave the disappointment from her voice, yet failing, Debra looked to her mother for relief. This wedding was a frightening prospect.
"Stop fretting. Your father and I were married young. We have done well. So will you. And the women are in the garden working with flowers. I will choose the design for your wedding from the options they produce."
The advice was not what Debra hoped for. She'd wanted a reprieve from the engagement. The choice between being with the women in the party arranging flowers and learning about menus was a difficult one. Neither sounded entertaining in the least. Her mother went back to explaining menus and the proper etiquette for planning events. This time, Debra chose to listen. She'd need the skill. After writing out 6 evening menus, her mother pulled the quill from her hand.
"Go find something more enjoyable to do with your time."
Holding up a finger to keep her still for a moment longer, her mother continued,
"But do not cause a scene or get into trouble."
Debra laughed. This would not be an easy feat, as she was quite possibly the unruliest child her parents produced. On a walk through the front gardens, taking care not to find the women of the party, Debra plucked a flower from the bush and examined it.
"This would look lovely in Cordelia's hair."
Sighing at her own imperfections, Debra accepted she would never have sunlight blonde hair. It was not her lot in life to be so blessed. Red was all God would give her. Red hair and freckles to match. She tried not to blame God. As the vicar said, all things from God are a blessing, even in our trials and tribulations. She did not consider her hair and freckles to be a blessing. Either the vicar was wrong, or God had a sense of humour she had yet to understand. Twirling the flower in her hand, she imagined Lord Percival placing it in Cordelia's hair.
"A flower to prove my love to you."
The words brought chills to her heart as she imagined the love these characters possessed for each other. "Lord Trenton?" Kate's voice rang out through the silent air. Debra looked up to see she'd walked toward the barn without noticing.
"Lady Kate?"
His voice was kind, yet uncommitted to the conversation. He sounded distracted. Tiptoeing to the barn door so as not to be heard, then realising it had been ridiculous to do so, Debra peeked in to see what her sister wanted with her fiancé. Kate sat on the stable door, smiling at Lord Trenton. He did not look amused or pleased to have Kate near him. Debra's smile grew.
Perhaps marriage to Trenton will not be so terrible after all.
"Are you taking Debra out for a ride today? I saw the joy you both had in the last ride you went on together." Debra glared in her sister's direction. The pent-up anger she displayed did nothing to resolve the situation, as Kate hadn't a clue she stood watching.
"I just returned from a ride, but if Debra would like to go out, I will happily attend her."
He was the perfect man, or so he seemed. Men in books always seemed to be perfect until the moment their true natures emerged. When would the man he truly was come to life? "What if I asked you to take me out for a ride?" Trenton cleared his throat.
"I do not believe it would be wise, but I can find one of your brothers to accompany you."
Kate reached her hand out to him in an effort to have him help her down. "But I was not asking them. I asked you."
"You are aware of my engagement to your sister, and it would be inappropriate for me to spend time with you in such a way."
Without warning, Kate toppled from atop the gate and fell to the ground. Ever the gentleman, Trenton walked forward to help her up. To Debra's shock and horror, Kate placed her arms around his neck and kissed Lord Trenton. Deciding it was time to stop this tete-a-tete by clawing her sister's eyes out, Debra moved forward, but stopped when Trenton pushed Kate away. He didn't take care to keep her from falling against the side of the stool.
"Miss Richardson, I will ask you never to do such a devious act again."
Kate laughed. "Am I a better lover than my sister?" Trenton seethed. He did not speak as Debra witnessed the mounting anger in his features. Debra waited for him to reveal they'd never kissed. He'd never even tried to hold her or toy with her emotions. He was a perfect gentleman. "I am willing to be your mistress," Kate continued. "But it will have to be after I find an unwitting husband. He must be an idiot, so when the children do not look like him, he will not suspect you as my lover."
"Miss Richardson," Trenton said, as he'd finally found his voice. "I do not plan to have a mistress. You may marry whatever man you choose, but it will not include me."
In her anger, Kate lashed out, trying to injure him. "We all know you do not love my little sister. What man would? She is an ugly little thing with too much imagination." The words her uncle spat while intoxicated came out of her sister's mouth, evoking tears from Debra's eyes. Placing a hand over her mouth, she held back the sob, threatening to escape. Debra slammed the barn door shut and ran away. Debra didn't care if Trenton did have an affair with her sister. They could marry for all she cared. A cottage, pen, ink and parchment were all Debra needed to find happiness. Debra thought of the most daring and dangerous task she could accomplish, hoping the distraction would keep her from thinking of the terrible words she'd heard. Although she usually hid the feelings deep down, it still hurt to be called ugly. She'd fought to be outgoing with Trenton, so he'd never know she had poor self-esteem. Yet he'd find out soon enough with a sister like Kate. Running from the barn, Debra heard Trenton call out her name. He must have investigated the door crashing and known she'd witnessed some, if not all, of the conversation. Stopping to speak to him would only cause grief, as she would lash out at him, and he did not deserve her anger. Instead, she decided to go to the creek. If he followed, she would have time to calm down to where her emotions were under control. As she neared the stream, she realised the water ran high. It was still spring, and the levels hadn't tapered off yet. Desiring to be alone, Debra stood on a fallen tree trunk and started to cross.
"Debra, come back!"
Trenton's voice echoed through the woods.
"No!"
she sobbed. She'd hoped the hurt would have dissipated by now, but she continued to cry. He didn't deserve her anger. He'd avoided Kate's advances with grace. "I do not want to speak to you or see Kate."
"This is dangerous, and you're not dressed properly for crossing on a tree trunk."
Debra ignored his words and thought about Cordelia as she was discovered by the king's men. After all, Cordelia was a princess, and her father would send men out to find her. She was the future of their country. Her marriage to the Spanish prince would forge an alliance. If Cordelia could cross a raging river on a tree trunk, so could Debra. Deciding she would use this moment in her story, Debra continued across the terribly broken and degrading trunk as pieces snapped off and fell into the water.
"Papa!"
Kate called out, forcing Debra to turn and see a group of men riding towards them. She did not care. It wouldn't be long before she was on the opposite side of the bank, and she could spend the afternoon thinking about her sister's betrayal.
"Stop her, Papa! She will get hurt!"
Kate's words caused more damage. There was no way her sister cared about her. As if the tree trunk was waiting for someone to send a curse down on it, the bottom gave way under Debra's foot, and her leg sunk into the middle of the log. Screaming out in shock and pain, Debra decided this was not a scene she'd write for her heroine. It would not be romantic in the least to be caught in such a situation. It was embarrassing. Painful as well.
"Debra, what are you doing out there?"
Lord Norwood, her father, yelled as she fought to free herself from the tree. It was as though the wood were trying to swallow her whole.
"I do not know,"
she said meekly, tears forming faster than she'd wanted in Trenton's presence.
"Stay where you are. We will find a way to free you from the trap you are in."
This time, as he saw her tears, he sounded more like the loving father she knew. Her parents did care about her, but they also conformed to society, and she was not ready for society, no matter her age. This situation alone proved her unworthy of a trip to London. A proper lady would have gone back to the house. Debra had done the complete opposite and landed herself in trouble.
"Hurry!"
she squeaked out, knowing the ankle she'd twisted in the barn on that fateful morning would now be re-injured. She'd been lucky it hadn't been worse. As the pain mounted this time, it was not only her ankle, but her entire leg. If they made plans to release her, she could not hear. The tree trunk would not hold the weight of another person, or so she thought, until Lord Trenton inched out in her direction. She closed her eyes in utter humiliation as he slowly walked towards her. "Why did they send you?" she asked, looking away from him.
"I am the least heavy of all in attendance."
When Trenton reached her, he tried to lift her by pulling up under her arms. But her leg was securely stuck in the tree, and despite her best effort, Debra cried out in pain.
"I did not mean to hurt you."
"I am caught." She did not dare tell him her leg had been punctured and most likely bled.
"Let me see if I can loosen the wood."
He crossed around and crouched down in front of her, looking into her eyes. He took a moment to speak before continuing the attempt to free her leg.
"I do not know what you saw, love, but I promise you, I will always be faithful."
"I'm not angry with you." It was true. She was hurt by her sister's unfeeling words.
"Then why did you run?"
Gulping as she continued to cry from the pain, Debra took a few deep breaths before confiding. "I did not want you to see me cry." With the confession of her words, the tears rushed out of her eyes, and she sobbed harder, knowing he had seen exactly what she'd wanted to keep from him. He would not want to marry a crying little girl. Stopping in the effort to free her, Trenton pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and used it to wipe her tears.
"While you take care of the rest of your liquids," he said, motioning to her nose, "I will work to release you."
Trenton shifted his weight on the tree, which caused another crack in the wood. She reached out in fear and took hold of his waist as the entire structure collapsed and sent them into the stream. The water was cold and reminded her of the night she'd spent in the barn, but with much more fear. In the barn, there were moments where she'd felt safe. Even as Alex's arms were around her, she found the trauma overwhelming. Gasping for air, she tried to take a breath, but found water instead. Debra reached out, hoping to find more than Alex, as he would be lost and tumbling in the cold water as well. Her eyes tried to adjust as she clung to whoever pulled her from the water, but they hurt, and there were too many people speaking to make sense of what had happened. When her body hit the ground, she realised from the smell of peppermint in her nose it was Alex. Somehow, he'd saved her. As she lay in bed, wrapped in blankets with 2 warming pans, and Kate pleading for forgiveness, Debra imagined the daring rescue. This time it wasn't her characters she thought of. She imagined Alex holding her while fighting to exit the water. The smell of peppermint lingered in her nose as she replayed the scene and fell into a satisfied sleep. Chapter 14. Both he and Debra missed the second reading of the banns, due to the need to recover from a dip in the spring runoff. When he hit the water, his mind went blank from the cold. The heroic tale of pulling both of them from the freezing depths was one he'd have to trust as the truth from those who witnessed it. The doctor claimed the body could do extraordinary acts when faced with the need to protect oneself from death, but finding the wherewithal to pull both of them out of the stream, while not realising he'd done it, was a miracle.
"It must have been a guardian angel,"
Lady Bradford said, while tears streamed down her face. She and the other women from the house party made every effort to comfort and care for both he and Debra, which made for an uncomfortable meeting with their fathers. When both he and Debra were allowed to leave their chambers, a meeting was called in Lord Norwood's den.
"What were you thinking?"
Norwood asked Debra as she sat cradled in her mother's arms. Lady Norwood refused to leave Debra's side, while the Earl reprimanded his daughter.
"If it had not been for Lord Trenton's quick wits, you would have died."
This was the second time he'd seen Debra break down in tears. The first was during the entire ordeal. Both times were not a surprise. If his father were yelling at him in such a way, he might have a similar reaction. Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, he handed it to his future wife. "I was distraught.
I was not thinking.
Oh no. He inwardly groaned as he remembered the scene in the barn.
Why were you distraught?
It was obvious by the Earl's reaction he did not expect Debra to respond as she did.
I saw something that caused me great distress, and I did not handle it well.
Alex groaned again. This time it was an outward sound. She would try to hide the reason for the entire ordeal by lying to her parents. Not speaking of the situation was as much a lie as telling a different truth. His face coloured as he noticed everyone looking in his direction. Taking the lead in the conversation, Alex began,
When I returned from my ride the other morning, I took Blaze into the stables and untacked him. Due to the lack of servants on hand, I groomed the horse myself. This is not so shocking, his father said in response.
Waverley was not one to wait for explanation before forming an opinion. Alex held up his hand to stop further comment.
While I worked, Lady Kate entered the area and the conversation was not appropriate. I do not know what was witnessed by Lady Debra in full, but Kate's words were unkind, and when the door to the outside slammed, I investigated and found Debra running away.
He did not want to make it sound like Debra was out of line, as she hadn't been. But all of this could have been easily solved with a conversation, and not an accident in the river.
What do you mean by inappropriate?
Lord Norwood asked, staring him in the face. Alex cleared his throat, not caring to divulge the whole of the conversation to the parents of the very outspoken Kate Richardson. But if he did not speak, they would assume the worst. Gathering the courage, he did not have to share the story as Debra took over.
I saw and heard everything.
He turned to her, expecting the statement to continue, but it didn't.
I did not encourage her.
I know, but Kate does not need encouragement where you are concerned. I remember telling you when we first met. She had designs on you.
Which one of you will tell me what Kate has done?
Lord Norwood fisted his hands by his sides. It would be an uncomfortable conversation, but it had to be done. Alex took a deep breath and shared an edited version of the assignation with both their parents. When he finished, Norwood looked ready to strangle someone. Alex only hoped it would not be him. A tense silence fell over the occupants of the room, and Alex had a moment to appreciate the burden of the situation they were in. He was not expecting the response from his father.
I had hoped you and Lady Debra would end the charade of a marriage after the banns were read for a second time.
What? The words were so out of line for the conversation, Alex did not know how to process the statement.
This was the reason for reading banns,
Lady Norwood said with a cry of distress.
Why did no one tell us?
Alex asked, grasping to understand the situation their parents seemed to see so well. His mother took hold of his hand to calm him down.
We planned to speak with you and find a plausible reason for ending the engagement. Debra's reputation will be secured by the banns, and neither one of you will be forced into the marriage.
Alex looked to Debra to see he was not the only one confused. This did not sound right, as wedding invitations had gone out to a great number of people.
With this new development, you will have to marry. There were too many witnesses at the river to put it off now, and,
his father said with a disappointed shake of his head,
Duke Apsley was there to witness the entire fiasco. Apsley?
Alex said with disgust.
I thought we agreed Apsley and his family would not be in attendance.
You made your opinion known, and I disregarded it.
His mother's words cut worse than the cold from the river. This he would remember, where the river was a blur. Calming himself, as anger would not serve a purpose, Alex tried to end the conversation.
I take complete responsibility for the situation Lady Debra and I find ourselves in. We will marry, and this will be the end of any possible gossip.
His father and Lord Norwood harumphed out a doubt-filled laugh. Waverley sighed.
You will be marrying a woman who has never been introduced at court and to society. Talk of confinement will follow you both for years to come.
especially if a child comes within the first year of marriage. We have done nothing wrong."
Alex spoke in a low, angry, defensive tone, as he knew the words would fall on deaf ears. In truth, he did not believe his own words. He had done something very wrong when he helped her with the dress and stays. The whole purpose of his agreement to the marriage rested on that one incident. Yet he never planned to tell anyone the details. In all truthfulness, he was a liar. Seeing the distrust on his father's face, he said,
"I apologize for the scandal I brought on both our families."
"The wedding will proceed as planned."
Norwood spoke as he walked to the chair behind his desk.
"Will you both promise to stay out of trouble?"
Alex could make this promise if his fiancée wasn't such a firecracker. The woman was incapable of staying out of mischief for even a day. "I will try to stay out of trouble, Papa. I do not know how I so often find myself in such predicaments." Debra's innocent blue eyes and dimpled cheeks would have been convincing on someone other than the trouble-laden vixen sitting in front of him. When she made the promise, Alex turned to her and raised an eyebrow in surprise, which caused not only his parents, but hers to burst into laughter.
"With such assurances,"
Alex said, trying to hide the humour,
"I find I will make the same pledge as the lady."
Clearing his throat from laughter, Lord Norwood nodded the acceptance, bringing seriousness back to the conversation.
"Debra, your introduction to society will take place on Thursday. We will pray your injuries recover enough to allow you at least one dance with your intended."
Thankful Debra was able to join the evening get-together, Alex hoped to speak with her regarding the accident and what she'd overheard. He hadn't had a moment of time alone with her since they fell in the water. But when he entered the drawing-room after supper, Margaret sat next to his fiancée in what looked like a deep discussion. In his opinion, Lady Margaret and her family were unexpected and unwanted. Although he tried to forget about her slight and the laughter when he proposed, it stung. Moving away from the scene of the woman who'd found a way to successfully destroy his life, he sat at the nearest table and joined in with the card game. Sitting next to Samuel, the others in the game were Lee, Nathaniel, and Mr. Baker. Alex did not pay much attention to his cards as he continued to look back to the intense conversation between Margaret and Debra. Wishing he could read lips, he tried to deduce the topic of conversation, resulting in the loss of the majority of his pocket money, which made Baker happy.
"If you do not stop now, Trenton, you will have nothing left,"
Baker goaded while mixing the cards.
"What was that rule of limits you said the other night?"
"Pay attention now, Trenton," Samuel said, patting him on the back. "Baker needs to be taught a lesson on humility."
Alex smiled. He did not care about the money. It was only his pocket change, but Baker seemed to think it was a sign of more to come. Putting Debra and Margaret out of his mind, Alex picked up his cards and took notice of Baker's actions. He was far too confident in his skills to notice Alex's demeanour had changed. Alex laid his cards down to show he had a royal flush with spades. It was truly the luck of the draw, as he hadn't ever played a game so well. Baker threw his cards on the pile without showing his hand. It was obvious Baker was ill-prepared to lose when bluffing. The man did not have the ability to hide his emotions. The money was swept to Alex's side of the table as Baker grumbled. Choosing to ignore the rude comment, he feigned deafness to Baker's jibes and picked up the cards for a new round. It wasn't long before Baker lost the winnings he'd gained from Alex. The man's tell was simple to see. Each time he had a poor hand, he'd rub the back of the cards, make ridiculous bets, and get impatient with the other players. His fingers never stopped moving.
"Place your bet, Trenton."
Alex raised his eyebrows and smiled.
"Baker has another poor hand."
Looking down at his cards, he was well on his way to a 4 of a kind with 3 kings. He had only to get the King of Hearts. Even if he didn't get that particular card, he still had a full house with those 3 cards and 2 tens. Alex threw a 6pence on the table. He traded 2 cards, hoping for the last king. The first card handed to him was a 2 of diamonds. Alex took a deep breath. He wasn't worried about losing. He hadn't bet too much. If he'd ruined his chances by trading in the tens, he'd fold. Picking up the second card, Alex kept the smile inward as he saw the King of Hearts. Pure luck.
"You must have a bad hand this time,"
Baker said with a laugh. He is overly confident, Alex thought, as he watched Samuel and Lee throw their cards down. It was down to 3 now. Nathaniel played a few more rounds, then threw his cards, showing he was done. Alex looked at Baker for a full minute before placing another 6pence on the table.
"I call."
Baker burst into laughter.
"Is the amount starting to worry you?"
Not at all. But you seem to be running low. I do not think you can go another round.
"Do not worry about my finances."
Baker adjusted in his seat and rubbed the cards.
"You must have a poor hand,
otherwise you'd want to continue." "Let us finish the game, Baker. I tire of your bragging." Baker matched the bet and raised by a sovereign. If Alex hadn't been so upset with the presence of Margaret in the room and the conversation she held with Debra, he would have given in and thrown his cards on the table. But Baker's attitude bothered him. Matching the bet, then raising by another sovereign, Baker's face turned tomato red in anger. In an expected move, Baker matched the bet, but did not raise. Throwing his cards on the table, he asked, "Can you beat a full house?"
"I do believe 4 of a kind beats your very
admirable full house." Alex put as much derision in his voice as possible. He did not like George Baker. The man treated everyone as though they were inferior. Knowing Baker would be in his future as a brother, he vowed to stay away from the man if possible. Baker shoved the money on the table toward Alex.
"I've never seen someone recover so completely from loss without cheating."
"Baker, I have ignored your allegations, but will take them no longer. If you cannot handle losing the game, do not play."
"I will prove you are a cheat, Trenton."
Baker stood and left the room. Alex stacked the money. He took what he'd originally brought to the table back, then handed the rest to Samuel. "Will you please give this back to him? He needs it more than I do."
"Not a chance. He needs to learn there are consequences to betting."
Reluctantly, he took the money.
"I have a feeling he has already learned the lesson,
but has a destructive habit and does not know when to stop." Alex noticed Rilla glaring at him as he crossed the room and joined Debra on the couch. Margaret finally moved away, which allowed him to spend a few moments with his fiancée before the night was to end. As Baker's wife, Rilla would be protective of her husband. She'd also made it clear they were struggling when she'd announced they were living off the interest of her dowry. Is there any money left from the dowry? Somehow he doubted they were getting much interest. Turning to Debra, he noticed she looked troubled. Are you in pain or unwell? I have a headache. Concerned, he nodded in understanding. Will you take time to speak with me tomorrow? If I am well. He stood and helped her rise, watching as her maid followed her from the room. More than anything, he wanted to know what she and Margaret had spent so much time speaking of during the evening. Chapter 15. When she reached her bedchamber, Debra walked to the mirror and looked for the attributes Lady Margaret saw in her. Although she originally thought Margaret was being condescending, when the words, "You are so beautiful," left her mouth, Debra found she believed her. "Miss, do you want my help to change for the night?" "Annie," she said, brushing the stray locks behind her ears. "Tell me the truth. Am I beautiful?" "Yes, my lady. I cannot believe you constantly question this." "Lady Margaret said I'm the most beautiful redhead she's ever met." Annie moved around the room as though the conversation was not important, but it was rare to find someone who thought she was pretty. As Debra fell asleep, she smiled at the thought of being beautiful. Debra sat by a tree, attention focused on the novella in Peterson's magazine. She brushed aside the sound of a twig snapping. Her mind allowed it to fill in the background of the story as the characters ran towards each other. She blushed as she read about Lila Betts and Lieutenant Fredericks and their assignation after 2 years of separation.
"Why do you blush?"
Trenton asked. Debra's head shot up as she snapped the magazine shut. "Pardon me?"
"I inquired as to what has your attention so focused."
Her voice took on an unnatural squeak. "Nothing, my lord."
Trenton quirked an eyebrow in her direction. The smouldering, crooked smile he gave made her want to hide in shame. "If your fiancé cannot be your confidant, who do you have?"
She sighed. "Lady Margaret seems to be a person I can confide in."
His lips turned down in a frown. "I am curious as to know what you and she spoke about for so long last night."
Debra tried to add intrigue into her comment to make him wonder. "Margaret, I should say Maggie, as she asked me to call her, gave me insight into my future husband."
"What type of information did she share with you?"
"It was told to me in the strictest of confidence, and as my fiancé, you should not ask me to divulge such information."
"Take care with Margaret. I have come to realise she is very much like your sister, Lady Kate."
"They are nothing alike. Margaret was kind and genuine. Kate hasn't been kind for many years. She is too busy searching for prestige and a wealthy husband to care about family any more."
"What are you reading?"
Alex asked, pointing to the magazine. She didn't want to speak with him about Margaret. This would be a way to divert his attention. "If you must know, I was enjoying a novella."
"In Peterson's magazine?"
He did not try to hide his scepticism. "Yes, in Peterson's magazine," she quipped, mocking his tone. He sat next to her and held his hand out.
"I would like to see what had you so distracted. I not only called out your name as I approached, but I did ask a question or two, and received not so much as a head nod of acknowledgement."
Debra glared at him. She had no desire to share the magazine, but relented as he met her eyes and did not look away from her scowl. She liked the intense way he looked at her, as though he could see through the facade masking her true self.
"Is there a backstory to this, or is this the start of the novella?"
"The beginning was in last week's edition. Lila Betts is the protagonist. She made a match with an officer in the Royal Navy, Lieutenant Fredericks, but her father would not allow the match, as Fredericks is a poor man. Fredericks' ship arrived back in England after a year in the East Indies. This one picks up when Lila sees Lieutenant Fredericks for the first time in a year." She tried not to sound excited, but was unsuccessful as she watched for his reactions. Alex read aloud.
"Lila ran to her lieutenant after a year of missing him. Fredericks picked Lila up and placed a kiss on her lips. As he held her close, she ran her hands through his butter silk blonde hair."
To hide the blush in her cheeks, Debra turned and focused on the flowers in a nearby garden. He continued to read, altering his voice to sound passionate.
"Lieutenant Fredericks carried Lila into her home and performed a hand-fasting. As this knot is tied, so our lives are now bound. Woven into this cord, imbued into its very fibres, are all the hopes of our friends and family for our new lives together. With the fashioning of this knot, we tie all the desires, dreams, love, and happiness wished here in this place to our lives for as long as love shall last."
She put a hand over her mouth and looked away as he read. When he stopped, she kept her eyes on the finely manicured lawn instead of looking back at him.
"Debra, are you not embarrassed to be caught reading this drivel?"
Her anger flared and her face hardened. "Will you please give my magazine back to me?"
"Do you believe in hand-fasting ceremonies, love?" "What am I asking? You mentioned a hand-fasting when we met. Of course you do."
Debra grabbed her magazine from his grip. "Do not laugh. It is just a story. Also, it is widely known they do hand-fasting in Gretna Green."
"According to these stories you read."
"Why are you out here? You should be attending the activities of the house party."
"I escaped to speak with you regarding Margaret. She's not to be trusted, and I hope you do not confide in her."
She was nice to me, and I appreciated her words of encouragement.
A pained look crossed his face. She spent the last 2 years making me believe I had a chance to make her my wife. At the moment I asked, she told me of her plans to marry the Duke of Midhurst. I do not trust her, nor should you.
I pray you find the ability to forgive her. She is very repentant of her behaviour towards you.
As she said the words, she regretted it. He looked tortured. Alex handed her magazine back and changed the conversation back to her terrible choices in literature. We should get you something worth reading. Thankful for the relief to the tense conversation, she smiled before responding,
I have read the things you would consider worthwhile, and since they are not published in this magazine, I find them to be dull and not worth my time.
Alex laughed. You will have to let me know what happens with Lila Betts and Lieutenant Fredericks. He stood and held out a hand to assist her to stand.
Where are you going? She asked.
I thought it would be nice to escort you on a walk. Debra took his hand.
I would enjoy a walk with you, but are you not concerned? Destruction and shocking behaviour tend to follow me.
Alex laughed and allowed her to take his arm. They circled along a path, walking in silence until Alex asked, Do Lila Betts and Lieutenant Fredericks live happily ever after? Or do they end in tragedy, like many of Shakespeare's characters?
Debra punched Alex on the shoulder. Stop teasing me.
His fake howl of pain made her giggle.
Spare me your whining, my lord. I know my strength is nowhere near yours.
Moments such as this make me think losing my freedom in bachelorhood will not be a noose around my neck. Not certain how to respond, Debra stood dumbfounded.
He did not make such a heartless comment.
On a more serious note, may I ask you a question?
Debra choked on her response. Yes, you may.
Mr. Baker left to visit his family this morning. Why did Mrs. Baker stay here? Also, why do Mr. and Mrs. Baker spend most of the year with your family instead of his?
This was an uncomfortable topic. Trenton seemed to be touching on everything distressing in one conversation. Rilla does not do well with his family. He is the middle son, so he will not inherit the family dwelling. He also does not get along with his older brothers.
I see.
Why do you ask, my lord? The question was one she had not expected, and she was still uncertain of his meaning behind the noose.
Do you wish to stay at Woodland Manor once we are wed?
She could see the worry in his face. His family home was in Devon. They resided in a large home called Waverley Keep. She'd expected he'd force her to leave Woodland Manor, and never thought he'd give her the choice. Confused by this question, she asked, Do you not want to stay at Waverley Keep? I thought you and your parents were on positive terms.
Please do not misunderstand me. I have no desire to live at Woodland Manor. I do enjoy your family, and I think we should visit often, but I would prefer to have our permanent residence in Devon or at Trenton Hall.
Then I do not wish to stay at Woodland Manor. She thought her response would be the proper thing to say, but his face fell. In truth, she did not care about staying with her family. They were close enough to Devon where they could often meet together. Did I say something wrong?
I do not want to force you away from your family and all the comforts you currently enjoy.
I believe you misunderstood me, my lord. Once we are married, I believe my place is to be with you. I do not worry about leaving Woodland Manor, because I will be with my husband.
And if there comes a time where you do not enjoy spending time with my mother or younger sister, will you desire to come back to Woodland Manor permanently?
I endeavour to make your family my family. Is that not what I'm supposed to do as your wife?
She was so confused over his questions. He should understand her role was to make him happy, although a part of her was still unsure she could be successful. The lessons her mother and the Duchess of Waverley were occupying her time with were focused on her duty as a supportive, yet submissive wife. She did not want to disappoint him. Margaret's words the previous night were the first to give her hope. If Margaret could see her beauty, perhaps Lord Trenton would come to see it as well, and at some point he might fall in love with her. Debra, how can I make you understand?
He looked frustrated as he ran a hand through his hair. She did not like it when he did so, as he caused his hair to rumple. And although he was still dashing, she liked the clean, put-together hairstyle his valet sent him out with each morning.
I want you to be happy.
You want me to be happy in Devon?
Yes. No, but yes.
My lord, as long as I have parchment, ink, and pen, I will be content. Again her words caused a disappointed frustration in him. She was muddling this conversation.
I have a feeling our mothers have made you think you cannot share your thoughts and you must be docile. I do not agree with this. If you are more comfortable staying with your family until we know each other more fully, I will support you in this decision. I want to be a generous husband.
Debra looked at his eyes. He was in earnest. She nodded her understanding. My lord, I do not care to stay at Woodland Manor. That is to say, I love my family, but I am not expecting to stay here.
You do not feel forced to leave?
No, my lord. I do not see our union as a way to force me from my family. I will be as happy in Devon as I have been here on the Isle of Wight.
Lord Trenton turned and took her hands in his. We will be married in less than a week. Do you not think it is time to put our titles aside? I would prefer you call me Alex, or just Trenton.
I agree, my Alex. Please use my Christian name as well. He held his arm out for her again, and they continued their walk through the garden. She took note of the pain in her leg and thought about resting it when arriving back at the house.
Will you join me for a ride?
Alex asked, guiding her back toward the manor. I would very much like to do so, Alex. Resting her leg would have to wait.
Should we meet in the stable yard in a quarter of an hour?
Yes, I think that would be lovely. Before she left him, Alex lifted her chin so she could look him in the eyes. She wondered if this would be the moment he collected on the kiss he'd won. But to her disappointment, it wasn't.
I know our mothers have adamantly taught you everything you need to know regarding your role as my wife, but please do not lose your wicked ways. It would be a pity, love.
Debra gave him her most charming smile. I will do my best not to disappoint. He led her into the house. She needed to run up to her bedchamber to change into her riding habit before meeting him in the stables.
Lady Debra,
Jensen said as they entered the house. He held out a silver tray with a letter. Thank you, Jensen. Debra took the letter off the tray and took notice of the seal. It was a plain red blot of wax. Interesting, she said more to herself than to either of the men standing in the hall with her. Breaking the seal and reading the letter, the blood drained from her face, leaving her cold. Jensen, who delivered this?
I do not know. The letter was sitting on the tray, so I brought it to you. What does it say?
Alex asked, holding his hand out in expectation. Debra did not want to tell him. She'd been impulsive far too often where he was concerned, but she did not deserve to be called a trollop. Trying to blink the tears back, Debra turned from him, as she didn't want him to see her cry yet again. Jensen, where is my father?
In the parlour for the morning visit, my lady.
Without noticing if Alex followed her, Debra rushed to the parlour. Her father would know what to do. The letter asked for a payment of £5,000 in return for silence on the matter. By the time she reached the parlour, tears openly flowed down her face. Perhaps I should have listened to my governess and learned to be a proper young lady. I only have myself to blame. I have been careless with my reputation. Chapter 16. Noticing the distress on Debra's face, Alex followed her to the parlour. He could not see what the letter said, but the contents had caused severe angst. When she burst into the parlour with tears running down her cheeks, he did not realise he'd be blamed for the state she was in.
Have a care, Trenton. She is my sister.
Alex turned to Samuel to see his long-time mate was angry with him. He also noticed the concerned looks on all present, including Lady Margaret and her parents. How do I constantly find myself in such situations?
I know as much as you do,
Alex said, holding his hands up to stop the torrent of angry outbursts in his direction.
I should have stayed in my bedchamber this morning. No good can come of this.
Debra held the letter out to her father as she threw herself dramatically into her mother's arms. Alex knew she was capable of acting in such a way, but he did not realise this would be her response to bad news.
Where the devil did this come from?
Lord Norwood held the letter toward Alex as he asked the question.
Jensen brought it to Debra only a moment ago. She did not divulge the contents to me.
Father, what does the letter say? Samuel asked. From Debra's continued sobs, the room was in fits of chatter.
It is a letter of blackmail. A demand of £5,000, or the perpetrator will announce to society the reason for the engagement.
£5,000? Samuel said in disgust. What proof does this person have of their claims?
Proof?
Alex laughed as he took a seat.
No one needs proof when it comes to gossip. The mere whiff of a scandal and her name will be blackened.
He dared not look in the direction of Margaret and her parents.
Your title will not be able to save her from the censure she will receive from society.
His mother's voice pulled his attention to her.
Neither one of you will be able to show your faces in London. Vultures have long memories.
Mother, you have always said a new scandal replaces an old one. You cannot tell me this is worse than a forced confinement.
No, I would not say worse, but it is just as bad.
Confinement?
Margaret said loud enough for everyone to hear. It is not true,
Alex said in disgust at the accusation in her face. Even speaking to the woman had him on edge. Alex hated being in a situation without a solution. Instead of spending time discussing the ruin he and Debra were partaking of, he wanted to find a solution to the blackmail.
So, what do we do to find this person? We pay the £5,000,
Waverley said, as he took the letter from Lord Norwood.
I think it is best we try to find out who the culprit is and take care of the situation in full.
Nodding in agreement, Alex looked around the room to see he wasn't the only one satisfied with his father's statement. Debra continued to cry into her mother's shoulder. This was a devastating blow. And it had to happen as she finally made peace with learning how to be proper.
When does it need to be paid?
Tonight. The letter has instructions on where to leave the money, and it says Trenton should be the one to deliver it.
Lord Norwood looked over to him to indicate he could read the letter if he wanted. Alex put his hand up and shook his head. He did not need to see the words.
We will all go to keep you safe,
Samuel said. He looked apologetic for his earlier assumption. Debra looked up. It says he and I have to deliver the money together. With this information, Alex stood up and took the letter from his father. He scanned the few lines. At the very bottom, he read out loud, You and Lord Trenton are to deliver the money without assistance. I would like to know who this gutter trash...
Alexander,
his mother rebuked before he could finish his sentence.
I apologise, Mother.
He did not hide his smile as he saw the disapproving glare she gave him.
I do not think it is wise to send Debra or any female to take care of this situation. I will go alone. No, you will not,
Waverley said, taking the letter from him.
We will find a way to fool this extortionist.
Why fool him? We should pay the money and hope he stays silent, Samuel responded, glaring at the paper in Waverley's hand.
A person such as this is not going to stop extorting money from us. Once we pay, we will have to continue to pay.
Waverley crumpled the paper as he spoke.
Lady Debra and I will be married before long.
There will not be anything to gossip about. Or so I hope. Debra was a surprise. Everything she did caused a stir. Will she be able to conform to life at Waverley Keep? The question lingered in his mind throughout the rest of the day as he waited for the time when he would deliver the money. The instructions were to take it to the local cemetery and leave it on the grave of Millicent Bethany Bowles. Millicent's final resting place was situated at the front of the cemetery near the kissing gate. This way the perpetrator could grab the money and escape without notice and trouble.
"Where will you hide?"
Alex asked his father and Lord Norwood as they saddled the horses.
"Samuel, Nathaniel and I will be behind the church house,"
Lord Norwood said, nodding in the direction of his son. Waverley mounted his horse.
"Lee and I will be in the woods to the right of the cemetery."
"I wish Baker hadn't left for Kent this morning,"
Samuel said in frustration.
"We will make do without him,"
Norwood said with a brush of his hand. Nervous but wanting to finish this mess, Alex nodded and watched as they rode away, thankful they hadn't included the other men of the house party. The plan was to have Alex deliver the money, but they had to get into place before the meet-up so they could watch from a distance and catch the perpetrator. Alex waited half an hour before he left for the cemetery, money in his saddlebags and ready for a fight. He wasn't going to allow someone to continue to extort money from his and Deborah's family. As he rode, he thought about the unfortunate presence of the Duke and Duchess of Apsley and Margaret when the letter arrived. If only he'd been able to see the letter, he could have stopped Deborah from revealing the distressing news in front of guests who had no business knowing the details. It took him 10 minutes to reach the kissing gate. He dismounted and slowly walked to the grave. Norwood's instructions led him to the left and past 3 headstones. The 4th belonged to Millicent Bethany Bowles. Placing the bag of money on the grave, Alex looked around, hoping to see the person. But no one walked forward. If the extortionist were there, he was in the shadows. Alex backed away from the grave in a slow but steady pace. The cemetery was a bit eerie, knowing someone else was creeping around, waiting in the dank dark. Deciding he should leave the extortionist to his father and Lord Norwood, Alex turned back to the kissing gate and Blaze. He'd taken 2 steps before a man stepped in front of him.
"Who are you?"
"Where is the chit?"
The voice was deep and obviously masked. The man's hat was pulled low over his face. With the dark of night, Alex couldn't tell who he was or what he looked like.
"Are you such a coward you cannot show your face?"
"I am not a coward."
"Then tell me who you are and what you want."
This would be the perfect moment for his father and the Richardsons to come out of hiding and confront the man.
"Only a coward demands money not to ruin a woman."
He wondered why they were leaving him to confront the man on his own. The entire plan was based on finding out who this person was. Alex looked around and finally noticed his father and Lord Norwood with his sons. Each one was standing with their hands in the air. Men stood with weapons in front of them.
"You call me a coward? You are the one who did not follow the instructions you were given."
"Take the money and go."
He almost added the word sir, then decided against it. This man did not deserve any respect.
"Hand it to me."
"No. If you want the money, you will have to retrieve it on your own."
Alex turned to leave. He was not playing this man's game any longer. But before he took another step, he turned back to the man.
"Understand, this is the only payment of blackmail you will receive. Lady Deborah and I will be married, and you will no longer have a foothold on our families."
The man laughed as though he were mocking Alex for his hopeful thinking.
"You may rise above the scandal, but it will take years for you to do so. You do not want me to reveal what I know."
Alex rolled his eyes. This man had too much knowledge of the situation. The only way he could have come by the information was from someone within the Richardson family or serving staff. He knew his parents would not have shared the information with anyone. Marrying the youngest daughter of an earl was not his father's plan for him. In a moment of anger, Alex fisted his hand and threw a punch. He was better with a sword or a foil, but when needed, his fighting skills would transfer to his fists. Ducking to avoid the fist flying back at him, Alex stepped backward and tripped over one of the graves. Using his foot, he caused the man to trip as well, then found his way over to hold the man down. The goal was to find out who the perpetrator was. As Alex moved to pull off the mask, certain he knew who the person was, he was outwitted and found himself thrown off the man. As his head hit the stone, marking the final resting place of Millicent Bethany Bowles, Alex found himself disoriented and unable to discern what was happening around him. He heard voices and saw shadows, but it was dark outside. His final thought before giving into the darkness was to regret his decision to join Samuel at his family's house party. The whole trip had taken a toll on his body. Alex woke to the smell of dirt and grass, possibly blood. He was laying on the ground where he'd fallen. Samuel was the first to notice he'd woken. "Alex, speak to me. Tell me where you are hurt." His body felt as it did when he'd woken at Woodland Manor, stiff and painful.
Did you find out who the person is?"
Trying to sit up, he took hold of Samuel's outstretched hand.
"They held us at gunpoint until the leader was done with you."
The smell of dirt and blood bothered him.
"How bad is my head?"
The pain should have been an indication, but he wanted to know. Samuel held the lamp up and examined the wound.
"Father will send for a physician. It will need to be cleaned and tended to."
By morning, Alex was determined to find Debra. They needed to spend more time together before the wedding. As he entered the barn, he saw she stood next to her horse, whispering to him. Alex leaned against the stool and cleared his throat.
"What are you doing?"
Debra asked without turning around.
"How did you know it was me?"
"Your smell?"
Alex sniffed his arm, then his armpit. "Do I need a bath?" He looked up to see her laughing.
"I smell."
"Why are you out here? You should be resting. That bump on your head is worrisome."
He raised his eyebrow, letting her know they weren't finished with the comment about his smell. It made him happy to know she was concerned for his well-being.
"I wanted to join you for a ride."
"I do not have time for a ride today, and I do not think it is wise for you to ride with a head injury."
"Why?"
"I have countess lessons again."
He nearly laughed at the resignation in her voice.
"What about your horse? I'm certain he misses you."
"Starlight can get exercise in the yard, and I can walk through the halls of the manor."
Alex shook his head in frustration. Their mothers were to blame for this resignation he was seeing in her. It made him angry.
"Are you still writing about Cordelia and Percival?"
"I was stuck in the same place with their story. Since I could not get it to move forward, as I am too busy learning to be a countess, I threw it into the fire."
Surprised, he took a double look. She threw her story in the fire. It made no sense.
"Then perhaps you should start a different story."
"Such as?"
"You were the one with the imagination."
She gave him a strained yet confused look.
"What would you like me to write, my lord? A story of love at first sight? Or the poor luck of a future duke who became stuck with the youngest and most insignificant daughter of an earl? Or a story of a man settling for a woman instead of getting the one he wants?"
Uncomfortable with her comments, Alex crossed over to Blaise. Her words affected him because of his continued feelings for Margaret. Debra had every right to be hurt and feel betrayed. Having Margaret under the same roof was distracting, but he thought he'd handled himself with decorum. He'd not yet said a word to Margaret in private and had not tried for any time alone with her. He'd stayed away. But he'd also kept his true thoughts from Debra. He spent time pretending to be fine with their impending marriage, but he wasn't. He wanted nothing more than to leave the Isle of Wight, Woodland Manor, and go home to Devon.
"Is that how you perceive our arrangement?"
"Tell me, my lord, how would you describe our situation?"
"I thought we agreed to use our Christian names, love."
"My name is not Love. Perhaps you have me confused with someone else."
"Debra,"
Alex said, walking toward her.
"Why the sudden hostility towards me?"
"I do not know."
Debra patted Starlight. It was an obvious way to ignore looking at him.
"The thought of someone extorting money from our families has changed the way I view this engagement."
We took care of the situation. I spoke to the man and explained we will be married soon, so there is no need for future payments.
Was this before or after he threw you against a headstone?
Before. I am certain he understood my meaning.
How can you be certain?
Her face looked disbelieving, yet hopeful.
Trust me, my father and yours will not allow it to go further, nor will I.
He tried to make his voice sound like he actually believed the words, but he did not. He was certain they would be visited by another attempt at blackmail in the future. He just did not know when it would be. To take her mind off the extortionist, he asked, "Do I smell?"
"What?"
"When I entered, you said you knew it was me due to my smell."
A genuine smile crossed Debra's face. Without answering his question, she responded, "I will put my riding habit on and let my mother know I will be late for my countess lessons." Caught off guard by her change of mind, he stopped himself from giving a shocked response.
"I will saddle your horse, Debra."
Before she left, she turned back to him. "Alex, I never properly thanked you for saving me from freezing to death and from drowning." He cut her off with a wave of his hand.
"Please, do not think about it."
He rushed to saddle 2 horses while waiting for Debra to return. He had become familiar with the Isle of Wight over the past month, but he wanted to know more about this lady he was soon to marry. He decided to ask her to show him her favourite place to ride. When she returned, he made certain to compliment her.
"You are beautiful."
Debra blushed. "Thank you, Alex." He truthfully thought she was beautiful. Although her hair was pulled up in a plait and it wasn't down as he'd appreciated it before, she looked nice. For the first time since he'd met Debra, he took time to think about the absolute difference between her red hair, freckles and porcelain features in comparison to Margaret's blonde hair, clear complexion and olive skin. He found he preferred Debra. They slowly rode through the countryside. He followed her lead. As he was tiring, Debra pulled her horse to a stop along the shore. "There is a cave down there. It has been an inspiration for some of my writings." Her voice sounded wistful.
"Please tell me you were jesting when you said you destroyed your manuscript."
Debra dismounted, so Alex followed. "I did destroy it. Perhaps after I have time to think, I will start writing again."
"Do you miss the story of Cordelia and Percival?"
"I miss my characters. I miss the blissful belief of life and love being like a novel."
"I should never have dissuaded you from writing."
He could not imagine why she chose to do something so drastic. She'd spent the majority of their time in the barn writing. It seemed so out of character for her to throw it in the fire. "Love does not happen as the novels say. I've come to understand I have spent too much time dreaming of a perfect love." Confused, Alex did not stop himself or think about his next statement before he said it.
"Debra, you have grown up in a home of one in the peerage. You did not expect to have a love match, did you? Love matches are rarely heard of and often frowned upon. It is more important to look for a match of equality and mutual benefit for gaining connections. As the youngest daughter, you had to know you would be married to someone for this purpose." He turned to look at her as she did not immediately respond. Her face belied her words. "Yes, I expected that. As you say, it would be foolish to believe otherwise." "So, we are in agreement. We will marry and have a marriage based on friendship and connections to stay relevant in society."
Debra's sarcasm showed through as she responded, "I cannot wait to start the manuscript on our relationship. Everyone in society will be rushing to the local bookstore or library to get a copy. Percival and Cordelia will have to wait for a renewal of their acquaintance, as they are in love." He knew he'd said something wrong as she turned to walk away. He thought back to his words. She was the one who destroyed her manuscript, based on the realization of romantic marriage being a sham. What did I say that was so wrong? He sped up to catch her, causing his head to hurt. The easy pace of the horses had been perfect for his injury. Before she could tell him to go away, he asked,
"Debra, do you think you could fall in love with me over time?"
She came back without any hesitation. "What about you? Do you plan to love me?" Neither one of them answered. Alex wanted to say yes, but he did not want to make a promise he might not keep. She pulled her horse and again left his side, so he followed.
"You were full of questions for me while we were in the barn. What happened to the beautiful, spontaneous woman I met?"
"She grew up. Rather fast." He tried to make his words sound humorous, but he wasn't successful. "Circumstances make a person change."
"What can I do to make you happy?"
"Convince our parents to call off this engagement."
Debra looked away from him as she said the words. "You prefer to live in a cottage over a marriage?"
She squirmed as he kept his eyes on her. He knew she didn't want to be shut away and didn't want to be alone.
"You know as well as I do. We are in this for life."
A life sentence of mutual kindness and societal parties, making sport for our family and acquaintances. It hardly seems right.
"What happened to put you in this gloomy mood?"
"I do not know." Debra sat on a boulder, brooding in his direction. "Perhaps I'm nervous over my introduction to society."
"I'm certain there is no reason to be nervous. I will dance with you. Your brothers will ask you for dances, and I have no doubt the other men invited will solicit your attention."
Seeing as though his words were not helping to change her mood, Alex switched back to the words she'd said to him in the barn.
"Of course, I would not want to make you uncomfortable with my smell, so you might want to enlighten me as to if it is something I need to take care of before this evening."
Debra took the bait and smiled. "We should return to Woodland Manor, so you can bathe and pamper yourself before supper."
Alex scrunched his nose, worried.
He sniffed his shirt, but could only smell peppermint.
"So I do smell bad."
If this silly conversation was enough to put a smile on her distressed face, then he was willing to continue it. She laughed and pinched her nose as he stepped forward to help her mount.
"I will make certain to inform my valet he needs to remind me to use more mum and cologne."
"You might try bathing more often, my lord."
He laughed as her face turned red. She'd made the comment and embarrassed herself.
They bantered back and forth the entire ride back to Woodland Manor. As they entered the barn, Alex thought back to an earlier comment.
"What did you mean when you said Percival and Cordelia would have to wait?"
"I'm too busy with our wedding, my introduction to society, and becoming a countess. I do not have time to write."
The loss dulled her usually happy face. "I wish you would find the time. The intrigue of your imagination brings such excitement to my life."
"You have suffered both our father's anger due to my imagination or impulsive behaviour. I cannot imagine this is happiness."
"But it is you, and I want to marry the authentic Debra."
"I will be authentic."
"So you will continue to write?"
"As soon as I learn how to kiss, I will start writing again."
Alex smiled. Now was not the time to discuss kissing or to engage in such pursuits. He escorted her from the barn so she could meet with their mothers for countess meetings. Chapter 17.
"A man may say he likes freckles, but we all know it is not true,"
Margaret said as she played with Debra's hair.
"I have known Alex for many years. We were the best of friends. I heard him speak of women with freckles enough to know he is only pampering your vanity."
Debra placed her hands over her cheeks.
"What am I to do?"
"For now, you must have your maid apply as much paint as she is able without making you look a wanton."
"I must thank you, Maggie. I do not know what I would have done without you here. My sisters are all so angry to have me married before them, they will not speak to me, and Rilla will not forgive me for the dowry."
"Do not fear. I will be here to help you, and when we are in London, we will find the appropriate apothecary to take care of your blemishes."
As it was her 18th birthday, Debra hoped to dazzle Alex with the growth and maturity she'd gained over the last week. With Margaret's help, she dressed for the day, and Annie applied the cosmetics as Margaret suggested. Debra walked with confidence to the dining room. As she bounded into the room, the men stood.
Debra noticed the extra breakfast foods made for her special day. Not only was she turning 18, but her introduction to society was only hours away. The cook went out of her way to start the morning off with her favourite pastries. After breakfast, she went out to the stables for her morning ride.
"Before you go riding, I have something for you."
Alex carried a crate with a cloth over it and placed it in front of her.
"Happy birthday, love."
Debra smiled. "My first gift of the day." She took the cloth off the crate and squealed in delight to see a tiny brown puppy. She picked the creature up and looked at the cute little face.
"It is a girl,"
Alex said with a nervous laugh.
"Do you like her?"
"Yes, I absolutely love her."
"Do you have a name for her?"
Alex asked. She looked up and saw a smile of excitement on his face. "Portia, since you gave her to me, I want to name her after a character in a book you wouldn't consider drivel." She looked up at him before continuing. "You should be flattered."
Alex laughed and gave an indulging smile. "I am flattered."
"Alex," she asked, feeling nervous, "are you really going to ask me to dance tonight?"
"I plan on claiming my 2 dances with you, love."
"Even if I look like this?" She pointed to the freckles on her face. No matter how much of the cosmetics were rubbed over her skin, the brown spots came through.
"I think you look gorgeous. But perhaps tonight your maid could go lighter on the cosmetics."
She waited for him to say more, but he didn't. "Margaret tells me I look beautiful with the colour."
"Do not listen to her, love. You are fine without."
Fine? What type of a compliment was the word fine? Before she could ask, Alex kissed her hand and left to spend time with someone other than her. Forgetting about the ride, now she had a puppy, Debra rushed up to her bedchamber and reviewed her complexion in the mirror. There was a thick amount of the concoction on her face. Was Alex correct, or was Margaret? Was Margaret as vicious as Alex made her out to be? "I thought you were to go for a ride," Margaret said, entering her chambers. She wondered what the woman was doing in her rooms. "Did you need me?" "I wanted to slip this small gift on your table." Feeling guilt over the question of her new friend's motives, Debra smiled and invited her in. "A puppy?" Margaret asked with a look of confusion. "Lord Trenton gave her to me. She is a beautiful little companion." Margaret laughed. "I should have warned you. He gave me a puppy on my 18th birthday. It is as though he doesn't know what women want, and if he asked, we would gladly tell him dresses, slippers, gloves, hats and cosmetics. There are so many better items out there than a puppy." Looking down at her little companion, Debra wanted to defend the gift. A puppy was perfect and lively and... "Give me the creature. I'll have my father take care of it as he did the one Alexander gave me." Hugging the animal to her chest, she asked, "What did your father do with your puppy?" "Oh, he might have gifted it to one of our tenants. I really do not know. I only wanted the thing gone." Margaret held her hands out in expectation of taking the puppy away, yet Debra refused to budge. "I'm happy with my gift." Laughing, Margaret sat on the bed. "Debra, darling, you cannot be serious. A puppy is not a practical gift for a lady. What will you do with it while you are on your wedding tour? Who will care for it while you are in London?" "I will take her with me." Debra pulled the puppy closer, as though Margaret being in the same room would result in an abduction. "I plan to keep my little Portia with me at all times." Holding the small little imp up, Debra allowed Portia to lick her face. "I must admit, I am surprised at your insistence on keeping it. I will let you alone on this, but when you tire of the pet, I'll be ready to accept you back in the arms of my friendship." Debra ignored Margaret as she left the room. Looking to Portia, she snuggled the bundle. "I will never let anyone take you away from me." True to his word, Alex danced with Debra twice during her ball and the introduction to society. 2 dances were the limit, a third was tantamount to having the banns read, which they were in the process of doing anyway. One more Sunday, and he could dance with her 3 times during the same ball. He'd secured the dinner dance, which allowed him to lead her into supper.
"Are you still nervous, or are you enjoying yourself?"
"I am surprisingly calm," she responded, giving him her most gracious smile. "Thank you for your concern." She'd spent a great deal of time thinking about their conversation from the horse ride when they'd both avoided the question of falling in love, and wondered why she made it sound like she could never love him. He'd gallantly saved her life more than once. He was everything a woman should want. Her continued reticence didn't make sense, especially because she was falling for him. It might have been a way to try and injure him, but she did not understand her desire to cause pain. He had not done anything to her.
"Your father plans to make an announcement after supper regarding our union, which means we will have a third dance of the evening."
"A third dance? Alex, we should have realised this and not used our 2-dance allotment."
"Don't worry, dearest. No one will begrudge us the third dance. The third week of banns is only days away. You must play the part and look happy about our decision. Look as though you are a blushing bride-to-be."
"I will be blushing," Debra said, looking back at her plate. "There is no need to deceive anyone."
"The announcement will be made when supper has finished,"
he whispered, taking her hand. "I think I will take a moment to myself, if you do not mind," Debra said, taking her hand out of Alex's. She walked toward the ladies' resting room. Although wearing a new dress of white muslin silk, it didn't do anything to make her look like the other women at the party. She noticed every flaw in herself as she stood in front of the long mirror in the resting room. She thought about the clear complexions of her sisters, Margaret and other women, and how hers was filled with freckles. Debra checked to make certain her lace hadn't slipped. She made a few adjustments to her waistband, but stopped when she heard Alex's name. "I was surprised to see Lord Trenton and the Duke and Duchess in attendance. Do you think the rumours of the engagement are true?" "Kate confirmed it for me." Debra couldn't put a name to the voices, but she was curious as to the purpose of their conversation. Normal women wouldn't chat about the people in attendance, but Alex was her intended, and she felt knowledge of the conversation wouldn't hurt. These women must not be locals, or they must not attend church, otherwise Alex's presence wouldn't be a surprise or topic of discussion. "It must be a political move. I cannot imagine the union being anything else. He has danced with her twice. Debra's dress is pretty, but I cannot believe a man such as Lord Trenton would pay any attention to her. He can have any woman he wants in London. This further goes to show it is a marriage of convenience. Her hair is far too red, and did you see all of the freckles? I do not care how hard she tries to hide them with cosmetics. There is not enough rouge in all of Europe to hide the blemishes." They giggled cruelly at the mention of her freckles. Debra scowled and wondered why these women were invited to her party. Tired of hearing their assessments, Debra turned to leave when she suddenly stopped, as she would not leave once she heard Lady Margaret mentioned. "If Lady Margaret has it her way, she and Duke Midhurst will be engaged before the end of this next season. I heard Lord Trenton proposed and was refused. He was supposed to spend a few weeks with her family this summer, which is why she came here. Lady Margaret was angry about this sham of an engagement from what I heard." "Engagement? Everyone within 100 miles of here knows this marriage will not occur. What a lark!" Debra was confused by the rudeness. Why would these ladies come to her party if only to be petty and rude? "Rightfully so, Laura." The name brought the face of her sister's friend, Miss Laura Bradbury, to her mind. The other had to be Miss Tina Young. Both were known as two of the biggest gossips in all of Sussex. Although, as Adele and Kate's friends, they should be nicer and not speak so negatively about her. Miss Young continued, "If I were Lady Margaret, I would make certain Lord Trenton knows his place before the night is over. He has not even danced with Margaret yet." "To be sure," Miss Bradbury said with a laugh. "I would love to be a fly on the wall at Woodland Manor, especially when Margaret found out he had been here in Sussex for the house party and fancied himself engaged to Lady Debra only days after her refusal." The women walked out of the curtained-off area to see Debra standing mid-stride in stunned silence. "Debra!" both squealed, as if she hadn't heard anything they said. Miss Bradbury gave an insincere smile. "You look so beautiful tonight. I never would have done an introduction to society with those freckles. But you look so lovely. No one will ever notice them." "I would rather have freckles and red hair than a sour expression and hair that looks like a log of poo on my head," Debra said, with a simpering, sweet smile. She turned and walked from the room as both women stood in stunned silence. Anger led her actions as she re-entered the ballroom. She searched until she located Alex. He stood in a circle with some of his friends and her brothers. In her anger, she rushed up to him, not thinking of the consequences or the scene. "My lord," she said, giving a curtsy as he turned to her. "Lady Debra," he said in the kind voice she'd come to associate with him. "My lord," she said again, "if you have a moment, I would like to speak with you." He gave her a questioning look, but held his arm out and escorted her to the patio. "Is there a reason you are fired up? You left me minutes ago with sparkling eyes. Now all I see is lightning. What could have happened to make your face all red?" She scowled at him and drew her arm away. "Everywhere I go, people talk about you and Margaret." It wasn't an exact statement of fact, but there was some truth to it. "What have you heard?" "I would prefer a cottage where I can write freely without notice and drama. Instead, I am plagued by Margaret wherever I go. She is even my new best friend." Tears welled up in her eyes as she realised Alex had told her not to let Margaret into her life. "What have I done to earn the scowl on your precious face?" he asked as he led her to a bench. "I already told you I do not care to be married to Margaret. You know I asked for her hand. She refused me, and now we are not even friends, merely acquaintances. And, might I say, you will never do well in a cottage. You have too much personality for the confined space." "I do not want to sit, my lord." His teasing manner enraged her anger. Alex looked to the door of the patio and pulled Debra further away so they wouldn't be overheard. "Debra, I do not know what has put you in this mood, but I assure you, Lady Margaret is no longer the forefront of my thoughts. You are." This admission caused her to stop speaking and gaze into his eyes. "You think about me?" "All the time, if I'm honest. I cannot get you out of my mind." "Are they good thoughts?" "Debra," Alex said, pulling her further from the door. He dragged her down the steps and out into the grounds. "Will you please tell me what has caused you so much hurt? Have I done something to make you mad?" "Tell me about Lady Margaret." Alex sighed. "We have already had this discussion. Lady Margaret and her family have been close friends to my family for many years. I usually go to a house party every summer along with my siblings and parents." Debra glared at him. "You are telling me she is a friend?" Alex shook his head. "No, I am telling you she is a close family friend. 2 days before I met you, I asked for her hand in marriage." She saw the pain in his eyes as he spoke. "She turned me down for the Duke of Midhurst. She plans to capture his heart this season." "Do you despise me for the situation we are in?" "No, love," Alex said, going back to his pet names for her. "I am confused by this turn of conversation." He looked back at the crowded ballroom and continued. "You have spent more time with Margaret than with me over the past week, and suddenly you think I still hold feelings for her." Debra turned from him. She was no longer angry, just embarrassed for her outburst. She walked toward the trees so she could hide among them. Alex rushed after her. "Debra, will you please tell me what happened to make you so upset? Did Margaret say something?" He took her arm and turned her around. "Do not run away from me." She looked up at him and could see the earnest look he gave her. "I'm sorry," she apologised, knowing she was in the wrong. "What has put you in this mood?" His eyes softened, pleading for an answer. "Did you give Margaret a puppy on her 18th birthday?" His look of confusion told her the words Margaret had spoken to her earlier during the day were untrue. Perhaps she had misheard or misunderstood Margaret's intentions. Her new friend had only been kind, and suspicion was not helpful.
No. Margaret would not care for a pet. The poor thing would die of loneliness. Why do you ask?
She said you had. Alex shook his head and smiled at her.
If you must know, I have never presented a gift to Margaret. It would not have been appropriate, as we were not engaged. Our relationship was only more serious the last year.
She turned to walk from him so they could go further into the garden when he grabbed her around the waist and held her in his arms. Without any notice, he pulled her into him and placed his lips on hers. Debra thought about pulling away and bestowing a slap on his face for the forward behaviour until she realised he was kissing her. This was the moment she'd waited for since meeting him, and instead of elation, she panicked. Releasing her from his arms, voice husky and deep, he said, "Please, do not be angry with me." Disappointed with the kiss, she looked down at her hands. What had they been doing when he kissed her?
Hanging limply by my side. I am pathetic.
She'd always planned for a kiss to be so romantic, she'd desire to run her hands through the man's hair. And Alex's dark brown hair was perfect for such an action. She hadn't done any of the fanciful things she expected to do during a kiss. She merely stood there and allowed him to kiss her. She didn't know if she even kissed him back.
"I was not ready for a kiss,"
she said, looking up at him, and blushed as she noticed he was gazing longingly down at her.
"Neither was I,"
he said. They stood awkwardly, looking into each other's eyes.
"I thought it would be different,"
Debra said, as she noticed his hazel eyes looked dark brown in the moonlight.
"Was it disappointing?"
he asked, one eyebrow raised.
"It was unexpected."
Suddenly a flood of words came from her mouth.
"I did not run my hands through your hair, and I do not know if I even kissed you back, and I panicked. I didn't know what to do."
He cut her off as he drawled, "Well, love?" His crooked smile put her nerves on end. "I did not know Lila Betts and Lieutenant Fredericks were experts on kissing. Tell me, where are my hands supposed to be during a kiss? I did not read that far into the story." The inflection in his voice caused her heart to pound. Heat entered her cheeks from embarrassment. He was never going to stop referring to the stupid story.
"I do not know."
He leaned forward and whispered, "I will warn you next time I plan to kiss you, so you may run your hands through my hair." He looked back at the manor before continuing, "And please, give me instructions on where my hands should be, as I do not want to disappoint you again." She blushed even more as she whispered,
"I was not disappointed with you. It was just less passionate than I expected."
"Ah, well, you are making me feel much better, love. I was wondering if I needed some practice."
He gave her another dashing smile and asked, "Are you ready to go in and finish this debut of yours, without the temper? Oh, and have all our well-wishers occupy our evening?" She nodded and took his offered arm.
"I am sorry for being angry with you. Sometimes I get enraged and do not stop to think about it before I rush to conclusions."
"Do not worry, my love. No harm has been done." As they entered the ballroom, her father motioned for them to join their parents. They stood waiting for Alex and Debra. He led her over, her hand shaking on his arm.
"I should be happy about this. I am entering society and engaged before the season even begins."
Those words ran through her mind as she smiled prettily, listening to her father speaking to their guests. As people clapped, Alex led her to the dance floor for their first official dance as a couple. It was surreal, scary, and yet exciting. She had a hard time deciding what her feelings were.
Am I in love with him? He is so kind. Does he love me? Did he kiss me because he loves me, or was the kiss to stop me from speaking?
Her mind swirled with thoughts of love until she was convinced she must be in love with Lord Trenton. When the dance ended, men flocked to her side with offers for dances. Every man in the room seemed to want her attention. Was it because this was her party? Or was it because they wanted to dance with Lord Trenton's future bride? She watched Alex for the rest of the evening, Both Miss Bradbury and Miss Young flaunted and flirted with him, making fools out of themselves. But she wanted to see his interactions with Margaret. Knowing what he said and witnessing the separation for herself eased the angst toward her future husband. She knew it would be rude to turn down the many offers of dances, but it was disappointing to not be by Alex for the entire night. As she lay in bed, she thought of the short, sweet kiss he had given her. Next time, she would be ready and make certain to kiss him back. Her hands would run through his beautiful brown hair, as a debutante, but more importantly, as a fiancée should do while kissing. Chapter 18. Alex always expected to be married out of Waverley Keep, but with circumstances being as they were, he agreed to marry at Woodland Manor. The drawing room emptied of furniture the day before, so the servants could set out chairs for 50 guests. His mother arranged for him to wear grey breeches with a deep blue coat. As he viewed himself in the mirror, his mind wandered to Lady Margaret. Why were they here? What was the purpose of friending his wife? It would not be fair to Debra if Margaret held ulterior motives. I am a fool. The words nearly came out of his mouth until he noticed his valet was still in the room. Instead, he considered the internal thoughts. Margaret had done nothing to be vindictive or vicious since arriving. She'd been a good friend to Debra, or so he imagined, as his future wife seemed to enjoy her company. My lord, the guests are all seated.
Thank you, David.
I believe Lady Debra's maid said she is nearly ready. Taking a deep breath to ready himself for the moment when he would be wed, Alex turned from the mirror and found his way to the library where the vicar and his parents waited. Thoughts of walking toward a sudden and quick death consumed his mind. He smiled as he realised Debra would imagine something a bit more dramatic. What would his bride think of as she walked to their marriage? Would she pretend to be Cordelia? With this thought, he remembered her inquiries of hand-fasting. As a husband, he would need to consider his wife's thoughts and dreams. She'd mentioned the subject of hand-fasting twice that he could remember.
Mr. Robbins, thank you for taking the time to conduct our wedding.
Alex shook the man's hand while pushing his nerves down.
May I ask you for an addition to the ceremony?
What sort of addition?
His mother asked, while brushing imaginary flecks of dirt off his jacket, as his valet had already done the job. Looking to the vicar, he continued his request.
Debra mentioned a hand-fasting as part of the ceremony.
Clearing his throat before speaking, the vicar considered the question. Nodding his head in a non-committal way, the vicar looked at Alex as though burrowing into his soul. He was asking for Debra, and now felt a bit silly for doing so. Perhaps it was something the vicar didn't know how to perform.
It is not normal for a wedding such as this, but if you are requesting the addition to the ceremony, I need only a ribbon.
With a sigh of relief, Alex nodded.
Mother, do you have a ribbon we can use?
Alexander, I do not understand why you are asking for this addition. Is not the normal ceremony enough?
Debra mentioned a hand-fasting, and I would like to surprise her with it.
Sending a servant to find a ribbon, his mother took hold of his hands. The kiss she placed on his cheek worried him, as she didn't look overly pleased. She was worried, which put his nerves on end.
I find this a beautiful gesture.
With the addition to their ceremony, Alex followed the vicar and his parents to the drawing room. He kept a smile on his face and walked toward the front of the room. Alex again noticed the forced joy on his mother's and father's faces, and then saw worry on Lady Norwood. Are we making the right decision? This was a question he should have asked weeks ago, instead of pondering it as he stood ready for matrimony. I am an idiot. No one truly wants this for Debra. She is far too inexperienced in society. He noted the moment Debra entered the room. She walked with grace and poise in an elegant yellow gown. Looking to her face, he noticed she bit her lower lip. This was new. He'd never seen her so nervous. His hands shook as Lord Norwood handed her over to him. This is truly happening. He was not excited. He had an uneasy dread creeping into his mind at the prospect of agreeing to this marriage. Alex looked into Debra's eyes and his heart sunk even more. She is happy. Debra's eyes shone with. The only word Alex could think of was love. She cannot be in love with me. He was fooling himself to think she had somehow increased in feelings for him. Only a week ago she'd admitted she did not hold feelings of love. Or had she? Suddenly unsure, Alex looked away from her eyes and focused on the yellow dress she wore. When he'd spent too much time staring at her shoulder, he focused on her forehead. Alex peeked at Debra's eyes when the vicar held up the ribbon for a hand-fasting. Her eyes sparkled with tears, and for a moment Alex convinced himself this was the right course of action. The earlier doubts pushed aside, he took her hand and allowed the vicar to tie the ribbon as he spoke the words, "In the joining of these hands and the fasting of this knot, so are your lives now bound to one another. By this cord you are thus bound to your vow. May this knot remain tied for as long as your love shall last." As the vicar spoke of love, Alex's heart dropped. Debra would take this gesture as a show of love. Do I love her? Looking down at their joined hands, the question plagued his soul. He enjoyed her company. He loved her sassy personality, but if he'd met her in London, would he have taken notice enough to court her? He knew the answer immediately. Although a very beautiful woman, he wouldn't have paid attention to her. He would have paid call to one of her older sisters, he hated to admit it, but Kate would have been his choice for the mere coincidence of her similarities to Margaret. Perhaps fate had made a better choice for him. When it was time, Alex leaned forward and placed a chaste kiss to the side of her lips. He hoped his head blocked the view from those in attendance, so they hadn't seen the placement of the kiss. With his mind so fully preoccupied with the question of if this marriage was right and did he actually love her, he did not think it proper to take further liberties. "Will you walk with me?" Alex asked as they exited the drawing room. "Yes, but should we not wait? It would be poor manners to ignore our guests." Alex looked back to the room full of people. If he did not speak to Debra now, he might lose his courage. The conversation would not be easy, but it was for the best. "No one will miss us." He led her out to the patio, then down to the trees where he'd kissed her the night of her party and birthday. I should not have kissed her. I should not have asked the vicar to perform a hand-fasting. Regret upon regret piled up until it nearly consumed him. He noted the flowers, the heat of the sun, and the deep green of the lawn while he led her toward the spot he now considered theirs. "Did you ask the vicar to perform the hand-fasting? I was very surprised and pleased." Debra's words fell on his numb mind. He should respond, but did not know how. Forcing a smile, he nodded. Stalling and trying to decide how to say the words, Alex led her around a hedge where they would have complete privacy. Words finally formed to give her a response. "I wanted to make the day special for you." "Alex, is there a reason you've brought me out here?" She looked worried. Knowing there was no more time to stall, he took a deep breath and spoke. "I must admit, I have a great deal of trepidation regarding our future." Her eyes went wide with surprise, but she nodded. "As do I, my lord." She said the words she thought he wanted to hear. The sparkle of what he considered love looked to be fading. "I cannot deny I am a fortunate man in having you as my wife." "Thank you?" It sounded more as a question than pleasure. He closed his eyes and released the air he held. "I admire you, and we have become friends, but I do not think we have mutual accord." "I am not certain as to what you mean, my lord." "I beg of you to understand." "I am attempting to, yet you do not seem to be saying anything." She raised her eyebrows at him and gave a beautiful, sassy smile. He noted her dimples. How can I be so nervous around her? Admire her beauty and spontaneous personality. This fear I have makes no sense. "I mean to say, I am not ready to set up a nursery." The words left his tongue without a backward glance. There was no turning back now. Debra cleared her throat. "I understand the desire to hold off on having children, my lord, but my mother has made my duty clear. I also do not know how to prevent it. I suppose I could ask her advice on the matter."
No, it will not be necessary."
He took her hands in his and gave her a pleading look. She needed to understand what he was saying.
"I mean to keep a separate bedchamber until I am prepared for children."
Debra stared into his face as though she did not comprehend his meaning. He thought of saying something more to help with understanding, but there was no need. As soon as she realised, heat rose in her cheeks. Pulling back from him, she placed her hands over the blush, the sparkle gone from her eyes. "Have I done something wrong?" This was a response he had not expected. He wanted her to see this as a way for them to grow in accord. Once they were in love, children would be an option, and that part of the relationship would be normal. But as circumstances currently sat, he wouldn't force her into his bed as she'd been forced into the marriage. She didn't want the marriage. From the beginning, she'd begged to be left to her own devices.
"No, love, you have done everything right. I am to blame for this decision. I take full responsibility for the way I feel."
"You should have confided in me before we were wed."
Debra turned from him so he could not see her face. It was a bit of a relief not seeing the hurt in her eyes. There was nothing left of the blushing bride he'd married. He'd destroyed those emotions with his pronouncement.
"I did not realise until this morning, love."
"Do not call me love."
She turned back. There was no longer hurt showing. She was angry.
"You should have told me you do not want me. I would have been better off ruined and put away in a cottage than an unwanted wife."
If he could take the words back, Alex would. What was I thinking? But in true form, as only an infidel would do, Alex tried to smooth her anger.
"I did not realise until this morning, as I stood in front of the vicar. Perhaps it is wrong of me."
She cut him off with a glare. No words escaped her mouth, yet he could hear her thoughts as though they'd been spoken.
"I know what you are thinking, and I do not blame you for your anger."
"Lord Trenton," she said with contempt, "you married me knowing you did not want me."
"It sounds like a betrayal when you put it in those terms."
"I do not know what it is, but it is despicable."
He put his hands up, pleading for her to calm down and be quiet. It would not do for others to hear their quarrel.
"I do not know where to go from this point. I hope one day to be in love with you and to have an actual marriage. I desire this more than anything."
"Desire!"
She nearly yelled the word.
"Please, Debra, do not cry. It will not do to have others overhear our discussion."
Tears pooled in her eyes as he fumbled in his pocket to find a handkerchief.
"I did not mean to injure you."
"On the contrary,"
she said, grabbing the handkerchief he held out to her.
"You have not caused me injury. I am relieved."
Her words belied the tears on her face.
"I find my fortune in not having to make room in my bed for a man I do not love to be an ease of tension and worry, as I have no desire to fill a nursery either. If I am to be a published author, I do not have time for the distraction of such things."
Alex took hold of her hand. He knew her denial of love for him was a way to guard her heart and cover the hurt he'd caused.
"I believe as we spend more time together, we will grow closer and develop the relationship a husband and wife should have. Then I think it will be more appropriate for us to consider progeny."
He thought about saying more, but stopped speaking when he noticed Samuel walking toward them. He whispered,
"Samuel is here."
"Do not worry, my lord. I have no plan of revealing your lack of desires to anyone."
He shook his head. It had been a poor choice of words, one she would likely never allow him to forget.
"Everyone is wondering what happened to you,"
Samuel said as he approached.
"We had need of a moment to speak privately,"
Alex responded with irritation. Samuel was a good friend, but he was not welcome for this discussion. Samuel did not look affronted. It was more amusement.
"I suppose you are now married and no longer need a chaperone."
"We will return to the party forthwith," Debra said, with a brave smile at her brother. Deborah, have you been crying?" Samuel glared at Alex. "Tears of joy." Her forced cheer pushed the dagger of guilt further into Alex's chest. Holding out his arm for her, Alex led his broken-hearted wife back to the house. He gazed down at her a few times to see if her eyes were still watering, but she'd composed herself. They put on a show of happiness for their family and guests, dancing and visiting throughout the day. When he thought his guilt would consume him, he chose to participate in another card game. Alex crossed to the card room and sat at a table with his father, Baker, Lord Norwood, Samuel and Lee. Alex threw a sixpence into the pile to join the game.
5-card draw. The joker is only good with aces, straights and flushes. A pair of jacks or better starts the game,
Lord Norwood said as he dealt the cards. Looking at his hand, Alex had absolutely nothing worth keeping, unless he tried for a flush. He looked over at Baker to see him rubbing the back of the cards, and a look of semi-satisfaction on his face. He must be able to open the round. Alex was right in his thinking. Everyone passed on the round until Baker. With a smug smile, he threw a shilling onto the pile. Alex debated if he should stay in the round, but decided he'd at least see what he'd get after trading in a few cards. He called the bet, as did everyone else who hadn't already gone out.
"I'll take 2 cards," he said, when Lord Norwood looked at him expectantly. He watched closely to see the number of cards each person exchanged. His father took 1, Lee took 3, Baker exchanged 1, which solidified Alex's assumption of the tell. His hand must be good, or at least he thinks it is. Samuel took 1 card as well, causing a momentary concern to cross Baker's face.
"Dealer takes 3,
Norwood said after a short deliberation. Even with the 2 new cards he'd taken, Alex only had a pair of 9s. He could not beat openers, and so he placed his cards on the table folding. While waiting for the next round, Alex allowed Deborah's eyes to cloud his thoughts. The hurt was plainly written on her face. She was the one who opposed the marriage from the start. It didn't make sense for her to be so hurt and enraged over the decision he'd made.
"I will see your half-crown and raise you another 6pence,
Norwood said in good humour, pulling Alex back to the game.
"Is this all you have, Norwood?"
Baker mocked as he threw another 6pence onto the ante and upped it by a crown. Not caring for Baker's attitude, Alex considered how he could fix the problems with Deborah. "Apologise, and pray she forgives me."
"I am just getting started, boys. I do not mind losing a small amount in the beginning."
Baker's voice broke into his thoughts. A small amount? Alex raised his eyebrows at the comment. Baker never played in small amounts. The last game they'd played together, Baker's reaction was erratic at losing a 6pence. As another round started, Alex threw a 6pence into the middle. Playing again was much easier than facing his wife. He wondered what she would do when he arrived at their chamber for the evening. Earlier during the day, his items were moved to the bridal suite in preparation for their union. He didn't have an option of sleeping elsewhere. Baker threw his cards on the table, causing a scene and driving Alex's mind back to the table.
"What a waste of time."
"Folding already?" Samuel asked, with one eye quirked. Alex liked his friend, now brother, but Samuel was not good at poker. With satisfaction showing on his face, Alex was certain he had a good hand. Samuel was not one to bluff during a game of cards. Samuel worried too much about emptying the family coffers, and no one could blame him with as many siblings as he had. The game continued to play out. Even though Baker had a terrible hand, he did not know when to stop. He bluffed his way to the end of the round with a large pile of money in the middle, only to be beaten by a straight.
"Baker, you should have realised when Samuel did not trade out any cards, he had a good hand,"
Lee said with a laugh. "You were dealt the straight," Baker grumbled. "I was not paying attention to what any of you were doing during the game."
"And this is why you lose so much,"
Samuel said, attempting to guide his brother-in-law.
"You need to watch for other people's reactions and tells."
"Are we playing cards, or is this a gossip group, like women in the parlour?"
Baker yelled, pushing his beginning 6pence into the middle. Alex took the cards, as it was his turn to deal, and shuffled.
He wondered what Debra was doing as he reviewed his hand. Realization of his luck changing made him nearly smile, but he knew how to hold a straight face. Exchanging one card so he did not look too confident, he kept his winning hand. Baker was bluffing, as was obvious by his sour disposition and rubbing the back of the cards. Although Baker had absolutely nothing of merit in his hand to bet on, he went wild with upping the ante. Angry with his wife, Alex decided he would take everything Baker threw at him. As each continued to up the ante, determined to outbid the other, Alex had a few moments where his conscience told him it was not wise to taunt the man. He knew Baker was not wealthy. With this passing thought, he wondered where Baker came by the money he threw on the table. It was not a small sum. He thought back to the man in the cemetery and wondered if it had been George Baker. The man had altered his voice, but Alex was certain he recognised him. Deciding he'd upped the ante more than was respectable, Alex called the bluff.
"I have 4 of a kind with ladies, Baker. Show your hand."
"You are a cheat."
Letting out a breath with the accusation in the air, Alex threw his cards on the table.
"I did not cheat."
"You have had terrible hands all night, and then when you deal the cards, you suddenly get 4 of a kind."
Baker looked around as though he expected everyone at the table to agree with him. When no one came to his aid, he threw his cards down and stormed from the room.
"I believe I am finished for the night as well,"
Alex said, leaving his winnings where they sat. He had no use for the money. Without the game to carry his thoughts, Alex's mind went back to the events of the day. Now a married man, he was not certain if he should retire early as he wanted, or if he should wait for his wife. The thought of the word wife sent regret through his mind again, and the weight of guilt lay heavy on his shoulders. Why did I hurt her? She was so happy. I should have pretended to be as well. He walked into the ballroom to see the party was thinning out, and Debra was nowhere to be seen. He thanked people for coming to the wedding, then found his way up to his bedchamber. It was one he'd now share with his wife, yet he had to decide how this would be done. The bed should be big enough they wouldn't have to even touch, but he was not certain he'd be comfortable sharing the space. If they'd been married at Waverley Keep, this would not be a problem. They'd have separate chambers joined by a door. Woodland Manor only had a few chambers such as this, and they were occupied. He and Debra would have to make do until they left for their wedding trip. He slipped into the room after a light knock. Debra sat by the window with a book, in her nightclothes and a wrapper. It was far too revealing in his opinion. "How would you suggest we handle tonight, my lord?" Her voice was even-tempered, which did not calm his concerns.
"The bed is large enough. We will not have to be near each other."
His voice was breathy as he said the words.
"I am making a fool of myself. Apologise to her and consummate the marriage, you dolt."
"No, my lord." Debra looked at him with an angry, hard glare. "The bed is made for 2, not 3. You will find a different place to sleep. I do not see any room on my bed."
3?
"You, me, and whatever lady you prefer to me."
"Debra,"
Alex said, walking toward her.
"Be reasonable. There is not another lady. I simply do not believe we are acquainted with each other to the point of setting up a nursery."
"After our conversation this morning, you dare say I am unreasonable?" She scoffed, looking back at her book. "These chairs are comfortable. Make them your resting place." Without another word, she crossed to the bed and stretched out in the middle, making certain he knew there was no space available. After changing in his dressing room, Alex made his way to the very uncomfortable chairs and spent his wedding night trying to sleep while sitting up. Chapter 19. Alex stayed away from Debra as much as possible while at Waverley Keep, unless it was a meal. The wedding trip was not much to speak of, as he decided to spend the majority of it in the library or out of the house. Debra made the most of the time, and found joy in writing her novels, which he supported as it did not involve him, although it took every ounce of self-control not to beg for details. He wanted to know what she was writing and exploring. Instead, she refused to speak to him, so the questions she'd asked in the barn were not revisited. Trying to speak to his wife, was a challenge. Her responses never went above one word.
How did you spend your day?
Writing.
Will you tell me about your characters?
No.
Are you finding joy in your time here?
Yes. Alex raised his eyebrows and cringed at the amused look on the footmen's faces. If he found they were discussing his and Debra's relationship, he'd make certain to get a new staff. Of course, it was his father's decision, but he would strongly suggest getting new people if needed. Finished with his supper, Alex worried about the next few hours. Every night they sat together in the parlour for appearances. If they both went to different rooms, it would be cause for mention. He stood as Debra left the table and thought of how to speak with her as the butler entered the room.
"My lord,"
Pearson said,
"you have a visitor."
Alex exchanged a surprised look with Debra.
"Who is it, Pearson?"
Taking the card from the tray, Alex looked to his wife.
"Apparently Mr. and Mrs. Baker are here."
Not breaking her one-word response pattern to him, she said simply, "Oh?"
"Do you know why they have come?"
Alex asked in frustration. He truly was getting upset with the lack of response from her. "No."
"I left them in the parlour, my lord. Should I show them in here for refreshment?" "No, Pearson, please have a tray sent in." "Should I have a guest room made up for them?" "Yes, thank you, Pearson."
Alex held out his arm for Debra. He thought of speaking, but could not figure out what to say. This would be the rest of their life, if he didn't break through her defences.
"Mr. and Mrs. Baker, welcome to Waverley Keep,"
Alex said, trying to sound as though he were happy.
"Lord and Lady Trenton, I must admit, you do look miserable together."
Baker's words spliced through Alex. He noticed the increasing chill in Debra's demeanour as Baker spoke.
"I suppose I should be thankful I married a less reserved woman."
Alex followed the lustful gaze Baker gave to Mrs. Baker. She sat in a respectful manner on the couch while her husband helped himself to a drink at the sideboard.
"Debra, I have missed you."
Rilla rushed over as though meeting for the first time in months. Since it had only been a week, Alex found the dramatic reunion humorous.
"What brings you to this area?"
Alex asked, leading Debra to the couch. Being rude to anyone was beneath him.
"I have need of help, if you must know, but we can speak about it tomorrow."
Baker took a seat as though he owned the house. Rilla took hold of Debra's hands.
"Do you have questions about the family? I can tell you anything you would like to know."
Alex raised his eyebrows. He and Debra had only been at Waverley Keep a week. It wasn't as though they'd been separated long.
"Is there anything new happening?"
"The house party ended after the wedding,"
Baker said, while emptying the glass of whiskey. Information they already had, but he'd been raised to treat people with kindness. His mother was not there to seal the lessons she'd forced on him in manners had made a difference. He'd need to inform her of his self-control, as he truly wanted to send Mr. and Mrs. Baker to the local tavern for the night.
"Samuel and Lee already left for London,"
Rilla said, trying to keep the conversation going. Again, they knew this, as the plan was to meet both their families for the season. Pointing to a table, Baker asked,
"Trenton, why don't we leave the women to their gossip while we play a game?"
"Unfortunately, I am not in the mood for a game tonight."
Alex crossed to the window to look out. He married into this situation. He'd have to find a way to speak with the man when needed. But this was his home, and he'd never planned to invite Mr. Baker for a visit. If Debra wanted her sister at the house, it wouldn't hurt, but he wouldn't willingly invite Baker.
"Come now, Trenton. You are quite boring when you are out of humour."
"You will be leaving after breakfast tomorrow?" Debra asked, breaking her one-word rule. Of course, she was not speaking to Alex, so it could be a rule only for him.
"One would think we are not welcome here."
Baker looked between them as though expecting a denial of the statement. When it didn't come, he cleared his throat.
"Perhaps we should speak of our purpose."
"We sit in anticipation,"
Alex said with derision.
"I came here to ask you for a loan."
Alex looked to see Debra's response, hoping to exchange joint exasperation. This could be a moment joining them together as husband and wife. If they could battle George Baker, they could work out their issues. Instead, she kept her eyes on the wall. He briefly wondered what was happening inside her head. Was she present in the moment? Or was she thinking of her manuscript? He had a feeling of late she spent more time daydreaming than she did in reality.
"It will only be a loan. I will pay you back as soon as the investment I have goes through."
Alex knew Baker well enough to know there was no investment, and if there were, it was not a wise venture. Waverley loaned money to his younger brothers, and Alex now realised this was part of family, especially when you were wealthy.
"How much do you need?"
This statement brought Debra's head around with a glare in his direction.
Does she not want me to help?
"Thank you, Trenton. It will not be much. I could survive on £1,000. Alex did not know what amount to expect, but 1,000 was much higher than he was comfortable with.
Is there not a lower sum?
No. I have other people who have invested with me, and I need to show I can handle my side of the venture. Lord Trenton, Rilla said, while holding Debra's hands. My husband will be careful with the money. He will use it for the investment.
I find it to be an exorbitant amount.
Alex looked back to Debra, hoping she'd join with him, but she turned her head toward the door as though she longed to be in her chambers writing again.
Trenton, if I had the money to spare, I would put more than a measly 1,000 into the venture.
But as was discussed during your stay at Woodland Manor, I am not wealthy, and Rilla's dowry was much less than Lady Trenton's. I still find Grandmamma's decision to leave you the entire fortune to be cruel. I thought she loved me as well. Rilla's injured feelings showed as she wiped an actual tear away.
Baker, I understand your desire to invest. Perhaps if you could show me the investment paperwork.
Alex wanted to help if it would be of use to the couple, but he had a feeling this money would go to the gambling tables, as had Rilla's dowry. Throwing back another glass of whiskey, Baker shook his head as though disappointed.
I realised once we arrived I'd left the paperwork at the manor.
As though he needed to convince Alex just a tad bit more, Baker poured another glass and found a new tactic.
The investment is time-sensitive. If I do not have the money to them by morning, I will not be able to join. Perhaps it is for the best. I will go with you tomorrow and meet with the investors so I can determine the validity of the project and see where my money will go.
He took notice of Debra's eyes. They looked glossed over. A wave of anger went through him as he assumed she truly was daydreaming. He was stuck speaking with her family over finances while she dreamed her life away. Fighting for control over his emotions, Alex walked to the sideboard and poured himself a drink. The blank glaze in Debra's eyes told him he'd successfully ruined any chance of happiness with his wife. She was completely outside of the conversation. As though Rilla noticed his attention was off her husband, who continued to speak, although Alex didn't hear a word, Rilla took hold of Debra's hand. He hoped Rilla would convince Debra to take a walk so they could speak in private. In this imaginary conversation, Debra would express her worry, hurt, and fears, and Rilla would find a way to resolve the problems, as a confidant would. But his hopes were dashed. Debra, can you not convince your husband to assist us? This is an opportunity we cannot pass by, as another will not ever come our way. Focused on her own needs, Rilla completely missed Debra's lacklustre temperament. Have you eaten this evening? Or should I have a tray taken up to your room? Debra's broken voice pierced through his heart like a needle. We do not plan to stay here, Rilla said as though scandalised. You are newly married. We have no desire to interrupt.
Rilla is right,
Baker said with a jovial laugh.
If this discussion could wait, we would not be here now. No. We will stay at the local tavern.
Holding out his hands, as though either Alex or Debra were ready to argue and deny him the tavern, Baker looked expectantly at Alex. Tired of the entire charade, Alex nodded and walked to the table with pen and paper. If giving him the sum would rid them of Baker's presence, it was worth every sixpence. He wrote a promissory note and handed it to the grovelling man.
When should I expect to see a return on this investment?
October at the latest. Baker looked at the note in his hand and moved toward the door.
Rilla, let us not bother Lord and Lady Trenton any longer.
Alex watched as Mr. and Mrs. Baker rushed from the room, and when the door to the front of the house closed behind him, Alex let out a sigh of frustration. "You will never see that money again," Debra said, turning to him.
"I am well aware of this, love."
"Then why did you give it to him?" Alex moved to the chair he usually occupied at night. He wanted to ask her if she had given up on ignoring him, but thought better of the anger his words would spike.
"It might be fanciful of me, but I pray he uses it to invest wisely, for not only his sake, but that of your sister and their future children."
As the conversation died out, Alex picked up the newspaper, knowing she'd speak to him no longer. Perhaps she would see the charitable side of him, and it would spark a sense of friendship. He could only hope, as he feared their lives would be very lonely if they continued on in this manner. Chapter 20. The wedding trip to Waverley Keep was uneventful for the most part. She enjoyed the grounds, riding Starlight, playing with Portia, and writing in the garden. The alone time would be very lonely if not for her puppy and the new characters forming in her mind. With nothing to do other than self-entertainment, Debra started a new manuscript. Normally, she would wait to put a name at the top, but this time she chose to start out with the title, The Maiden Wife. She'd been starry-eyed and foolish to believe she was in love with Alex, or Lord Trenton, as she'd gone back to calling him. Everything Margaret had said to her during their short time as friends was a warning. Margaret predicted Lord Trenton's indifference, and even said it was likely due to her red hair and freckles. All of this would be resolved once they arrived in London. Time at Waverley Keep was short, as they were expected in London for the season. The ride from Devon to the bustling city was quiet. She did not know what Lord Trenton had done during their time at the Keep, but she'd made certain to stay as far away from him as possible, and he'd only crossed her path at meals and evenings.
"Did you enjoy Waverley Keep?"
Lord Trenton asked, with an obvious attempt at conversation. "I did. Thank you for asking." She averted her eyes and pulled Portia closer for comfort while the carriage rocked back and forth. The puppy truly was a companion for her. Debra did not want to see the hazel of Alex's eyes, as it could easily be construed as ugly until the sunlight hit them, and then they generally had a greenish tint. Remembering this made her heart hurt, and she went back to despising the hazel.
"My parents would like us to winter at Trenton Hall. It is located near Exeter. It is not as large as Waverley Keep, but it is nice, and has been well cared for."
"I'm certain it'll be lovely." Her non-committal tone was the only way of hiding her hurt and loneliness.
"Starlight will be moved to Trenton Hall, so you will have him there."
"Thank you."
"Debra."
"What?"
She'd decided long before this moment she wasn't going to let him off easy. He'd need to make a gallant apology if she were to forgive him. "I do not want my parents knowing about our difficulties." The look of sadness on his face almost took down the walls she built to keep him out. Almost.
"Nor do I, my lord."
"Then you will need to rid your face of the scowl and refer to me as Alex again, my dear."
Debra turned to look at him. She wanted to show a full scowl as she spoke, but how could one look angry while riding in a carriage being jostled about? "Tell me, husband, is our marriage still so burdensome to you that you cannot imagine children with me?"
"How am I supposed to find love with you? You ignore me and treat me with contempt whenever we are together."
"My lord, until you can honestly tell me you want to be part of this marriage, I will not refer to you with your Christian name. In front of your parents and siblings I will be respectful, but in private you cannot expect me to be anything but as I am now."
She almost questioned her anger when she saw his head drop in shame. It was obvious he was struggling with these feelings, but he should have told her before they were married. "I have thought often of our predicament since our wedding day.
I suppose I should rejoice in your attempt of reconciliation.
Debra, I know I hurt you.
Do not flatter yourself.
She straightened her dress and adjusted her posture. She would not allow him the satisfaction of knowing he'd caused her pain. The anger and temper were her ways of hiding the absolute hurt and loneliness from his indifference.
I will keep silent on the subject of our marital issues, as long as you do as well.
I have no desire to share our troubles with anyone.
Alex looked tortured as he spoke.
Why do I feel guilty? He is the one who cannot love me. He is the one who tainted our marriage with indifference.
But the guilt plagued her throughout the trip to London. Upon arriving at Mayfair Townhouse, Debra was thankful for the separation from Lord Trenton as she was shown to her bedchamber. Debra watched as her maid unpacked her trunk. She read a letter from her mother, letting her know they'd arrived in London for the season as well. Longing to see her family and feel comfortable, she looked out the window, contemplating how lonely her life had become.
My lady?
Debra questioned as she continued to look out the window, focused on the carriages as they passed. It wasn't an overly busy street, but there were people out.
Lord Trenton entrusted this package to me. It is for you.
She took a deep breath.
Did he say anything when he gave it to you?
No, Lady Trenton. She was not used to being addressed as such. The title did not feel right, as she technically was not a complete wife to Lord Trenton.
The decision was his.
She reminded herself, as she'd almost allowed a softness to enter her thoughts in regard to her husband.
Parchment?
She raised her eyebrows at her maid. Was this the start to mend their relationship? Alex had to know parchment would be romantic.
I do not know, my lady.
Debra clamped her mouth shut. She promised not to air their marital problems, but she desperately needed to speak with someone about the problems in her marriage. It would be inappropriate to say anything to her maid, as it would be spread as wildfire through the serving staff.
Thank you for delivering the package, Annie.
As her maid went back to straightening the room, Debra grabbed her Peterson's magazine and flipped through the dress designs to the novelettes. She curled her legs up and read a short story about a Mr. Gray and a Miss Anders meeting at a dance party in Ipswich. Before she realised it, the sun had set, and Annie lit a lamp for her to continue reading. She'd have to find the courage to thank Alex the next morning for the parchment, and then she'd need to forego her pride and let down her guard. The air was easier to breathe on the outskirts of the crowd at Almack's. Not certain why they were there, as Almack's was notorious for people searching for spouses, Debra allowed Lord Trenton to lead her through the crowd to her family. She hadn't seen them since leaving Woodland Manor. In a strange way, she even missed Kate.
Lord and Lady Trenton!
A high-pitched voice interrupted Debra's thought. She'd been so focused on her family, she hadn't noticed any acquaintances. Turning toward the sound, Debra laughed with pleasure at the sight of Lady Margaret.
Lady Margaret,
Alex grumbled as Debra ran into her dear friend's arms.
Tell me, Lady Trenton,
Margaret said her title with so much intrigue it put Debra into laughter.
Was the house and wedding trip to Waverley Keep absolutely everything you had hoped?
Yes, of course, Debra said, keeping the promise not to divulge their marital indifferences.
I am surprised I did not hear of your arrival in town. I expected a note. We must spend the entire night together, and all of tomorrow.
Debra took hold of Margaret's arm and stepped away from her husband. Without a glance in his direction, she left Lord Trenton standing alone. Where he went, she did not know, nor did she care.
This muslin you wear is absolutely to die for,
Debra said, trying to hide the jealousy she experienced at seeing the gown.
Tell me everything about your wedding trip, and I will divulge the secrets of my wardrobe to you.
Debra lightly tapped her with the fan she held.
You will tell me everything regarding this dress, or I will find a way to torture it out of you.
In truth, Debra did not care for fancy dresses or materials. Hats, gowns, shoes were all second to books and writing. But the last topic of conversation she cared to speak of was her wedding trip. What was there to say? She spent the whole of the time avoiding her husband and enjoyed it more for their separation. Listening to Margaret speak of the shops and planning a trip, Debra was surprised when Lord Trenton approached.
"Darling, will you join me for the quadrille?"
Surprised by his invitation, Debra nodded. Both bowed to Margaret and took their leave. "You have managed to surprise me, my lord."
"I would hope, after 2 weeks of marriage, the intrigue has not died out yet."
His voice sounded playful, so she gave him her most sincere smile. "I'm surprised you did not leave for a card game. I was entertained by my friend." She was not going to hide behind her insecurities. Being his wife had not been easy since he'd revealed his true feelings.
"Debra."
Alex took a laboured breath as he led her through the beginning steps of the dance.
"I do not want to argue or fight with you."
"What brought you to this realisation?"
She was not amused by his words.
Alex did not answer and did not speak for the rest of the dance.
Does he know the answer? Does he understand his own mind?
She studied his face each time they came together and wondered at the perplexed look he gave.
He looks remorseful.
She tried to keep curiosity out of her expression. When he led her back to Margaret and the friends she'd made that evening, instead of joining into the conversation, she watched him as he spoke to his acquaintances. She followed him around the room with her eyes as he visited with her family. Alex and Samuel spent a ridiculous amount of time speaking, and she wondered if Samuel was a confidant for her husband. When he left the ballroom to find the game room, Debra let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't realised the tension in her body until she consciously noted he was no longer in the same vicinity as she. Although he was gone, she did not stop thinking of him. Would there ever be a time they could reconcile? Would he want to with the way she treated him? She'd noticed it was not only men he spoke to. Much to her surprise, he spoke with women of all shapes and sizes, differing hair colours, but none with red hair. It did not matter that there were few women with red hair. He did not even make an attempt to speak with them. As she turned back to the conversation around her, the only thought entertaining her mind was the need to find an appropriate apothecary. Madame Rowley's freckle remover was top priority, even over her newest manuscript. Chapter 21. Alex thought about going straight to the gambling tables to spend his evening away from the crowd, but the look from his mother told him he was expected to spend part of the evening with her and Debra. As the dutiful son and husband, he danced with his wife, made conversation with boring people, and kept the societal expectations of his title and position until he could leave. He rocked back and forth on the ball of his feet, watching Debra socialise. Since arriving in London, they'd spent every evening at one party or another. When his mother announced they were going to a soirée hosted by the Duke and Duchess of Apsley, Alex tried to get out of the invitation. But as Debra and Margaret were now what she called dearest companions, he relented. When Lord Holbrook asked Debra to dance, Alex wondered what the man's interest was. Debra was taken. Why would a single man of fortune ask another man's wife to dance? He expected Margaret was behind the invitation, but decided it was foolish to accuse her, as he had no proof. Debra seemed to enjoy her friends, and this made Alex happy. Alex whispered in his mother's ear, "Do you mind if I—"
"Lord Trenton."
He stood as he heard Lady Margaret's voice.
"I'm surprised to see you standing with your mother. Where is Lady Trenton?"
"Lady Margaret?" Alex said, trying not to sound annoyed. He didn't have a desire to speak with her. A part of him blamed her for Debra's disdain, and although he knew he was completely to blame, it didn't matter. If Margaret had accepted his proposal, Debra wouldn't be angry with him. "My wife was escorted onto the floor with Lord Holbrook, as you can see by looking toward the dancers. He also requested the dance while she was speaking with you, so what, pray tell, brings you to my presence?" He did not care to show any restraint where Margaret was concerned, certain she was poisoning his wife toward him.
"I want to speak to you without Lady Trenton."
"For what purpose?" He did not trust his temper with Margaret.
We have unfinished business from spring."
Alex gave her an emotionless stare. He did not want to discuss the proposal. Looking to his mother, he noticed she'd started a conversation with Duchess Apsley. There was no chance of being overheard.
"There is nothing to speak about. I have not spent a single moment thinking of it."
It wasn't true, but he didn't want her to know he'd thought extensively about her refusal to marry him.
"I am happy to hear you've moved past me. If you would prefer, we could speak of your wife."
Ignoring her suggestion, he asked, "Have you convinced the Duke of Midhurst to marry you yet?"
He couldn't help comparing her to Debra as he listened to her speak. She recounted all her antics to convince Midhurst she was his future Duchess. Although she was secure in herself, somehow Debra was the more desirable woman.
"Midhurst does not realise it yet, but I have him exactly where I want him. He will offer for me before the season is out."
"Let me congratulate you ahead of time."
He tried to keep his voice as indifferent as possible.
"Tell me, Alex, how did you meet Lady Trenton? You proposed to me and then her so quickly. I find myself confused."
"Excuse me?"
"Your wife, how and when did you meet her?"
"She has not told you. This is a surprise."
"We try not to speak of you. In fact, she refuses to speak of you. Her conversations are focused on dresses, hats, slippers and cosmetics."
Taken aback by her comment, Alex wondered what the conversations were between Margaret and Debra.
"It seems, Margaret, you do not know my wife very well for having spent the time with her as you have."
"She is reserved."
Alex rolled his eyes.
"I do not think we are speaking of the same woman."
"Perhaps she is different around me."
This revelation was something for him to consider. His wife was a charismatic, playful, passionate and impulsive woman. How did she curb such appetites when around Margaret?
"I hope you know what you are doing, Alex. I do not want either you or Debra injured. She is the dearest of friends."
Alex glared her into silence.
"I have not need of your worry or well wishes, Margaret. If Debra was not so drawn to you, I would demand you be banned from ever spending time with my wife again. And when I find out what your ulterior motives are for friending my wife—"
Margaret held up her hands.
"Ulterior motives? Alexander, you have an overactive imagination. She is the sweetest pet I have ever had."
Jaw clenched, he spat the next words in her direction.
"She is not your pet."
Margaret laughed as the music ended. It would not be appropriate for anyone to overhear their argument.
"Alexander, we have been friends for far too long to end this way."
"Everything between us ended over the summer. Do not pretend there is still anything between us."
Looking toward his wife, he vowed to fix the mess he'd made. Debra deserved much more than he'd given her. She was the superior woman, and with this notice, he wanted to be a husband in every way to her. His soul ached to be near her. All feelings of doubt for their relationship were gone as he realised the day Margaret rejected his suit, she'd given him a chance at a happy life. If he'd been married to Margaret as he thought he'd wanted, she would have made him miserable. Chapter 22. Debra sat next to her husband in the carriage on the way back to Mayfair House. Alex's parents sat across from them. Debra still had moments of nervousness and fear when she was near the Duke and Duchess. They were magnanimous people, and she was Debra. It was rare for her to spend time in their presence, especially since Alex's pronouncement of not wanting her had torn her heart out. She still had a great deal of pain and resentment towards him for those words. She was not comfortable in her own skin, and certainly was not comfortable around her husband and his family. A constant fear of what he thought of her red hair and freckles pierced her mind. If she could, she would run away to her family home in the Isle of Wight. She'd spent so much time wishing to be introduced to society, and now she found it to be exhausting, along with everyone else in London who were merely players on a stage.
"I am happy we left early,"
Duchess Waverley said, adjusting her position.
Apsley invited too many people tonight.
I must admit I agree with you, my dear.
The Duke of Waverley spoke, but seemed a bit distracted, or possibly tired.
I find as I grow older I have less patience for society.
I think it depends on who you are socialising with as to if you are tired, my dear.
Deborah watched the exchange and wondered if she and Alex would ever find the ease of speaking the way his parents did. She tried not to think about the conversation she saw between Alex and Margaret. She wished she could not remember the man's name, had not asked her to dance. If he hadn't, would Alex have spent so much time speaking to Margaret on his own?
Deborah, are you well?
Yes, Mother. Duchess Waverley asked Deborah to call her mother after the wedding. It seemed strange to her at the beginning, but after a few weeks of referring to Duchess Waverley in such a way, she no longer worried over the term.
You seem quiet of late. I worry about you.
Deborah gave her best smile, which did not seem to convince the Duchess of anything. Trying not to notice the pressure of Alex's leg against her own, Deborah made an excuse. London has proved to be much larger and busier than I imagined. I will find my way.
Duchess Apsley mentioned your dress to me today. I must admit, I did not think about the style before coming here. We should engage a dressmaker for you.
Deborah looked down at her dress. It wasn't new, but it was pretty. Is there something wrong with my clothing?
No, darling. Your clothing is fine for the country, but we are in London now. Do not worry. We will spend tomorrow shopping.
She'd embarrassed her husband's mother. Heat rose in her face with the implications. She thought about arguing, but knew it wouldn't do any good. Perhaps, while they were out, she could find an apothecary. Deborah noticed the Duke and Duchess holding hands. She'd written a scene in a book one time of a wealthy man and his wife making a love match. In this story, the characters held hands in private situations, as it was unseemly to do so in public. Would Alex ever want to hold my hand? The question plagued her.
Deborah, you look pale.
Duchess Waverley leaned forward and took her hand.
You are unwell.
This time it wasn't a question. Recovering from the moment of self-pity, Deborah shook her head. I am well. Then by way of explanation, it was a crowded evening.
You do look pale,
Alex said, examining her face.
I do not believe you are well.
Starting a fight in front of his parents would be breaking her agreement to not share their marital problems. So Deborah gave him a half smile and did not speak. She didn't trust her voice to stay calm with him.
What do you think about your sister Diana and Lord Bradley?
The Duchess asked. It was an obvious attempt to keep Deborah talking. Diana seemed happy with him. I do hope she makes a match. This is her 5th season. She could have left the last part off, but when her nerves took over, rambling ensued.
If she makes a match with Lord Bradley, your children could be close friends.
Duchess Waverley's comment caused Alex to nearly fall off the bench. Alex spluttered until he was able to speak a coherent sentence. His parents looked amused, while Deborah kept her face straight, trying not to react to his outburst.
Mother, why would you say such a thing? Deborah will consider us improper and think poorly of us. Alexander, there is nothing improper with your mother wanting grandchildren.
Duke Waverley's smile was the largest Deborah had seen since meeting the Duke and Duchess. He enjoyed the discomfort Alex was experiencing.
It is improper to speak of such things,
Alex mumbled.
Not amongst family, dear.
Duchess Waverley looked between Deborah and Alex for a moment before reaching out to take Deborah's hands.
Although I do think we should get you home. You look positively alarmed.
She is in shock over your lack of decorum, Mother.
Not knowing what or how to respond, Deborah stayed silent. She did not dare look at Alex for fear of one of them divulging their secret. How would the Duke and Duchess respond to knowing their son refused to make her his wife in all aspects? Children were certainly not a part of their plans at the moment. By the time they arrived at Mayfair House, Debra's nerves were on end. She'd never understood the meaning of nerves until marriage to Alex.
"I will walk you up to your rooms, love."
Alex took her arm in an effort to guide her up the stairs. She wanted to yell at him for having a private conversation with Lady Margaret, but the words would not come. Once they were wintering at Trenton Hall, she would let him know her thoughts. Until then, she would keep the promise and not let his parents know there were issues in their marriage. Perhaps she would discuss the situation with Margaret. It was unseemly for her friend to be so informal with Alex. Debra curtsied to her husband and rushed into her room before he could speak. She hated the person she had become, docile, meek, and proper. The thought of being too proper was a source of amusement for her, but docile and meek were words she hated. Debra distractedly dressed for bed. As Annie braided her hair, she held Portia. Gently stroking her puppy's back, she considered the moment she'd changed and what she would do to regain her sense of self. Alex is the reason I changed. I fooled myself into being in love with him. She mulled over the possibilities of defiance in her marriage and settled on finishing her manuscript. She hadn't picked it up since arriving in London. Finishing it and sending it to Peterson's magazine would bring her a sense of accomplishment. "Annie?" "Yes, my lady." "Will you please take Portia out?" "Yes, Lady Trenton." Debra searched through her trunk until she found the manuscript, then realised she was out of ink. "The Duke will have some in his library." Debra made certain her wrapper was fastened and made her way to the first floor of the house. It was late. Everyone would be in their chambers at this time, or so she thought. As she neared the library, she heard raised voices. Eavesdropping was wrong, but when she heard her name, curiosity won.
"I will not attempt to deny I am attracted to Debra." "Alexander!"
Duke Waverley was angry. He spat his son's name out in obvious frustration.
"Why did you marry her if you do not intend to have a full marriage?"
Duchess Waverley sounded disappointed.
"Debra deserves to be loved."
"You know why I married her, mother. Both of you know the circumstances."
Through the slit in the door, she could see Alex pacing the room.
"I never told Debra I loved her. She went into the marriage knowing it was based on saving both our reputations."
Debra turned to leave. She would have to find ink in the morning. As she walked to her rooms, she kept repeating the words, "Do not cry." At first, she whispered them in her head, but by the time she reached the stairs, she was mentally yelling, "Do not cry." Well, if any good can come of this, it is not having to act as though everything is perfect. If he can tell his parents, I can tell my confidants. Deep down, she knew revealing such a mess to her parents would be a mistake. She wanted her family to love her husband as much as she did. If she were completely honest with herself, she did love Alex. No matter how much it hurt, she loved him. What advice would they have for her? She thought about speaking with Margaret. They'd become bosom friends, and it would help to speak with someone who knew Alex well. She needed a plan. Debra fell asleep, despising herself for the feelings she held for her husband. Why can I not despise him instead of myself? When Debra entered the dining room the following morning, she entered into a silent yet tense environment. Each cut of meat was heard with the scraping of silverware against china. Alex and Duke Waverley stood as she approached the table. "Good morning," Debra said with a curtsy.
"Debra, I think it would be best for us to go out today. I have a number of shops I want to take you to."
"Yes, mother." Again, silence engulfed the room. Waverley shot disappointed glances towards Alex without reserve. Inwardly, Debra smiled. Outwardly, she kept a straight face.
"I think a few day dresses along with new party gowns will be appropriate for our trip."
Debra shook her head. "I do not need so many things."
Nonsense. All of your dresses are inappropriate for a woman who will be increasing soon.
It was Debra's turn to give a response. She did much better than Alex had the night before, as she still sat in her seat. But she did choke on her juice. While coughing, she was able to say the word,
Increasing?
Yes, Debra. Waverley and I spoke with our son last evening before turning in. I am certain he will inform you of the decision we made.
Debra did not trust herself to speak, as her voice would be high-pitched in deep shock. She turned toward her husband.
There is no reason to keep this private. I am certain the serving staff heard you yelling at me last night, which means all of London will know of your decision.
What decision?
Debra asked, looking at each person in the room. Waverley waved the butler and footman out. When the door closed, he turned toward his son.
Your mother and I are in earnest, Alexander. I am well aware of the serious nature of our discussion last night.
Wishing she'd stayed and eavesdropped further, Debra was lost in the conversation.
Will one of you please help me to understand the decision, since it obviously affects me?
My loving parents,
Alex paused to give emphasis to his words,
have decided to disinherit me if I do not produce an heir within a year.
A few thoughts passed through her mind as she heard the word disinherit. The first came out of her mouth.
I thought we all agreed a child within the first year would cause further scandal.
It is worse knowing your marriage is not whole.
Duke Waverley slammed his hand on the table in frustration as he said the words. Pleading with her husband, she argued,
You said you are not ready to set up a nursery.
Teeth clenched, he said,
My parents desire grandchildren.
She raised her eyebrows at him as she spoke in a silky smooth tone.
Whatever are you going to do, my lord?
Debra took a bite of her toast and slowly chewed as her husband glared at her.
I suppose if you are disinherited, we can always find house room at Woodland Manor, similar to George and Rilla.
They plan to disinherit me, not you.
Debra smiled at her husband's predicament. There was a small amount of satisfaction knowing his parents would threaten him so thoroughly.
Debra, you will meet me in the entryway in a quarter of an hour,
Duchess Waverley added.
Oh, and your mother and sisters will be joining us.
Debra knew her face was bright red.
My family does not know the full of the situation.
No, we will not tell them anything. I did tell your mother the purpose behind purchasing new dresses. She agrees you will need new clothing once you are in a motherly way.
Debra! Kate called out as she exited the carriage. Her mother and sisters waited outside the shops. We did not know you were already increasing. Is this how you got Lord Trenton to propose marriage to you? Kate asked, as she appraised Debra's attire and hair. You look like you do not have a maid.
Leave her alone, Kate,
Diana said, as she tucked a strand of hair into Debra's coiffure.
Jealousy is not becoming on you. You also know she is not yet increasing.
Debra hadn't planned to spend the day shopping with her sisters. It had been Margaret she wanted to shop with, so they could find the apothecary and get rid of her terrible red hair and freckles. Adele moved in between Kate and Debra to separate them. I think you look sweet, she said as she helped Debra straighten her lace. Although your maid could use some training if she cannot even get your lace straight. Debra blushed.
It was my fault. I did not plan to spend time with any of you today.
She looked in the window of the dress shop.
Do we have to go in there?
Diana laughed at her reluctance.
This is the best dress shop in town.
As they had an appointment, Debra didn't have to wait long. She was taken back and the measuring process began. Standing on the stool in only her shift allowed her mother, Duchess Waverley, Diana and Adele to choose the materials. Muslin silk seemed to be their favourite. It was as fine as Lady Margaret's had been the night before. Kate sat, not caring to help.
I think we should go with this dark blue and the green,
Diana said as she held them up to Debra's face.
Oh,
Diana! Adele excitedly grabbed at a light purple and a yellow fabric. She will need dresses out of these as well. You do not think the purple will clash with my hair? Debra asked, eyeing the fabric as she was uncertain it would complement her features. You will look beautiful, dear. Debra felt patronised as the dressmaker patted her arm, not taking the time to look at her hair and the material to determine if it would clash. The woman was there to sell dresses. All that remains are the patterns. The dressmaker was a short, plump woman with a tight smile. She started pinning the yellow muslin to Debra's shift as she spoke. I think this one should have a lower neckline, Adele said as she moved the fabric down. Debra grabbed the fabric. Adele, I would feel more comfortable with it pinned a bit higher. Mother, should not the neckline be higher? Both women she referred to as Mother turned back and agreed with Adele, and without realising the awkward moment of both responding, they went back to chatting. Debra, Adele sighed. Dresses with a lower cut are all the rage. Think of what Lord Trenton would like to see you in, and go with that style. He is taking you to the theatre one of these nights. Think about a new dress and a new style to show off. Debra blushed. I do not know what style he would like. Diana brought a drawing of a dress over to her. This one is gorgeous. The buttons down the front are timeless. You must go with this pattern for the light purple. The neckline is low as well, Debra said as she looked in the mirror. I do not have the bust for these patterns. She looked in the floor-length mirror and cringed at her reflection. She understood why Alex was reluctant to have children with her. Will he regret having to look at me every day? He already does, she thought, as the dressmaker continued to pin material to her shift. No matter, the dressmaker said as she measured and pinned. We will make adjustment to your stays. These will fit your form. My stays? What do you mean? Duchess Waverley took hold of her hand. My dear, do not argue with this gift I am giving you. Whispering so the others couldn't hear, the Duchess added, Alexander will be very happy with the new stays. Blushing bright red, Debra stopped arguing, as every thought she had for her new dresses was ignored as her sisters chose the patterns, materials and colours. By the time they left the dress shop, she had 6 day dresses and 5 ball gowns on order, all of which had low necklines. The Duchess and Debra's mother took care of the stays, which only set Debra to worrying. Due to Duchess Waverley's insistence, 2 of the dresses would be ready by the following afternoon. She knew which one she would wear to the opera. Alex was taking her to see Romeo and Juliet. They would sit in box seats, and she was excited to be invited. Debra walked with her sisters back to Mayfair House. She wanted exercise instead of riding in a carriage. She daydreamed about the opera, as it was easier to think about instead of the disinheritance if she did not produce grandchildren. Wondering how Alex would respond to the low-cut dresses, her thoughts were interrupted as she heard Kate laugh. They look cosy, Kate said as she tapped Debra on the shoulder. Will she be wintering in the cottage at Trenton Hall? When Debra recognised Alex, her temper flared. A woman stood next to him, laughing and speaking as though they flirted in a ballroom. How could he do this to me? Is she his mistress? In public, no less. Debra stood staring at Alex and his interaction with the woman until she leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Before Debra could stop herself or think rationally, she rushed across the busy London street to confront Alex and his companion. The woman walked away before Debra arrived, but Alex hadn't yet mounted his horse. Debra, hold on, Diana called out as she followed. You will make a fool out of yourself. I am not the fool, Debra yelled back as she rushed forward. She didn't stop to think before she grabbed the ribbons of Alex's horse to stop him from mounting. Debra, Alex said, looking as though he were happy to see her. He walked forward and then stopped. She knew she was scowling at him. Is there a problem, love? You kissed her. In public, Debra said as she walked toward him. You look like you are ready to kill me. You kissed her, Debra yelled, causing the people passing by to stop and stare. Alex looked around.
You may all go back to your business. This is no concern for any of you.
He took hold of Debra's arm and led her to the side of the closest building.
First off, tell me why you are accosting me in the street for speaking to people.
Debra pulled her arm away from him. Her 3 sisters had followed and were standing close enough to hear their conversation.
I saw her kiss your cheek.
Saying the words brought tears to her eyes. To stop the sob from escaping her throat, she turned away. Alex pulled her back around and touched a strand of her hair, tucking it behind her ear.
You are frighteningly beautiful when you are angry.
He tucked another hair behind her other ear.
Stop patronising me. Who is she and why did she kiss you?
That was my cousin. There is no need for anger.
I do not want you kissing her in public. Or private.
Debra knew of cousins who'd married each other. There was no reason for her husband to kiss one of his. Stop, he said in amusement. Although I do enjoy this sassy jealousy you have adopted to the angry indifference, there might be hope for us yet.
Feeling foolish for her jealous outburst, Debra nodded her head and left him standing by himself. She didn't say goodbye, she didn't smile at him. She simply pulled her hands out of his and walked away. She wasn't certain what transpired behind her, as her sisters didn't immediately follow. She rushed home and went to her room. There was need to spend time on her hair and appearance before Alex and his family were ready to leave for her parents' home. The first thing she did as she walked into her room was ask Annie to set a bath for her. She wanted to wash her hair and spend time making herself look beautiful. She wouldn't be able to produce the beauty of Lady Margaret, but she could do her best to look amazing. Chapter 23. When Debra entered her chambers, she was surprised to find Margaret waiting for her. I did not expect you to visit today. Did I forget an arranged meeting? No, I came to help you, as I know your family expects you for dinner this evening. I found the blemish remover by Madame Rowlings at the apothecary today. Since you are my dearest friend, I thought it my duty to assist you. Debra smiled in excitement, but stopped herself from an outward show of it as she remembered Margaret speaking with Alex at the ball. Margaret, why did you speak with Alex for so long at the party last night? I needed to apologise to him. Do not worry about anything, Debra. I brought this as a way to prove my friendship to you. Looking at the cream bottle of blemish remover and the hair colouring, Debra decided she'd forgive Margaret this one time. I do not know what I would do without you, Maggie. You are the kindest person I have met in London. Unable to hold back the anticipation of her freckles disappearing from her face, Debra waited while the instructions were read. Your maid will need to help with this. Of course, Debra said, rushing to pull the bell cord. As Annie arrived, she gave instructions for the item they'd need. Starting with the hair colouring, Annie and Margaret poured 3 containers of dye, which promised to take her hair from a state of deep red to sunlight blonde. Why is the dye black? Debra asked, looking at the box one of the tubes came from. Madame Rowlings says you have to put black on red to go blonde. I don't understand it, but I am also not a pharmacist. Margaret pulled the box from Debra's hands and threw it to the side. I do not think this is wise, my lady. Annie held her hands up to show the gooey mess of dye. It smelt like rotten eggs. We only have to wash it out in a quarter of an hour, and Lady Trenton will have beautiful blonde hair. Margaret looked sincere and knowledgeable, garnering Debra's trust. With Debra's hair wrapped in a cloth, Annie mixed the foul-smelling concoction to get rid of the freckles. I worry the smell will never go away. Debra scrunched her nose while rereading the instructions. They'd followed every step with precision. It is the bleach, Debra. Do not worry. My friend Madeline did this before entering society. You saw her clear complexion the other night at Almack's. It was true. Lady Madeline had a beautiful profile, and even prettier face. It also helped to have dark chocolate brown hair. Lord Trenton will fall head over heels in love with you once we are finished. The words stung more than a little. For Margaret to see so clearly what Debra and Alex had hidden from everyone else was shocking. But Margaret did know Alex much better than most people. They'd grown up together.
"Are you ready?"
Margaret asked, a smile of anticipation on her face.
"Yes. How long do you think this will take?"
"You will be ready for the dinner party within the hour."
Excited at the prospect of being beautiful, Debra watched as Margaret mixed the freckle remover one last time.
"This should take even less time than the hair dye."
"My lady,"
Annie said, holding the box of instructions,
"I think it would be best if we attempted an area not on your face to begin with."
"Why would we do that?" Margaret asked, clearly annoyed. "She does not care about freckles no one will see."
"But will not Lord Trenton see the mess of freckles on your shoulders and upper arms when you are alone together?"
This statement gave Debra pause. She blushed at the thought of being in a situation where he would see her shoulders so plainly, but agreed with the maid.
"Annie's right. I do have more freckles on my shoulders and arms than on my face. I think we will start there."
Margaret did not hide the disappointment on her face, but agreed to the decision of removing the ones on her shoulders first. With effort, Annie helped Debra out of her frock and prepared the skin for application. They washed her shoulders with soap and water, then thoroughly dried the area as instructed by Madame Rowley's blemish remover.
"I do not think this is wise,"
Annie said, holding the foul-smelling bowl with a spreading knife.
"If it takes all of my ugliness away, I will have a chance at a happy and loving marriage. Annie, I am ordering you to apply the lotion." "Lord Trenton admires you. You do not have to change for him."
Debra scoffed.
"If he admired me, he would—"
Looking in the mirror, she stopped speaking as she saw the anticipation for gossip on Margaret's face.
"Please, Annie, apply the freckle remover."
The white foam looked somewhat like lotion, but it smelt like cleaning chemicals, and when applied, it was cool to the touch. Smiling broadly with anticipation of a clear complexion in her future, Debra's lips turned down as an itchy irritation overtook the cooling sensation.
"How does it feel?"
Margaret asked, eyes wide, as though she were awaiting a treat.
"It is strange. My shoulders itch."
"I think I should remove the foam, my lady." Annie looked as though she'd be in tears if anything went wrong. Margaret pulled the box of instructions toward her.
"Do not wash it off yet. It says here it will take at least 20 minutes to have the full effect."
If Margaret continued to speak, Debra did not know. Without warning, the itching turned to a severe burning sensation, as though her skin were melting from her body. Debra screamed in utter pain.
"Get it off! It hurts! Wash it off!"
Panicked as her shoulders took on a feeling of stabbing pinpricks, Debra sobbed. Her mind went numb as the pain moved under her skin, deep into her shoulders. Unable to think, speak, or even draw breath, Debra did the only thing she could in the moment. The scream was so loud it hurt her ears and chest, but even the release of such emotions did nothing to stop the burning of her skin. Chapter 24. Alex looked up from the newspaper and turned to see if his parents had heard the same sound he had. What the deuce is happening? No one answered, yet everyone rose and ran out of the room at the same moment. He'd never heard anyone cry out in such anguish. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, Alex reached Debra's chambers and threw open the door to see her writhing in pain on the floor. "What happened?" he asked, trying to pull his wife into his arms.
"We need to remove the foam."
Annie tried to wipe at Debra's shoulders, yet the thrashing body on the floor prohibited all efforts to help her.
"Father, send for a doctor."
It was the only solution Alex could think of, as he had no idea what they were dealing with. In truth, she looked possessed, and he thought of having his mother send for a vicar. It took every ounce of strength he had to hold Debra to the ground while his mother and the maid cleaned the foam from her shoulders. When they were finished, Debra lay still and unconscious. Lifting her from the floor, Alex carried her to the bed. The towel around her hair fell to the ground, revealing a mess of black, smelly paste. With a calming breath, he turned back to Margaret and the maid. "What happened?" Annie dissolved into tears, which was preferable to speaking, he assumed. So Alex turned to Margaret and gave an expectant glare. When she did not speak, he looked to the vanity and saw the boxes. With one look at each box, he formulated the answer.
Why would she do this?
You are blind, Alex.
Margaret sneered at him, as though disgust was the only emotion available.
She did it for you.
I do not understand.
It is obvious to everyone in society you are not attracted to her. And how could you be? She is an ugly little thing with all those freckles and red hair. Not a man in all of England wanted to dance with her until they found out she was Lady Trenton, and then it was merely for curiosity. No one wants an ugly woman on their arm, least of all you.
Alex shook his head and looked to his wife.
She is not ugly. Debra is beautiful.
Another scoff escaped Margaret's throat.
Saying such things now will not erase the weeks of ignoring her while you went out to play cards and gamble away her dowry. You did this to her.
Alex didn't want to hear anything more. As he approached the bed, hoping Debra would regain consciousness, he noticed his mother pressing a cloth to the burns on her skin. The guilt of everything he'd said to his wife since the moment they were married came back to him. He was certain he'd complimented her, told her she was beautiful. Why would she think her appearance wasn't enough? Turning to Margaret, he said only 2 words.
Get out.
His tone and anger said the rest, which sent her running from the house. He never wanted to see Margaret again. He should have stopped the friendship between the women before it began back in Sussex. Against his better judgment, and in an effort to show Debra he trusted her, he allowed the friendship. Deep down, he'd known nothing good could come from it, and the proof was before him. As if seeing his wife injured wasn't terrible enough, the anger in her parents was the nail on his coffin.
We trusted you to take care of our daughter. We gave her to you whole. She is now scarred and broken.
Lady Norwood sat next to Debra as though her presence was the only reason Debra stayed alive. It was a bit dramatic, as her life had never been in danger, but as the days lingered, her hair turned a deep blue and the burns blistered. Alex believed the negative comments coming at him from the Countess of Norwood. He was the protector of her daughter, and Margaret, being in Debra's life, was his fault. Unable to listen to the discussion of how to bring her hair back to red any longer, Alex made for whites. The walk alone brought peace to his mind. He hadn't left the house since the fateful day a week previously. It would be a long time before Debra re-entered society. He wondered if she would ever trust anyone again. It was obvious as the days wore on how deceitful Margaret and her friends had been. It hurt his heart to think she'd suffered at their hands, and the purpose was unknown.
I am not surprised to see you here, Trenton,
Baker said as he joined the table. Alex momentarily wondered why he always ended up gambling against the man, but then looked at the other fools around him, and he had his answer. Samuel, Lee, and Nathaniel were the ones he preferred to sit with. Samuel leaned forward. How is Debra?
Still in pain.
The burns were terrible, but he was thankful the maid insisted on using the concoction on her shoulders first. If the burns had been on her face, he dared not think of the consequences of his actions, for Margaret would not have left the house in a state of smug satisfaction. No one would have blamed him for attacking Margaret.
Are the burns healing?
Nathaniel asked with deep concern. Debra was their youngest sister, impetuous and sweet, and they cared deeply for her well-being. Alex nodded as he looked at his cards and threw in his 6pence.
It will take time, but the doctor believes her skin will return to normal.
Freckles and all? Samuel asked, as though he dreaded the answer. Alex looked up and nodded.
Yes, but in my defence, I never once told her I wished the freckles away. It never crossed my mind.
Never?
Baker asked with a laugh.
I cannot imagine a man in all the world who wants a woman covered in freckles.
He must not have sensed the coldness coming from the other men at the table, for Baker continued to speak.
God did not intend for women to be so ugly as Debra.
There must have been a mistake in the process, because red hair and freckles do not go well on a woman's complexion. Someone should have told the Earl and Countess to stop at 7 children, instead of forcing another on the world.
Alex threw his cards on the table and glared at the man.
Take it back.
What? You want me to lie and say the ugly little girl is beautiful, Trenton?
You have eyes.
He did have eyes, and in all honesty he had no idea what Baker and other people thought so dissatisfying in regard to Debra. She was by all accounts gorgeous. He knew society frowned upon freckles, but why did everyone have to conform to the rules? If there was one thing he absolutely loved about his wife, it was her penchant for trouble and non-conformity. He would need to tell her this tonight when he went home.
I said, take the words back. Debra is a beautiful and kind woman, and you will not insult my wife.
Baker put his cards on the table and burst into laughter.
I will have to tell Rilla about this. She will also have a fine laugh. We have often thought the extra money in the dowry was to pay you to take her off old Norwood's hands. He had to trick someone into...
Alex's manhood had taken a vital blow over the previous week, with his parents finding out he hadn't consummated the marriage, Debra trying to please him by burning freckles from her body and colouring her hair, Lord and Lady Norwood accusing him of mistreating their daughter, and now Baker laughing at his attempts to honour his injured wife. It was too much, and he lost his temper. Throwing the table to the side, Alex reached forward and grabbed Baker by his cravat. The pent-up anger of the previous weeks left his body through his fists as he punched Baker in the face. Alex threw him to the ground and beat the man, not flinching when blood spilt on his hands. He hit Baker until Samuel and Lee pulled him off.
"What the devil?"
Baker yelled, spitting blood to the ground.
You ever speak of my wife in such a way again, and I will do more than give you a busted lip.
Although he wasn't angry with the men holding him, he shoved their hands away and left without a word in their direction. As an earl, certain situations were usually ignored, but this would be spread throughout the ton by morning. Alex wondered how he'd be portrayed as he slowly made his way home, taking detours so he wouldn't have to deal with the guilt associated with the place. When he walked in the door, a horse or carriage might have been faster transportation, as Samuel, Lee and Nathaniel sat in the parlour with their parents.
"Do not be angry with them. Word reached us long before they arrived."
His father's expression told him he was caught between pity and laughter.
"If you ask me," Samuel said, "Baker deserved more than what you gave him."
Defeated by his own anger, Alex crumpled into the nearest chair, his hands hurting from the fight. He wanted to ask after Debra, but couldn't say the words. As though his mother already knew, she offered an update.
"Debra is sleeping. We washed her hair again, and the colour has turned to a grey. At least it is better than blue."
"So another 100 washes and it should be back to red," he said without humour.
"One of these days you will look back on this time and laugh."
He knew the words were said to lighten the tension in the room, but not a single person smiled at his mother's prediction.
"Perhaps you should tell George Baker the same. I have a feeling he will seek revenge for the outburst tonight."
Nathaniel's words were brushed aside in Alex's mind. George Baker was a nincompoop, and Alex would be willing to tell him to his face if given the chance.
"Alexander,"
his father said, without a trace of the confused humour from before,
"you need to control your temper."
"I did not have a temper until this week, when I saw what that woman did to Debra."
Saying Margaret's name out loud only made him swear. With women in the room, it would be inappropriate, and he'd need to apologise profusely to his mother-in-law, as he'd never used such language in front of her.
"I blame myself,"
his mother said, sniffing back tears. This was a surprise. He hadn't heard his mother take responsibility before.
If I had listened when you requested Apsley and his family not be invited to the wedding, she would not have had the opportunity to befriend dear Debra and cause so much damage."
Speaking for the first time since he'd walked into the room, the Countess of Norwood cleared her throat.
"I would like to know why Lady Margaret went to such lengths with my daughter. I simply do not understand what happened to cause such a devastating situation."
How could he explain Margaret's actions when he did not understand it himself? He'd offered for her hand, and she turned him away. He'd never done anything to cause her to hate him, and yet this act of aggression was simply unfathomable. He tuned out the conversation, staring into the fire. If he could, without causing a scandal, he would go to the Duke of Apsley's home and make Margaret pay for the pain and damage she'd done.
"Are you listening?"
Waverley asked. The words went through his ears and didn't register until his father said his name.
"Alexander, I am speaking to you." "I apologise for not hearing," Alex said, running a hand through his hair. "What did you say?" "Apsley sent a letter of apology for his daughter's actions." "I was not aware he knew of the incident." "I made certain to inform him. Trust me when I tell you, Margaret will pay dearly for this deception." Somehow I do not find comfort in those words, and with the pain Debra is in at this moment, I do not think she will either. "She already knows. Margaret sent a letter of apology to Lady Trenton." Alex's eyes went cold with the thought of more contact between the women. What, pray tell, did the apology include? His mother handed the letter to him, hesitating only a moment at reading a letter addressed to his wife. He opened it and looked for the words explaining the reason behind her actions. If he expected it to be a true apology, he would have been disappointed. Margaret simply wrote, "I suppose you should be thankful I let the maid put it on your shoulders first. A disfigured face would have ensured Alexander seek an annulment." Looking to his father, he asked, "Is Apsley aware of the contents of this so-called apology?" "If he is, it is the end of our acquaintance," Waverley growled. "I find no satisfaction in the current situation as it stands." Handing the letter back to his mother, Alex stood and excused himself. Walking up to Debra's bedchamber, he sat in the chair next to her bed and kept vigil. It wasn't necessary, as she was not in any danger, but he yearned to be near her and lend comfort. Chapter 25. Debra knew her husband was angry, but he never once chided her for the mistake she'd made. The consequences of her actions would have been worse had Annie not intervened and insisted on removing the freckles from her shoulders first. In her looking-glass, Debra viewed the scabs for the first time as Annie changed the bandages. "They are unseemly." Debra tried to sound positive, but her despair over the entire situation couldn't be helped. Alex had warned her to stay away from Margaret, and out of her anger for how he'd hurt her, she'd ignored his words. "Your shoulders will heal. I think you'd better worry about the dye in your hair more than these wounds." And he was right. Her hair had finally turned a dark grey, which was much better than the blue. "I will never rejoin society if my hair stays this putrid colour." The shame of her decision was worse than the actual injury to her physical self. Both her mother and Duchess Waverley gave their opinions on the matter, leaving Debra with the confidence of a toddler. Alex hadn't yet told her she was a fool. She dreaded the day he'd finally let his anger out. "I will help you with your wrapper." Annie held the cashmere robe ready for Debra to step into it. "I think I will spend time at my desk." Then, remembering the manuscript she'd finished, Debra took hold of Annie's hands. "Will you ask Lord Trenton to frank this package?" "Yes, my lady. Do you need my assistance for anything else?" "No. I wish to be alone." Although she'd finished Voluptuous Desires, she now had her new novelette, The Maiden Wife. Pen, ink, and parchment in hand, Debra tried to focus on the novelette. Her mind wandered back to the moment she'd met Margaret.
From the beginning of their friendship, there's always been a nagging feeling, but it was easy to ignore. Each time Margaret spoke of Alex, it was as though she was speaking of a man she loved. Knowing Margaret had been the one to refuse Alex, the insecurities were pushed aside. But it was hard to ignore now as she thought back to the conversations and replayed them in her mind. Margaret was in love with Alex, but wouldn't marry him because his wealth wasn't enough. I should have known she was evil. With this thought, Debra put The Maiden Wife back into her desk drawer and started a new novelette. The Betrayal. This would be a story of two wealthy young women who loved the same man. It should have been obvious, and perhaps she would have noticed the way Margaret looked at Alex if Debra hadn't been so tied up in her own emotions. Margaret would never admit to her reasons, but Debra didn't need her to. Although the former expected to marry a wealthy duke, she did not love Duke Midhurst, and in Debra's estimation, a marriage of convenience was the worst sort of death a living person could experience. The ideas forming in her head, Debra wrote out the first chapter of a beautiful but evil woman with blonde hair and a nasty disposition. The words flowed from her pen as though she was speaking. Her mind went faster than her hand could write, but when she finished the first couple of pages, there was a sense of satisfaction. This could be my best novelette yet. She wasn't proud of the decision to use Madame Rowling's tonics for hair and freckles. She understood her vanity had driven her to near destruction. While writing a character who experienced a similar trial, Debra used weight and starvation for her character, instead of freckles and hair colour, so no one would know it was her. She realised her careless behaviour had been selfish. Putting her pen down and crossing back to her mirror, Debra looked at her reflection. Silently, as she didn't want anyone to possibly overhear, she said words that had never come from her mouth before. You are beautiful and have no need to look any different. Chapter 26. Ingram House was full of people. Too many people, if Alex was being honest with himself. The burns on Debra's shoulders were gone. Her hair was back to the beautiful red he loved. And as her first appearance after the debacle, they chose her parents' party to resurface. If he'd known the Earl and Countess of Norwood planned to invite half of London to their home, he might have suggested spending the rest of the season locked inside. He thought it was supposed to be a quiet family dinner. He admired Debra as they were announced. She wore a white dress and had her hair flowing down her back. She hadn't worn her hair loose since he met her, and it seemed to bring confidence to her posture. Alex had a hard time taking his eyes off his wife. Since the entire issue with the hair dye and freckle remover, Alex made a concentrated effort to remind his wife of her beauty each day. "You are beautiful tonight, love." Alex grabbed 2 glasses of punch from the passing servant and handed her one. Whispering, he said, "I did not know this was a big party."
Kate and Adele wanted to invite a few men so they could flirt. That meant my mother needed to balance it out with women, hence the large group of people.
Debra took a sip of her punch and motioned for him to follow her. She led him to the patio where they could sit and talk.
Thank you for the kind compliments, Alex. I know I do not deserve you.
Alex took her hand and squeezed it. "We need to start trusting each other if we are going to make our marriage work. Therefore, trust me when I tell you, I love your deep red hair and the freckles adorning your face. Without both, you are not the woman I love."
Alex, I do not want to be one of those people who avoid their spouse. There are too many people in society stuck in those situations.
"I agree, love." He sat back on the bench, noticing she hadn't reacted to his comment of loving her. Looking up at the sky, he knew he'd caused her a deep amount of pain, as she refused to return his sentiments of love. But he was not blind to her emotions any longer, or so he hoped. Every time she looked his way, he saw the spark of attraction she held for him. It was only a matter of time before she would trust him again. He only hoped he would deserve her trust when it came, instead of saying something stupid as he had the morning they were wed. As a bridge in the conversation, he pointed out a few of the constellations. "Do you see the 5 stars that form Cassiopeia?"
"No, where are they?"
Alex took her hand and raised it to point out the stars. It was the easiest way to show her.
Cassiopeia is in the form of the letter W. It starts right there,
he said, as he moved her hand in the direction,
and ends right above your head.
He waited for her to make a comment about the stars. This was supposed to be a romantic moment where she could see his admiration and quite possibly steal a kiss. Looking around to ensure they were alone, he ran his hand down her back and brought her other hand down from pointing out the stars. She let out a surprised gasp with the touch. I have never thought much about the stars. Alex kissed her hand. Although gloved, it was still an intoxicating moment.
With a horse named Starlight, I must admit, I find myself in shock over such a pronouncement.
Debra shuddered with his touch. There were 3 possible reasons for this reaction. If negative, he'd misread her reason for dressing so handsomely. If positive, he might be on the cusp of receiving forgiveness for his stupidity. The 3rd reason was temperature. The October air was bitter in the evenings, and her wrapper wasn't heavy enough to keep her completely warm.
Are you cold, love?
Yes, we should rejoin the party.
Debra, I want to speak with you before we do.
More constellations?
No, darling. I need to apologise for a great many things, but especially for the words I said on our wedding day.
Is this in response to your father's edict?
Alex let out a sigh of frustration. No, I do not care about being disinherited. First of all, my younger brother is too ill to be an earl, let alone a duke. Second, my mother would never allow my father to disown me.
Then what is the purpose behind your apology?
I told you I wanted to grow in accord with each other. If we continue to stay apart, how are we to do so?
Taking a deep breath, as he knew the words she needed to hear were not yet in the open, he continued.
I never thought the words I said would hurt you as they did. I wanted to protect you, as I knew you wanted a marriage of love. I should have told you months ago how attractive I found you when we first met. I fell in love with you as you stood in the barn and told me to leave without a care for my health.
He let out a light laugh as his nerves took over.
I was too blind to notice it was love.
Debra nodded. Alex poured his heart out to her, and she was reacting far too calmly for the pounding in his chest and head. Tell me, my lord, if I had not gone down the destructive path with Lady Margaret, would you confess such things to me? Hesitating for less than a second in order to speak with exactness so there could not be a misunderstanding, Alex realised it was a mistake. He'd hesitated too long. He should have responded immediately.
I would have said the words, eventually. I cannot know when.
How kind of you. Debra stood, and without another word, left him sitting on the patio. He'd messed the conversation up again. Alex stayed where he was, trying to make sense of his life and mistakes. He'd made so many missteps over the past few months, and while going over them in his mind, he had a hard time choosing the worst of the actions.
Asking Margaret to marry me, staying in the barn with Debra, marrying Debra without realising I was in love with her, stating I did not want to set up a nursery.
Each item he listed off made him sink lower and lower on the bench. He stayed out in the cold, looking up at the stars until a call for dinner came to him. He escorted Debra into dinner and helped her with her chair. Looking around the room, he groaned when he saw Debra's Uncle Bosworth. The man was an imbecile and didn't know when to shut his mouth. If this meal was as disastrous as the last they'd had together, Alex could not fathom the consequences to Debra's fragile self-esteem. The soup arrived. Alex decided he would keep quiet. Everything he said to his wife caused her pain, and he had no desire to converse with others. I was thinking about purchasing a book. Alex raised his eyebrows in surprise. The conversation could be the start of something more meaningful.
Oh?
I wondered if you could suggest something.
I must admit I am pleasantly surprised to hear this. I will have to consider the best I have read before giving a recommendation.
Blocking Debra's response, Uncle Bosworth opened his slobbering, drunk mouth to add to the conversation.
I heard a hint of a scandal hit your family this summer, Norwood.
I do not know what you're referring to, Bosworth,
Lord Norwood said in a tone Alex wouldn't cross if he was the slobbering drunk. Bosworth didn't stop. He plied himself with wine as the soup course ended and the footman brought out the second course: chicken, artichokes and cauliflower.
I recall the conversation surrounding Lady Debra's dowry and her reputation.
Lord Norwood nearly flew out of his chair as Bosworth spoke, but Lady Norwood's stern look kept him from throttling her brother.
You are mistaken, brother. We did discuss Lady Trenton's dowry, as she and Lord Trenton were engaged, but there was not a conversation regarding her reputation.
The stern tone he spoke with sent the room back to private conversations. Alex tried to remember where he and Debra had been on the topic of books when he heard Lady Grey from across the table.
Lady Trenton, have you seen the latest story in Peterson's magazine?
Debra's cheeks turned a slight pink. Yes, I did.
By your reaction, I can tell you know the exact story I speak of.
Yes, I believe I do.
What is this story?
Alex asked, looking to his wife. Debra shook her head as though she would not tell him, so Lady Grey filled him in.
Voluptuous desires.
Alex nearly spit his drink out with the name of the novelette.
Pardon me?
Oh, come now, Lord Trenton. You are not such a prude,
Lady Grey taunted. As though she were thinking out loud, she continued,
There was a terrible storm in Sussex this last spring. I remember reading about it in the newspaper. It sounds exactly the same as the storm described in the story Voluptuous Desires.
Alex decided to ignore Lady Grey. He turned back to Debra.
May I take you to the bookstore tomorrow?
I would appreciate your assistance. Debra's voice sounded strained. What has you so upset? He thought it better not to ask, but Debra had turned into a mess of nerves.
Are you unwell?
I have a confession to make, Alex. With these words, her face went pale. Alex didn't know what he expected her to say, but her words were cut off by Lady Grey.
Lady Trenton, what do you make of this Sir Anthony Briggs and his writings? He is stretching the boundaries of propriety with his novellas. Do you not agree?
Sir Anthony Briggs? Why does the name sound familiar? Alex partially listened to Debra's response as he was trying to remember where he'd heard the name before. Have I read something by this gentleman? If a man who wrote a book named Voluptuous Desires could be considered such. His mind wandered through the rest of dinner, trying to bring back the memory of how he knew Sir Anthony Briggs. When the women left to spend their time in the parlour, Alex stayed behind with the men. Briggs, where have I heard the name? He wondered as he joined Samuel and Lee's conversation. He'd decided to push the name out of his mind when the memory came back. They'd sat in a cold barn speaking of her writing when she revealed the pen name she planned to use for publication. Standing by the window, Alex released the glass he was holding. It shattered on the ground. Debra!
Trenton, is something wrong?
Samuel asked, putting a hand on his shoulder.
What?
Alex asked, focusing on the conversation.
Trenton, you do not look well,
Lee said with concern. Shaking his head to clear it, he noticed he'd not only made a mess, but he'd caused a scene. Alex bent down to clean the mess.
Let Drake handle the clean-up,
Lord Norwood said, coming over to the group.
What happened?
I apologise, Lord Norwood. I was not thinking, and I had an accident.
You still have not answered me. You look pale. Are you unwell? Samuel looked worried. Embarrassed from dropping his glass and the knowledge of his wife's publication, Voluptuous Desires, Alex shook his head.
I am not good company tonight. I think I should leave for Mayfair House.
Turning to his father, who'd joined them, he finished, I think I will walk.
Will you and Mother accompany Debra home?
Do not tell me you are worried I will take all your pocket money in a game tonight.
Baker drawled from his position on the couch. Alex did not care for an argument. Ignoring the jab aimed at him, he looked to his father.
I will be fine. I just need some air.
Not a chance, Lord Norwood said, taking his arm. You look ill. I will not have you collapsing in the street. You and Debra will stay here for the night.
Instead of arguing and making a scene, Alex acquiesced and allowed Samuel and Lee to lead him to a bedchamber. It was nicer to be alone. He had time to think about Debra's choice. Frustrated and hoping to stay off the argument he knew was inevitable, Alex dressed for bed and lay in tormented silence as he considered the fallout if people were to discover she was the writer. Right before he fell asleep, he realised he'd need to obtain a copy of the magazine so he would know what the story entailed. The following day, Alex lay in bed long into the morning, trying to wrap his mind around his marriage and his wife. He'd known Debra was obsessed with writing, but he'd thought she'd keep him appraised of her choices for submitting a manuscript. He'd spent time talking to her about the writing, he'd asked questions about it, and kept tabs on who the characters were in her books. He'd even taken the time to list the characters out and all of the information he knew about them, so he could carry a conversation with her.
When was the last time I asked her about her characters? Before we were wed.
Since arriving in London, he had all but ignored his wife until the dreadful situation with the chemicals. They went to evening parties together, but he had no idea how she spent her days. When they were at parties, he spent most of his time in the game room, while he assumed she spent time with her sisters and friends. They'd been married 4 months, and he knew her less now than he did when he married her. It was his own fault. When he'd alienated Debra, the result was a lack of honesty between them. It was no wonder she published without telling him. After dressing for the day, Alex made his way to the parlour, where the butler told him he would find Debra. They were supposed to go shopping for books, but he wanted to take her for a walk. His heart pounded as he slowly made his way to the parlour. Would she be receptive to him? It was possible she'd still be angry. Everything he'd tried the night before with the stars and whispers of her beauty were for naught, as she'd not responded. He'd have to make a drastic gesture of repentance.
Lord Trenton,
Lady Norwood said as he entered the room.
I was concerned when my husband told us you were unwell last evening.
No reason to be concerned, my lady. A full night's rest has set me right.
You missed the morning meal. I will send it to the kitchen and have a tray brought up for you.
There's no need, but thank you.
Turning to find Debra, he said,
We have a busy evening set for us. We have only a short time before we need to set out for the theatre, if you still want to attend.
Yes, I was hoping you would be well enough.
Debra crossed the room with caution. She had a worried look about her. He wondered if she knew he'd recognised her pen name.
Stay for an hour or so, Trenton. I would like to take the money you should have lost to me last night.
Baker stood as though Alex was stupid enough to follow him to the game room.
No, thank you, Baker. I'm not in the right humour for spending time with you.
You are afraid to lose?
No. Alex gave him a bored look and hoped the message was clear. He did not care for the man, and apparently Baker forgot the night Alex beat on him for his insensitive words towards Debra.
I will have Norwood send for our carriage to take you home,
Lady Norwood said, with a nervous glance in Alex's direction.
No need, my lady. I think a walk will do me some good, unless you would prefer the carriage, he said to Debra.
I will walk with you.
Chapter 27. Borrowing a coat, shoes and a day frock, Debra held her husband's arm as they walked. Alex dressed in Samuel's day clothing so they weren't overdressed for a short walk through London. Even with all these added items to talk about, Debra had a difficult time speaking to her husband.
I am sorry I turned in early last night.
I'm concerned about you, Alex. I checked on you once I heard you were unwell, but you were already sleeping.
I believe it was more stress than being unwell.
What are you stressed about?
Sir Anthony Briggs. Debra closed her eyes so she wouldn't see the look on his face. She did not want to know if he were happy or mad. But why would he be happy? She'd gone behind his back and published a very shocking and racy novella. She'd sent a second manuscript in a few days ago as well. The new novella, The Maiden Wife, was set to be in the next issue.
I should have told you about my finished manuscript.
To her surprise, Alex gave a grimace and asked, "Will you tell me about the story?" He was making an obvious effort to please her, and it was working. She did not hide her excitement. With the hope this meant an acceptance of her as a wife, she squeezed his arm.
I rewrote Cordelia and Percival, and I mixed them with our story.
What part from our story did you use?
The storm. Although I did not put them in a barn, I had my characters find each other in a cave.
The one you pointed to on our horse ride?
You remember it?
Yes, love. I remember everything about our time together so far. He gave her a genuine smile. Please tell me you only guessed at kissing, and the other relationship items you needed. You did not make good on your threat to ask a footman for assistance. Debra's eyes went wide as heat filled her face. She dared not tell him his mother was her source, but she needed to ensure he knew she was as much a maiden now as on the day they met.
Lord Trenton, I have a female confidant who helped me write those scenes. I have as little experience now as I did on the day I asked you for help.
I apologise for asking. They walked in silence for half a block before she spoke again.
Alex, I sent a second manuscript to the magazine.
I did not realise you've had enough free time to write a second manuscript.
I stay up late, and you know I prefer to write instead of crochet or embroider, but this one I finished while recovering from my incident.
Tell me about his new one. Debra hesitated. His reaction to the first one was surprising, but he already knew about the manuscript. This one was more of an anger piece, and she'd shared the hurt of being ignored by her husband in the prose.
I named it The Maiden Wife.
She waited for his reaction. When there wasn't an immediate response, she looked up to see he looked to be processing her words. She walked beside him, fearful of an angry outburst. Although he'd never been angry with her, she deserved to be yelled at. Another story based on our marriage? Whispering her response, Debra looked straight ahead.
Yes.
May I ask, this confidant you have, does she know we have not consummated our marriage?
Yes. I asked for her advice after I wrote the scenes, and she was willing to share her thoughts.
Debra stopped in surprise when Alex next spoke. She dared not meet his eyes for fear of dying under his gaze. Darling, I'm ready to set up a nursery. We should begin today. Removing her hand from his, she covered her blush.
My lord, I find this a bit sudden.
I wanted to wait to court you and get to know you, but I find your need to write these types of stories to be distressing. And everything that has happened over the last 2 months has helped me to realise I need to prove my feelings to you.
I do not understand. How will furthering our marriage change anything?
When you are a mother, you will not have enough time to write such novellas. When we have done our duty as husband and wife, you will realise I find you terribly handsome, and there is no need to distress over what you see as imperfections. Debra smiled. She knew as a mother she'd still have time to write her manuscripts, as women of their social standing hired nursemaids. But experiencing a relationship as more than casual acquaintances who accompany each other at parties and speak about bland everyday activities lent an air of intrigue to her.
I agree with you, Alex. I think my mind needs other pursuits.
Alex held his arm out for her again, and they finished their walk to Mayfair House. Debra thought to remind him of the promise to go to the bookstore, but they could go another day. Finding a level of comfort with each other warmed her heart. He walked with her up to the bedchamber. For a moment, Debra waited for Alex to kiss her hand and make a comment about discussing the situation further.
Perhaps they would continue the conversation after the theatre, but when he followed her into the chamber, her heart sped up. Nervous as she'd received instructions from her mother the night before her wedding to let the Earl take charge, Debra didn't know what to do. She'd read so many novellas, and they always cut off before intimate moments. When the Duchess helped with voluptuous desires, Debra giggled over the information, as it completely disregarded her mother's advice. Looking into Alex's eyes, she saw the intensity of his desire, and found it was much more satisfying than what she'd imagined in Lord Percival's gaze when looking upon Cordelia. From the tension, she realised when Alex said he found her handsome, he'd been sincere. As he pulled her into his arms, Alex placed a kiss on her lips that took her breath away and made her run her hands through his hair. They arrived at Covent Garden Theatre in the same carriage as Duke and Duchess Waverley. Debra worried everyone at Mayfair House knew what she and Alex had done before getting dressed for the theatre. Although they were married, she wanted their relationship private, which meant she needed to stop blushing. Alex led her to a seat near the front of the box, and they settled in to wait for the programme to begin. Even though they both wore gloves, heat entered her cheeks as he played with her fingers. She was hopelessly in love with her husband, and found he was with her as well. The night couldn't get better than that moment. She laid her head back and closed her eyes, revelling in the beauty of the theatre and her almost perfect life, until she heard Lady Margaret and the Duke and Duchess of Apsley's greetings as they joined the box. Debra sat up and glared at Margaret. It was only proper to give a greeting, even after the woman attempted to injure her permanently. It was a small amount of triumph and pleasure to see the joint anger of Duke and Duchess Waverley and Alex. Thankfully, the curtain opened before anyone could speak further. She moved forward in her seat for a better view of the stage and an attempt at ignoring the added guests. Having read the play, she'd anticipated the excitement of a wonderful performance of Romeo and Juliet, despite the presence of Margaret. She was drawn in from the moment it started. She cried as Romeo and Juliet fell in love and secretly married. Alex handed her a handkerchief, which made her thankful he was such a gentleman. She jumped in surprise and nervousness during the loud clashing of metal sword fight between the men of Verona. When Romeo killed Tybalt to avenge the death of Mercutio, she was thankful for the intermission, because it was inevitable. Romeo would be banished from Verona, and she couldn't handle all the emotions at once. Alex leaned over to and patted her hand.
"Would you like something to drink or eat?"
She nodded.
"I will wait here. I do not mean to be so emotional,"
Debra said, trying to smile.
"You are not the only one, my love."
"Alexander, please bring a drink for your father and I as well."
Debra shivered as a breeze from the auditorium hit her arms. She was wearing one of the new dresses the Duchess insisted she purchase, and it was a thin muslin silk. The space between the end of her gloves and sleeves was cold.
"We should take a walk while we wait for Alexander,"
Duchess Waverley said, pulling her to her feet. Debra nodded and linked arms with her. They walked out of the box and joined a group of gossiping women. Debra had a hard time paying attention as she did not know the women and did not know the people they were discussing. It sounded like there were many scandals happening in London, so her absence from society had not made much of an impact. Debra looked up as the announcement was made for the second half of the play. She and the Duchess turned to go back to the box when she noticed Alex speaking with Lady Margaret. Alex had 1 glass of punch, when he should have had at least 3. She stepped forward to lead Duchess Waverley over to Alex when Margaret leaned forward and kissed him. She was far enough away it looked like the kiss was on his lips. Stopping before he saw her and before she did something she'd regret, Debra turned back to her mother-in-law. Duchess Waverley's disappointed glare told Debra the tête-à-tête wasn't missed.
"The second half will start soon. We should return."
Her manner was graceful, as though she hadn't seen her son in a compromising situation. Debra thought back to the days where she'd trained to be a countess. Both her mother And Duchess Waverley told her a countess and duchess do not give way to their emotions in public. Perhaps her crying during the play was a breach of this training, but she vowed not to let anyone, especially Margaret, see the pain. Deborah was seated, and the curtain was up again before Alex returned. He handed her a glass of punch. She didn't drink it, as it was a gift from her unfaithful husband. Handing it back to him and ignoring his frown, she sat forward to watch the rest of the performance. When he tried to hold her hand or lovingly rub her fingers, she pulled away. When Romeo and Juliet both died, Deborah couldn't control her tears. A part of her seemed to be dying as she remembered Alex and Margaret in the corner. The thought of how she'd foolishly let herself believe he loved her plagued her broken heart, and the tears were not for the characters in the play. Instead, they were for the loss of everything she thought they'd gained in their marriage.
"Do you want to stay for the after show, or do you want me to take you home?" Alex asked.
"Please take me home." Alex held his arm out for her. She took it, so Margaret wouldn't have the satisfaction of knowing there was a fight brewing. While they waited for the carriage, Deborah didn't speak. Locking eyes with Duchess Waverley, she knew they had an understanding.
"Waverley,"
the Duchess said to her husband,
"let us leave Alexander and Deborah to ride alone."
Waverley looked over as though to see why she would suggest taking a different carriage, and must have seen something in their stance or demeanour as he quickly agreed. Alex helped Deborah into the carriage and sat next to her, as if he couldn't sense the tension. Taking her hand as the footman closed the door, Deborah pulled away.
"Have I done something wrong?"
Deborah waited until the carriage was moving before she answered, her voice a low hiss.
"How dare you ask me such a question?"
His act of innocence angered her further.
"What have I done to incur your wrath?
I thought we agreed to put the past behind us." With the word past, Deborah lost her mind. She spoke without thought, putting all aspects of dignity behind her.
"When we agreed to leave our problems in the past, it meant both of us, not just me. I realise what you took today was rightfully yours, as I am your wife, and by law I am your property. But I expected you to keep your word. You might not have said the word love, as in, I love you, but your actions told me you wanted our marriage to be more than a transaction."
Alex cut her off as she took a breath to continue her speech.
"What are you going on about? When we arrived at the theatre you were happy. What have I done to deserve your censure?"
"I saw you with Margaret. Your mother saw you with Margaret. I saw the kiss. How could you do this to me? And with her?"
The last word was meant to be an accusation to cut through his calm demeanour. The look on his face made her stop speaking. He looked near to vomiting. Chapter 28. Alex knew something was wrong when he led Deborah out of the theatre, but he never imagined she'd seen the private conversation with Margaret. Sputtering as he tried to explain only made him look guilty. It wasn't what Deborah thought.
"Deborah, please let me explain."
"I do not want to hear any more lies, Alex. There are many couples in society who do not spend time together. I plan to move back to Woodland Manor. I will not be going to Trenton Hall with you for the winter. If anything comes of this afternoon, I will inform you."
Shaking his head, he rolled his eyes toward the top of the carriage and sat forward. He refused to say another word until they were home and in their rooms, until he heard her scoff. Cutting through the words she planned to say, he fought back.
"It was not an affair, Deborah. She claimed the need to apologise and therefore cornered me. It would have been shocking to everyone around if I had ignored her."
He needed Deborah to understand it wasn't what she thought. He hadn't kissed Margaret. She hadn't kissed him. She'd leaned in to do so, but he moved backward. Alex made an effort to let Margaret know he wasn't interested in her offer. Deborah cried, which broke his resolve. His voice cracked with the emotion of his wife thinking he could possibly treat her so awfully. It truly was a terrible situation to be in. Begging her to understand, he nearly cried,
Debra, please listen to me. Margaret followed me out of the box. She told me she needed to speak with me. I told her I am in love with my wife, and I let her know the way she treated you was not only indescribable, but unforgivable. He heard the disbelief in her laugh.
Take me to Ingram House. I will not stay anywhere with you.
No.
Debra turned her red-rimmed, wet eyes toward him.
Yes.
You made the astute observation regarding the law and marriage. According to the law, you are my property. Therefore, you belong in the same house as me.
He knew he'd taken the wrong course of action the minute he finished the sentence. Debra's hand came up as she slapped him across the face. Stopping it would mean he didn't deserve the censure, but he knew he did. His words had been a last attempt at keeping her near him.
You are right. I deserved that.
The words sounded cheap as he saw her tears. Alex took her hand. She let him hold it this time. In an effort to show forgiveness, he leaned forward and touched his forehead to hers.
Are you still angry?
Looking into her eyes, Alex saw forgiveness, and he hoped love. If he was wrong, she'd let him know. He pulled her to him and kissed her, much as he had earlier that day. When she responded, he deepened the kiss. The carriage jostled, but he continued to kiss his wife, thinking of the love he held for her. This was the life he wanted, minus the arguments. He kissed her cheek and moved to her ear to whisper the words she needed to hear. As he started to whisper, "I love you," the carriage stopped. Instead of the words he hoped to say, with the opening of the carriage door, he turned to tell the driver to go around the street block again, but he didn't recognize the man. "What the?" he said, as a hand and cloth went over his mouth and nose. He was holding Debra's hand and tried to pull her closer as he struggled against his assailant, but his mind went foggy as the sweet smell on the cloth took clean air from his body. Giving in, as he had no other options, his body went limp and his mind fell into darkness. Chapter 29. Debra paced the parlour of Mayfair House, regretting her last moments with Alex. Torturing herself over her lack of trust in her husband, she wiped at the tears as she wondered where he was and who the masked men were. The carriage stopped mid-travel to the townhouse when they were attacked. As Alex fought to get away, she never considered he'd lose. As his body went limp, Debra tried to keep hold of his hand, but he was ripped away as the men threw her back in the carriage. Momentarily stunned as her head hit the opposite side of the carriage, Debra remembered yelling at the abductors while she tried to focus and make sense of the situation. Unfortunately, there was nothing of sense. Debra wiped tears from her eyes as she worried over her husband. She listened to Waverley as he recounted the attack, as she'd told him, to the constable. Holding her puppy for comfort, Debra promised if Alex were to come home alive and well, she'd be a good wife and trust him no matter the circumstances. She vowed to forgive him as the butler announced Lady Margaret. "Your Grace," Margaret said, rushing into the room towards Alex's mother. "All of London is speaking about this abduction." Debra didn't let her finish. She handed Portia to the butler and flew at Lady Margaret. "Get out!" "Lady Trenton, I did not see you there," Margaret said with a simpering smile. "Leave now." Debra's resolve to keep her anger and hurt from Margaret was gone. "I do not want to see you near me or my husband again. I know you are in love with him. Alex and I should be married. I turned him down with the hopes he would ask a second time. I never had designs to marry Midhurst." Margaret went from smug to regret in an instant, and if Debra wasn't worried about her husband, she'd give her attention to the tear-stained woman standing before her. But Alex was her priority. Margaret's regrets could wait.
"Lady Margaret,"
Duke Waverley said with a stern glare,
"we do not have time for this. Lady Trenton's request
is valid."
Debra waited until she knew the woman was gone before she sat on the sofa. The butler brought Portia to her, and Debra again hugged the puppy, trying to calm her nerves. She made the promise again.
"If he comes back, I will forgive him and never distrust him again. I do not deserve him."
Debra didn't sleep. The abduction replayed over and over in her mind until she found her way to the writing table. She wrote in her journal for a portion of the night, but by breakfast her nerves were back on end. Unable to eat anything, Debra stared at the table. Living with regret was torture. As she was ready to give up on forcing food, Waverley spoke.
"A letter of ransom arrived this morning."
"What do they want?"
£70,000.
Debra looked at her father-in-law. She was blessed to have kind and generous in-laws, but the coincidence of the ransom amount being the same as her dowry struck her as odd.
"The exact amount of my dowry?"
Waverley put his newspaper on the table.
"Now, that is an interesting observation, one I did not think of, although I did think the amount was odd."
"It must be a coincidence, my dear."
The Duchess gave a gentle smile.
"How can anyone know what your dowry was outside of family?"
"It is odd, though," Debra said, wandering from the table.
"Such a strange amount. Why not 50,000 or 100,000?
Duke Waverley came up beside her and took her arm.
"We will not worry about the amount. We will bring Alexander home and then hopefully find out who is behind the abduction."
Debra nodded and allowed him to lead her back to the table.
"You should eat something."
With the knowledge of Alex's release at hand, Debra was able to eat a small amount of food. She would closet herself away writing and imagining until Alex was back. Perhaps she'd have another manuscript finished by the time he was home. Chapter 30.
"You were not supposed to take him!"
Alex woke as a man yelled. A door slammed against what sounded like a brick wall. He was cold and laying on dirt, rocks digging into his skin.
"You were supposed to rob the coach and kill him!"
The words were muffled by the covering on his head, but Alex was certain the response was an argument against killing him.
"What do you suppose I do with him? He cannot know I am part of this. If I send him back, I go to prison."
His captors came near, making their voices louder. A gruff Irish lilt wafted through the coverings on Alex's head.
"We have an opportunity for more than pocket change and jewellery."
"You stupid fool!"
the man yelled. Finding himself fully awake, Alex recognised the voice of the angry man. Mr. George Baker, Rilla's husband, yelled at the abductors.
"We aren't fools,"
another voice, this one British but working class.
"Listen up, London trash. I pulled you out of the gutter and promised you more money than either of you have ever had to pull this job off for me. No one can know I am behind it."
Alex heard Baker walking close to him. He was surprised when the coverings came off, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. Looking up at his captor, he hoped the scowl in his eyes was as fierce and equal to what Debra could give when she was angry.
"But as you can see, you have not kept him unconscious, and he is now aware of my presence."
"Ain't our fault, Governor."
The Irishman slurred every word escaping his mouth. Baker looked down at Alex and spoke as though he were doing him a favour.
"Debra is unharmed."
This knowledge did make Alex feel less stressed. If they'd taken his wife, he'd give them anything they wanted. Baker removed the gag and moved Alex against a wall so he could sit up. Alex's lungs burned as he was finally able to take deep breaths. The smell in the room made him hurl, but without food in his stomach, nothing came out.
"Why, Baker,"
he croaked as the gag had dried his mouth. His tongue felt 4 sizes too large for his mouth, and each word ended with a bite against its leathery flesh.
"You should know why. I owe you more than I can pay. What about the investment?
He'd known when writing the bank draft that money would go to the gambling tables, but a part of him hoped to be wrong. Baker laughed, although there wasn't any cheer or humour within the sound. His face contorted in rage.
There was no investment. I have nothing to return to you. It is gone, all of it.
All you had to do was tell me you cannot pay, and I would have relieved you of the debt.
Baker glared at him with a deep hatred.
You tell me now your life is at stake, but if we were sitting in a parlour, you would make certain my debt was known and collected on.
You are wrong, Alex said in a whisper. I never told anyone of loaning you the money. I never mentioned it when you sat at the tables gambling away every last sixpence in your purse. Nor did I ever tell anyone I suspected you were behind the blackmail letter to Norwood before my marriage to Debra.
The last part of his statement surprised Baker, but he brushed it aside.
I do not care. If you were stuck with a fool wife like Rilla, you would be driven to madness and follow my same path. She has wasted all our money on fripperies. We are no longer solvent. So now you are set to die. Forgiveness of my debt is not necessary, and I will not go to a debtor's prison.
You never spent any money at the tables?
Alex asked, coughing as he spoke. In a regular situation, the cough would be a hint of showing the hypocrisy, but the thirst made it difficult to speak.
Well, you have a point there, old chap,
George said with a guilty smile.
I might have some gambling debts needing to be paid off.
His chest burned with each breath.
How much is the ransom?
George waited to respond as Alex was again coughing. His chest burned with each breath.
£70,000.
He threw the blindfold and gag he'd been holding to the ground before continuing his speech.
You do not need the money. Rilla and I can move away from her family, and perhaps my future children will have something to inherit.
Was Rilla in on this?
Alex shivered from the cold.
No, she is dumber than those two idiots over there.
He pointed to the abductors.
She will never know. Even if I told her the truth of it, she would claim I was incapable.
He stood and paced back and forth in front of Alex.
The only problem I have now is you. You were not supposed to survive the robbery. You were supposed to be killed during the struggle. So what choices do I have to make certain you do not turn me into the constable?
Alex tried to swallow, hoping to get some moisture into his mouth. His legs and hands were still bound, so escape wasn't an option. Yet he tried to get his hands out of the ropes by twisting them. Even as the thought of absolute failure hit, he fought.
How long have I been here?
It has been a day. We have to plan this precisely.
With all of the effort to escape, exhaustion set in. He didn't know how that could be, since he had been sleeping, but he could barely keep his eyes open. George gave one last look at Alex before he turned to his co-conspirators.
Kill him. I sent the Duke of Waverley a letter of ransom this morning. We will deliver his body for exchange.
Turning back to Alex, he touched his forehead.
You do not look well, and that cough sounds deep in your chest. I think it could be pneumonia. They might not have to kill you.
Baker walked away from him.
There will be more money in it for you if you do as I say and kill him this time. We told you we wouldn't commit murder.
This was the British man speaking. Baker picked a bottle of whiskey off the table and threw it at the wall above Alex. It shattered, pouring the contents and glass on Alex. His body yearned for liquid. At the moment, he would take anything, just so long as it would quench his thirst.
Hold on, Governor. That's our whiskey, the Irishman yelled. You went off script, boys. You should have done the job the way I told you to do it, and then you would not have to get your hands dirty. How hard would it have been to rob the coach and kill him?
Baker threw their payment on the table, holding a few bills back. You can let him stay awake now, since he will not be alive to turn any of us in. You will get the rest of your payment when this is over. Take care of the Earl, and deliver the corpse when told." As soon as Baker was gone, Alex begged.
"Drink."
He coughed until they brought a glass of ale. He choked as it went down his throat. As soon as he was finished drinking, he decided to try and talk the men into letting him go.
"If you release me, I will pay you the £70,000. Baker will not get any of it."
The men stood over by the table, ignoring him.
"Please, listen to me,"
he said, rolling his head against the wall to look at them.
"I will give you more than 70,000. I have access to much more."
The men ignored him. He tried again.
"If you release me now, I will make certain neither of you are charged, and you will leave with your pockets full."
"Be quiet," the Irishman yelled, as he walked over and hit Alex in the head with a bottle of ale. "We should have done the job right the first time."
"Why will you not listen to me? I have money."
Glass cut into his face, head and arms as he fell sideways and landed on the shattered pieces. He tried to move, but glass cut deeper into his skin. So he stopped. Still trying to free his hands, the movement caused one of his fingers to slide against a piece of glass, slicing it open. He didn't care. He realised if he could manoeuvre his hand correctly, he could cut the rope. Alex knew he was cutting his hands and arm more than the rope, but he had to keep trying. He listened as his abductors drank and sang ballads to their ale and their mothers. He rolled his eyes in annoyance, but continued to slide the glass up and down on the rope. He dropped the piece of glass as the British man came over with a cup full of ale. He slurred some words.
"Do you need something more to drink?"
Alex did want something to drink, but he didn't want another sip of the cheap liquid.
"No, thank you."
The man sat in front of him, legs crossed and looking pleased with himself.
"My name is Barney. Teddy is from Ireland."
"Charmed, I'm sure."
Alex drawled and rolled his eyes.
"Tell me, when are you meeting my father for the ransom?"
"Baker will take care of that. We'll just have to do what he says."
"I promise to pay you whatever you wish. Just let me go."
"If we let you go,"
Teddy said, walking toward him with a bottle of ale,
"you will turn us into the magistrate. We've done a few jobs for Baker. He won't turn on us."
Teddy walked away with his bottle of ale, swaying with the new ballad he started. He hiccuped, and the two men burst into laughter as Barney poured the ale over Alex's face. Alex groaned and lay back on the ground where he had been thrown earlier.
"Do either of you know when you need to meet my father?"
Asking the question again seemed pointless, but perhaps as they continued to drink, the answer would slip.
"Why?"
Teddy asked, coming closer and crouching down by his head.
"Why do you care? We have to kill you first."
"I would prefer to be dead than listen to your singing,"
Alex said, scowling at the men. They burst into laughter and banged their cups together. Barney took his cup and put it to Alex's mouth. Alex kept his mouth tightly shut, choosing not to drink the rot gut. But Teddy bounded over and pinched his nose. Although he spit most of it out, some went down his throat, causing him to gag and cough. Again, they laughed as they revelled over his reaction. Everything he did brought them some sort of sick joy. He thought they were going to leave him and go back to their singing when Barney called out,
"What's that?"
Barney pointed to his back and grabbed his arm.
"You hoping to escape?"
Barney picked him up and threw him away from the glass. Despair gripped Alex, and he thought of giving in and waiting to die as the worry of putting up with their foul behaviour for another minute was too much. A person of his rank should not have these experiences. He'd been raised a gentleman and should be at home or at parties. The thought of home took him back to the fight and partial reconciliation with Debra. She had every reason to be angry with him. When Margaret approached at the opera house, he should have taken advice from Joseph in the Bible and run as though from Potiphar's wife. It was strange the memory of the boy Joseph, who was sold into Egypt, came so clearly to his mind. His family had not been strict in reading the Bible, but he had learned the stories from when he was a child.
If I get out of this alive, I will devote more time to the study of God's words.
It was a passing thought, and he hoped one he would remember when the time came. Living was the only option, as he had to make it back to Debra. The men burst into laughter and doubled over as they continued to mock his attempt at escape. Teddy kicked him in the side, stopped and grabbed his hair, lifting him off the ground.
We should kill him now.
It was a blessing. His thoughts of Debra, the Bible, and God kept him from hearing their taunts. Barney rushed forward. "Shh!" he hissed as he put his fingers to his mouth.
"We don't want him to hear."
They doubled over again in laughter. Alex rolled his eyes at the idiocy of the men. He wasn't going to allow them to kill him, if he could stop them. But he wanted to know when they were going to make the attempt. They staggered back to the table as they realised they didn't have any more ale. With the renewal of fresh drink, the room filled with their singing. When they finally passed out, Alex scooted back to the glass and began sawing away at the ropes. Ignoring the pain each time he cut into his skin, his mind focused solely on escaping, as he needed Debra. Life without her would not be one worth living. Chapter 31. Debra held Portia in her arms, clinging to the dog as though she were aligned to life, the replay of events leading to the abduction fresh in her mind. Her eyes weren't focused as she looked into the fire, flames dancing as though the increasing cold of the season had no effect.
"What assurances do we have they will keep from harming him?"
Samuel asked as he stormed through the room.
"We do not have any assurances. They did not agree to leave him unharmed,"
her father said. She imagined he, along with everyone else, avoided looking in her direction. A loneliness she'd never expected crept into her heart, and she shivered from the emptiness it left.
"How long until the money from the ransom can be raised?"
the constable asked. Debra focused her eyes and hearing. She wanted the answer as well.
My solicitor is working on it now,
Waverley said in frustration.
It is taking longer than I would like, but they have not given us a location for the exchange.
Turning to Debra, the constable asked,
"Has Lord Trenton confided any information regarding enemies?"
"No, I am not aware of anyone unsavoury in his life. Alex is trustworthy and only has the best of friends." As the words exited her mouth, she knew instantly there was truth to everything she said. Her husband was kind and gentle. He would never have been unfaithful to her, and she should have trusted him the night of the opera. Her actions that night would haunt her for eternity.
"I realise it is normal to idolise your spouse, especially being newly married," the constable began in a tone of annoyance. "But we need as much information as you can provide if we are to have a chance of finding Lord Trenton."
Debra sat curled up on the couch, pulling her puppy closer. She looked at the constable and said, "I am not idolising my husband. I know he has faults. Believe me, constable, I have spent more time than anyone pointing them out to him. I do not know of any enemies."
"Did you get a look at the abductors?"
"I already told you they were wearing masks,"
Waverley said in frustration.
"Do you not believe Lady Trenton's version of events? We are wasting time on these idiotic questions."
Debra did not want to think about the moment they entered the carriage and pulled Alex's unconscious body away. If they hadn't knocked her against the carriage, she would have fought the men. She had dark blue and purple bruises to show for her attempt at keeping Alex in the carriage. Debra held tight to Alex's hand and was pulled halfway out before she was thrown back. Every time she dreamed about it, she woke in fear. Alex was gone. She only hoped he was alive. They'd had him for a week, and the abductors hadn't contacted them since the morning after they took him. "Why do you think they've been silent since the first letter?"
"We do not want to entertain such a question,"
her father said, patting her arm. Debra wiped the tears from her eyes and pulled her puppy closer. This was one gift from Alex she would always treasure. For a moment she allowed her mind to drift to a life without him, and then pulled back from the darkness that thought produced. He would come home. He had to.
"Your Grace."
Mr. Drury rushed into the room with a letter on a tray.
"This just arrived. It looks similar to the previous letter." "Thank you, Drury."
She watched and held her breath as the Duke broke the seal. He read it to himself, then read out loud.
"Midnight. Bring the money. Below London Bridge."
He finished and handed the letter to the constable. Debra closed her eyes. She wanted this to be over and Alex to come home.
"You do not have the 70,000 yet?"
Samuel said, turning to the Duke.
"No, I do not, but they will not know until the money is counted. That is if the swine know how to count,"
Waverley said in disgust.
"We only have half an hour to get to the meeting point,"
her father said as he walked from the room.
"I will have the coach readied."
Debra adjusted herself on her seat as her mother handed her a glass of water. Her muscles were sore from the fight and the stress she'd been under. Her mother adjusted the blanket over Debra's legs.
"Are you comfortable, dear?"
Tears were constantly close to the surface. She spent too much time lying in bed, thinking about the carriage ride and the abduction. Horrified with her accusations and lack of faith in her husband, but more than anything, she'd spent a great deal of time worrying Alex would never return. Debra wiped tears from her eyes as she settled back on the couch. "I am sorry. I do not want to be so emotional," she whispered, so she wouldn't be the centre of attention.
"It would be surprising if you were not affected by the situation."
Her mother again straightened the blanket, as if needing something to do. Deb returned as her father and Waverley walked back in the room. Waverley opened a cabinet and pulled 4 guns out. He handed them to her father and brothers.
"We are getting Alex back tonight."
"Just wait to shoot until we have him back," Samuel said, taking a weapon. Both her father and Waverley turned to look at Debra, which made her crumple into tears again. She heard her father speak.
"We will get Lord Trenton back and then kill the abductors after finding out who hired them."
Debra's mother rubbed her back.
"It might help if you would talk about it."
Debra knew it would help to talk, but she didn't want to relive the fear and terror she went through. She wanted to forget. Chapter 32. Alex nearly had the rope cut. At least, that was what he kept telling himself. He passed out from exhaustion and possibly loss of blood somewhere between A Health to All Good Fellows and the Ballad of Liquid Refreshment. He was certain one of them was the last song the 2 idiots sang as he was drifting off. He woke to Teddy taking the glass out of his hand and yelling for Barney to get more rope.
"You almost had it,"
he said as he kicked Alex in the back.
"We can't have you escaping."
Alex glared at the man, and when his hands were free due to the pain, he slowly moved them from his back to front to see the cuts and sticky dried blood. Teddy held the rope out for him to see the progress he made as he laughed at Alex.
"You don't like your accommodations?"
Teddy asked, spitting in his face. Alex closed his eyes and asked,
"When are you meeting my father for the ransom?"
His voice caught on the question and he started coughing. His chest rattled. The pain was excruciating as he tried to draw breath.
"Tonight."
Teddy bent down and smiled at Alex.
"You have a few more hours."
He hadn't planned an escape, beyond sneaking out while the men were in a drunken slumber, but with his hands untied, Alex planned an attempt at courage. Sweeping his legs out, Alex knocked Teddy to the ground before he realised his legs were tied together at the knees and ankles.
"I am an idiot."
And yet, With Teddy on the ground, Alex went to work on the ropes as though he'd be able to untie them fast enough to escape. Releasing his ankles, Alex again kicked at his abductor to give him more time with undoing the ropes around his knees. Barney had yet to join the commotion as he wasn't in the room. Covered in the wretched smell of his own fluids, Alex stood for the first time in days and limped towards the doors. Escape on the forefront of his mind. Limping terribly, he kicked up dirt and coughed dramatically, crossing the room. Reaching for the doorknob, a sense of victory sent a smile to his lips until his arm was pulled back. Having spent days tied up, his body ached, but he planned to fight until there was nothing left in him. Teddy pulled him away, and with one kick to his head, Alex lost. The room spun, and when his mind blurred, he gave in to the dark. Alex opened his eyes and closed them again as his head hurt. It was as if a hammer constantly pounded down on his brain. Thinking back to the last time he'd been conscious, he remembered his escape attempt. It would be something to laugh at if he'd been successful. Instead, he must have suffered some sort of blow to the head, and then he registered his body sliding on the ground. Looking up to see if he were actually moving, Alex noticed Barney above him, dragging him to a different spot. Barney tied him to a post and left him to find a way to either sleep or wake. The day passed slowly. Every time they came near him, he wondered if it was the moment they were going to kill him, until he heard their argument.
"I told you I don't do killing,"
Teddy said as he looked back at Alex. This could work to his advantage, giving himself reason to hope.
"One of us has to do it,"
Barney argued.
"I don't like it,"
Teddy said.
"If we don't, Governor will find us and kill us,"
Barney said with conviction.
"We won't enjoy the spoils of the ransom." "How about we don't kill him, but we cause damage?"
Teddy reasoned.
"So, if he doesn't live, we didn't do it on purpose."
Alex looked over and sighed.
"Will you get on with it? You told my father you would meet him tonight. You have time to kill me and get your ransom."
"You think you're smarter than us, Governor?"
Teddy said, rushing across the room to aim a kick at his back. The kick caused the last of breath to leave his lungs. He dragged a ragged breath into his aching chest, which sent him into shaking and coughing. Recovering, Alex whispered,
"I would like to know how I'm going to meet my end, you spineless piece of garbage."
"You hear that, Barn? You hear that?"
Teddy laughed in his face and kicked him again.
"You ain't getting out of here alive, boy."
"Then get on with it,"
Alex said, annoyed at the delay. He was tired of sitting in his own filth. The smell of himself and these men was horrendous, and he was hungry and thirsty. Closing his eyes for a moment, he tried to think of his wife. Debra would be fine. His parents would keep her with them, and perhaps one day she would find a man she could love. He prayed it was a better man than he, as Debra deserved love and commitment. She needed a man to remind her of her inner and outer beauty, and his mother would make certain anyone Debra set her cap at would be worthy of her kindness. Barney walked over and took the ropes off his hands. They dragged him from the pole and tied his hands behind his back again. But this time they added a bag to his hands and ropes to his upper arms. Alex closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Exhausted and in pain, he was ready and reconciled to his fate. The only regrets he had were in regard to Debra and the months he wasted fighting with her. They could have used the time to be in love. The most surprising turn of events was when they gagged him, put the blindfold on his eyes and a burlap sack over his head. And the arguing began anew. Alex strained to breathe and hear their words as he coughed. With the force of his coughs, he hoped it would dispel the gag. But he wasn't so lucky.
"Take care of him,"
Barney said.
"You take care of him,"
Teddy argued. They negotiated as long as they could before they needed to leave to collect the ransom.
"What are we going to do about him?"
Barney asked, as neither one was willing to kill. It was ironic Baker hired men to kill him during a robbery, yet hadn't taken the time to find out if they had the stomach for the job. He heard one of them walk away, then come back and remove the burlap sack from his head. The gag on his mouth came out, and they forced a more than generous amount of ale down his throat. Alex tried to spit the ale out, but his mouth was forced shut and his nose was plugged. He swallowed so he could breathe. Alex gasped for air each time he was able, but air was a luxury, and his lungs couldn't get enough. It wasn't long before the room spun. His eyes were still covered with the blindfold, but the sensation of a spinning room was dizzying. His hair yanked and his head pulled back as another taste entered his mouth. He remembered the taste from a long-ago injury. Laudanum. They poured the medication down his throat until he slumped to the floor and passed out. Chapter 33. Anxiously waiting for news of her husband, Debra tried to distract herself by reviewing the characters in her latest novel. But too much had happened since she last wrote. She couldn't remember their names and characteristics. She could only think of Alex and the last kiss he'd given her before being ripped from her arms.
"We have tea?"
Duchess Waverley handed Debra a cup. She didn't want to drink anything, but it would be rude to refuse.
"Thank you, Mamma."
"Drink it before it cools."
Debra's mother, Lady Norwood, lifted a plate of biscuits to add to the meal. Debra knew they were attempting to keep her mind off the ransom and retrieval, but they were doing a terrible job of it. Sipping the tea so they would stop encouraging her to do so, Debra wondered why it was taking so long. She worried over the sum of money, as Duke Waverley hadn't been able to get the exact amount. If the abductors somehow came by the information, would they keep Alex? "The carriage is at the back door." Adele ran into the room, breathless. Debra vaguely remembered her sisters were tasked with watching for the men to return. Not waiting to hear if the trip had been a success, Debra leapt from the sofa with more energy than she'd shown in days. Nearly to the door, Samuel arrived and pushed Debra back in the room. "Stay in here. Father and the Duke will come for you when they are ready."
"Alex?"
The word ripped from her throat in a strangled cry.
"He is upstairs."
Samuel sounded apologetic as he said the words, which caused her more distress. She'd imagined running into Alex's outstretched arms and kissing him, even if they had an audience. This was not part of her plan. "I want to see him."
"Debra."
Samuel looked fearful, as though what he needed to say would cause her great pain.
"He is very unwell. Let a doctor and the men help put him to right before you see him."
"I should be with him." Debra tried to push past him again, but stopped when she saw her father, Lee, and Nathaniel. "I want to see Alex." With a nod of his head, her father took hold of her hands.
"Samuel, I will take her up."
"It will be a shock for her. I am surprised Waverley is still standing with his reaction." Samuel's words didn't make sense to her, as she was thankful her father understood her need. "Where is he?" Debra wanted to run to her husband. Not acknowledging the tension in her father, she nearly pulled him up the staircase. If he wasn't in the chambers assigned to him as the Earl, she'd search the entire house until she was by his side.
"Debra, I need you to understand. He is unwell."
Her father's words were the same as Samuel's from only a moment before. "I understand. Samuel told me as much." Reaching the second-floor landing, Debra pulled her father down the corridor, past her own chambers, and to the door leading into Alex's rooms. Pushing the door open, her father squeezed her hand.
"I am with you. Do not be afraid."
This was a confusing statement. If Alex were unwell, he should be in bed. This would not frighten her. She ignored her father's look of concern and rushed into the room. Upon entering, she noticed Duke Waverley stood near the window, while Alex's valet and another man tended to her husband. The smell of an unemptied chamber pot assaulted her senses, making her stop. Debra put a hand over her mouth as the tea she'd drunk came up. Unable to hold it back, she vomited. With the sound of her sick, both men turned around, and Debra could see her husband. His clothing had been removed, and they held rags to clean him. But the water and soap wouldn't remove the purple, yellow and black bruises from his body. A cry of shock ripped from her throat as she realised what they meant by unwell.
"He is dead."
"He is very much alive for now."
Debra's father pulled her from the room, and she went with him, too shocked to fight. The scene was too horrific to process. Over the following days, Debra found she had a hard time processing reality. There were moments where she was certain Alex would walk into the room and ask if she planned to attend a ball, card party or supper. On such occasions, she'd focus on the door and wait, only to be disappointed. A visit from the doctor did nothing to fix the situation. Alex was still unwell. Unconscious and broken, he lay in the bed, unaware of the safety he could now enjoy. Debra spent as much time with him as the doctor would permit. A nurse stationed at Mayfair House kept vigil when the family wasn't allowed. Reaching the time allotment she'd been given, Debra kissed Alex's forehead and left him in the care of Nurse Moon. She thought about spending the afternoon in her own chambers, but the nurse reminded her of her family in the drawing room. She dragged her feet the entire way until she remembered they promised to answer the questions she and the other women had asked. Debra didn't know any details of the daring rescue, and she hoped they would share the information. Entering the room with purpose, Debra looked to her father and the Duke. "It has been 2 weeks. I want to know what happened."
"I'm happy to see you have your spirit back,"
her father spoke as he and the other men stood waiting until she took a seat.
"We have missed your cheek."
"First off, I want to know what happened when you arrived at the meeting."
"Waverley threw the money to the man holding Alex. We never imagined he was in such a state."
Samuel's haunted words echoed in her mind as she pictured a masked man holding her husband hostage.
"My question is, how was Baker involved?"
Lee shook his head as he spoke.
"We would all like to have that answer."
Duke Waverley looked fatigued, with his head laying back against the chair.
"I would never have fired the gun if I'd known Mr. Baker was with them."
"Baker has always been a lout, but to be party to such an endeavour is shocking."
Samuel seemed to be saying everything she wanted to hear, so she hoped he'd continue.
"I never would have thought Baker would go to such lengths."
Lee nodded, as though he were thinking.
"But do you remember the night Trenton fought with Baker?"
"We all remember that night."
Duchess Waverley spoke while pouring a cup of tea.
"Baker took every opportunity to taunt Trenton,"
her father said, with a frustrated shake of his head.
"I should have put a stop to it before the wedding."
"One would think, with the money Alex loaned Baker, he would have been more grateful."
Debra thought everyone knew about the money, but their reactions said otherwise. Trying to answer their questions, she related the story of the visit from George and Rilla to Waverley Keep. When she told the sum, the room went silent.
"Baker would never have paid the money back."
Samuel ran a hand through his hair as though shocked by the information.
"What possessed Trenton to give him the money?"
George and Rilla were desperate. Alex thought he was helping them. He hoped they would put the money in an investment, as George claimed. Debra wanted to help them understand Alex was a generous man and not a fool.
"The money is no longer, I am sure."
Waverley didn't look surprised by the information. He merely accepted Alex's decision.
"How is Mrs. Baker taking the loss?"
Duchess Waverley's voice trembled as she asked.
"She is grieving, but not terribly."
Her mother's words made Debra wonder how she would handle Alex's death if it came about. He was very ill.
We have since come to find out Mr. Baker had more debts than he could ever repay.
What has the doctor said regarding Lord Trenton's condition?
Her father asked this question. Debra wondered if it was to stop the uncomfortable conversation regarding George and Rilla.
Broken ribs, pneumonia, and a host of other illnesses on top of it. He is fortunate to have escaped alive.
Waverley's voice cracked, which caused him to turn away. This had been a difficult time at Mayfair House. Uncertainty plagued each morning as they rushed to ascertain Alex's condition.
We will continue to pray for him.
Her mother's words were sincere, and she was thankful they'd been said. Debra stopped listening as she could see her husband's unconscious form in her mind. If only he'd wake up, she'd be able to stop worrying over his continued silence. Not knowing what would happen was just as terrible as having him gone. If he woke and healed, she vowed to be the best wife to Alex by showing love to him daily. Chapter 34. The room was quiet, except the laboured breathing coming from Alex. Debra stood by the door, wanting to enter. She spent days reading or just speaking to his unconscious form. But now he was awake, she worried, as actual conversations would happen. If he wanted to talk about the fight they'd had, she worried it would cause him to be ill longer. She nearly walked away as his mother noticed her.
You may come in.
She leaned down and whispered to Alex,
Debra is here.
Now he knew she was there. She couldn't leave. She slowly walked to the side of the bed and sat, curled her legs under her dress and placed her puppy on the bed. She picked his bandaged hand up and watched as Portia curled next to Alex. The bruises were no longer dark black and purple. They had turned a putrid yellow and red.
How are you feeling today?
Debra asked, trying to look into his eyes, but they were swollen and mostly shut.
Less sore,
he responded slowly, then coughed, as every word cost too much air.
Do not speak,
she said as he caught his breath and looked back at her.
It causes you pain, and I cannot bear to see you in such agony.
Alex took hold of her hand, which brought tears to her eyes. She loved him, and if there were ever a question of this again, she need only remember the fear of losing him to right the wrong. The Duchess walked to the window, giving Debra and Alex privacy. With a squeeze of his hand, Debra leaned forward and kissed the side of his lips.
I love you.
Alex whispered the words back, and Debra knew it was true. He did love her. She believed he lived for her. Forgetting about her earlier worries, Debra spoke of their future. She wanted him to think of getting well and spending the holidays in Exeter at Trenton Hall. She spoke of riding their horses together and whispered words of love and adoration until she realised he'd fallen asleep. Moving to the overstuffed chair next to the bed, Debra sat with the Duchess. Neither woman spoke. They didn't need to, as they comforted each other. Debra fell asleep in the chair, waking when she heard the doctor speaking.
Doctor, what do you suggest we do?
Debra sat up and looked to see if Alex or the Duchess were awake. Duchess Waverley put her finger over her mouth and then pointed to the door. The Duke and Doctor were speaking in the hall.
Take him to Devon. The air is less congested.
He is too sick for the trip.
Waverley's words conveyed angst.
If he goes to Devon, there is a chance of recovery.
Will he survive the stress of travel?
It is hard to say.
You are telling me if he stays here, it is certain death. If we take him to Devon, he could live if the trip does not kill him.
Yes.
I do not like the options.
Debra waited until the Doctor and Waverley were out of earshot before she moved back to Alex's side on the bed. She leaned down and kissed his forehead. Whispering to him, she begged,
"Do not die on me."
"Are you going to get out of bed?" Annie asked, as Debra lay in a depressed silence. The words were said with kindness, but Debra could not bring herself to rise without feeling nauseous.
"What time are we departing?"
"After the morning meal. I took your tray to Lord Trenton's chambers as usual."
"I do not think I can eat anything,"
Debra said, while holding a hand over her mouth. Turning from her tasks, Annie looked over as Debra swallowed with care. Her stomach rumbled with every movement. "Are you unwell?" Before she could answer, Debra leaned forward and released the contents of her stomach. She expected her maid to come to her aid, but instead she lay back down without help, as she didn't have the energy to rise. Closing her eyes, she recognised the taste of bile in her mouth as her supper from the night before. Knowing she would need to rise and dress, Debra pulled up to a sitting position and removed her legs from under the covers as the door opened, with Annie bringing the Duchess and Debra's mother.
"Annie, get fresh linens for the bed."
Duchess Waverley gave the order while helping Debra stand. Over the last weeks, Debra hadn't eaten much due to stress. A part of her was thankful, as she worried there'd be more of a mess to clean up. But the movements from the bed jostled her stomach, and it wasn't long before she was kneeling on the ground, with her nightdress catching the contents of her stomach.
"Annie, tell Duke Waverley to send for the physician."
As her mother and the Duchess helped her out of the soiled clothing, Debra hoped her bed would be clean and ready for her return. Her heart fell as she listened to her mother and the Duchess speaking about the trip to Devon. If Debra were ill, she'd need to stay in London with her family. They couldn't let Alex catch another illness. Chapter 35. Alex slowly sat up and watched the flurry of people in the hallway. His trunks were packed for Devon. During the process of taking them to the carriage, his door had been left opened. As he tried to hear discussions among the action, he wondered if it had to do with leaving town, but they whispered as though not to bother him. Looking to the breakfast trays on the side table, Alex wondered if his wife would be in soon. Usually by this hour, she was waiting for him to wake. She'd talk about him getting well, and of all the things they would do once he was able to leave his bed, while they ate breakfast. As his stomach growled, he looked to the door joining their chambers. Would it take too much effort for him to surprise her with a visit? Christmas was near, and Alex hoped to take Debra for a sleigh ride over the holiday. But he would have to be well enough to do so, and so he decided to stay in bed. She would come when dressed and ready for the day. While ill, he'd had enough time to decide his chambers needed a remodel, or he'd need to spend the majority of his time in his wife's chambers, which was the favourite alternative. Since she'd started a daily visit, he found they had a lot to talk about, including their future. Debra asked questions about Trenton Hall, which he couldn't answer to satisfaction, as he hadn't spent much time there. His favourite days were spent learning more about the woman he married. This time had allowed them to share their lives with each other. Thinking of his wife, he realised it was strange not to at least have a nurse attending him, as the nurse only left the room when Debra visited. Looking back to the door and out into the hall, Alex noticed the doctor and his father passing by. They are not coming in here. The only other room in the hallway was Debra's. Worried, Alex threw his blankets aside and moved his body with much care, ready to cross the room to her chamber. A cane, given to him for use of getting in and out of the bath, sat by his bed. With effort, he stood and used it to slowly walk. The cold of the morning seeped into his body as he wore socks and no slippers. Walking with a piece of wood for assistance, Alex worried he would fall. Standing halfway between the bed and the door, Alex seriously considered which would be easiest to reach. And then he remembered Debra hadn't yet come to his chambers, and he knew it was necessary to find out what was happening on the other side of the door. Alex forced his tired body forward until he reached his destination. Opening the door, he forgot about his sore, ill body and pushed forward.
"Alexander, what are you doing out of bed?"
His mother's exasperated question did nothing to take his eyes off his pale, sickly wife. Debra lay propped up against pillows, and although she was pale, she smiled at him. Alex said the only words he could think of. "I worried when you did not come to eat the morning meal with me."
"Alexander, you cannot be in here."
"Mother, we are married."
Alex tried to keep a straight face as he said the words, but found himself cringing with shame. Such things should not have to be said. When she laughed at him, he thought about turning to walk out of the room, but he stopped when looking back at Debra. Although pale, she looked happy.
"I meant," his mother said with a sparkle in her eyes, "you are unwell and should be in your bed. Debra cannot be near you in her condition."
Ready to argue against going back to bed, Alex considered his mother's words.
"Condition? What condition?"
"Waverley,"
his mother looked to the door and called for the Duke.
"Will you please take your son back to his bed? He cannot give Debra pneumonia."
"I want him to stay." Debra pulled herself into a sitting position, which made Alex nervous. She was ill and needed to rest.
"Alexander, please go back to your bed. You have an infectious illness,"
his father said, entering the room. Ignoring his parents, Alex looked back to Debra, tortured by the thought of having passed one of the illnesses he'd had onto her. She'd kissed him many times over the past weeks, while he tried to decide if he would fight to live or quietly pass from life. When he finally realised there was a reason to stay, as Debra constantly told him she loved him, he fought.
"Have I made you ill? Is this my fault?"
Debra smiled so beautifully, the glow in her face and eyes caught him off guard. "I am not ill. I am increasing." Taken aback by the pronouncement, he looked to his mother and Lady Norwood to see if he'd understood correctly. When he saw the bright smiles on each of their faces, he turned back to his wife.
"Are you certain?"
His father walked to him and took his hand to shake it.
"I am proud to say we are certain. Lady Trenton has made us all very happy."
In stunned silence, Alex allowed his father to help him back to his bed. Alex found a renewed sense of hope and peace at the thought of being a father, and then a sense of dread. He didn't know the first thing about raising a child. Epilogue. Debra walked through the garden at Woodland Manor, trying to occupy her day with something other than embroidery. Spring tulips were popping out of the ground for the promise of a beautiful season. She held the last letter Alex sent. He said he was healing and sent his love, but it came 3 weeks before and was the last of the communication she'd received. Worried he'd had a relapse, she paced through the garden. She'd written 3 times, only to have her letters go unanswered. Thinking of the last time she'd actually had a conversation with him, she smiled at the memory of his joy over the child she carried. They'd agreed together she should spend the winter with her family while he recuperated. As the doctor informed them, Alex was highly contagious and any trauma to the child would not be welcome. Wanting to be supportive, Debra had offered to let him take Portia to Waverley Keep, but was thankful he'd insisted on leaving the puppy with her. This spring day was much different than the one where she'd met Alex. Although 1 year to the date, there weren't any rain clouds in the sky or a hint of a cold breeze. It was a pleasant day, one she'd love to spend sitting on the hill overlooking the sea while writing a new manuscript. As she rounded the bend to go back into the house, she stopped as she saw Alex standing in the middle of the pathway. Debra thought about running to him as she was ecstatic to see him, but a woman in her condition should not run. The possibility of tripping over a stray rock on the path stopped her from attempting the exercise. The last update she'd sent, regarding her size, told him she'd increased beyond the capabilities of her dresses to where they had to let them out. Currently, her belly could set her off balance with the simplest of movements, and the doctor warned her against injury. "Alex!" she cried as he crossed the walkway to meet her. Alex smiled and shook his head.
When you wrote you were increasing beyond the size of your dresses, I imagined it an exaggeration, love.
Debra missed hearing the deep softness of his voice. She also missed being called love. Why did you not write back to me? He took a few steps forward before answering.
I kept thinking I would be able to travel before now. I expected to be here over a week ago. I thought I would beat any letter.
Debra saw the sincerity in his face and heard it in his words, but he still should have written. She was not going to let him off so easily. Why are you here? Alex laughed as he rocked side to side on his feet.
I am a fool in love.
Why a fool? She was taken back by his choice of wording.
A mythological god must have shot me with an arrow, because I have not been able to think straight since I met you last summer. I have made a ninny out of myself many times, and I cannot seem to stop being a fool for you, my dear.
Debra's heart melted with his words. She moved forward and closed the gap between them, noticing the comforting smell of peppermint she'd come to associate with her husband. Promise me you will not ever leave me waiting to hear from you again.
I promise.
He took hold of her hands and kissed her fingers.
Tell me, love, are you happy we are married?
I have more joy in my life because of you. Tears came easily as she looked into her husband's eyes. It had been far too long since she'd last had a chance to tell him she loved him. Looking at him, she yearned to be held. I missed you. I love you. Alex placed a light kiss on her lips and whispered the words she longed to hear.
I love you too. I pray every day our daughters will have your imagination.
Daughters? Debra said, pulling out of his arms. How many babies do you think are inside me?
I do hope only one. I do not think we can handle more than that at a time.
Accepting his answer, she moved back into his embrace. Then I pray our daughters will have my imagination and a bit of your wit.
Of course, our sons should have my handsome looks and perfect personality,
Alex said with an air of snobbery. With a proper knowledge of books? Debra asked, quirking one eyebrow in intrigue. Alex shrugged his shoulders and gave her an innocent look.
I will leave their education up to you, love.
Debra laughed and ran her fingers through his hair as he kissed her. His lips were soft and covered hers in a thorough and loving caress, making up for all their lost time together. She knew they'd be happy. Although they'd had an unusual beginning, their future was unwritten. A blank slate, ready for pen, ink, and parchment. As he released her from the embrace, Debra laughed with joyful contentment as he asked, Have you written anything new of late? No, my love. But I do have an idea forming at this very moment. The end. This has been Wit and Intrigue, an assignation to remember. Book 1. Written by Angela Johnson, narrated by Sarah Kempton. Copyright 2020 by Angela Johnson. Production copyright by Angela Johnson.